As our custom, we will start the morning off with a prayer from Officer Ott, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Officer Ott represents our armed forces. Armed forces? Police officer. I was doing so good, too. I started off to a good start. Our police officers and men in uniform. So how, is that better? So for all of y'all participating, we're ready. You want to stand? Let's stand.
Heavenly Father, thank you for another day and the blessings you have given us. I pray you bless this board and all who speak here. I pray that you guide this board with your wisdom and in their decisions. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have a long agenda this morning and today, so we have a lot of hold cases. We have some other business items that we'll have to bring up in the beginning, and we have some public hearings after this. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to John Peterson from zoning, and he's going to give us the rules and regulations for the hearing today.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. When each case is called, we ask that the applicant stand to signify that they are in attendance. Then we're going to call for anyone who's opposed to the case to also signify they are here also, so they can be counted for the official record. After the counting of the opposition, the applicant and any opposition will be asked to come forward to be sworn in, so they can present testimony to the board. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if any, will testify second. It's important to note that each side only gets 10 minutes to state their case or concern. There's not a rebuttal process, and there's not a process to reserve your time. So convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time frame. Additionally, if more than one person wishes to speak on a case, you may want to consult with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes, and you don't want to cover the same information twice. Then after both sides have had their 10-minute presentation period, the board will start to discuss the case at hand. From the discussion, they may ask one or more of the speakers to come back to the front for questions or comments. After that, the board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the case at hand. There's one case on today's printed agenda which has been withdrawn without prejudice. It will not be heard today. That's rezoning case Z77 of 2018, Ackworth Baker Grove LLC. That case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. Madam Chair and Board, it's come to my attention that one of the continued cases on today's agenda is wanting to withdraw their case. The applicant is here for rezoning case Z37 of 2018, Winchester Parkway LLC. There's been some changes in the application, and the applicant would like to withdraw that without prejudice.
Yes, this is a case that has been pending for a while, and we've been working through some contract issues, and we'd like to withdraw this case without prejudice.
In District 2, so I'll make a motion. I'd like to move that we withdraw this case C37 2018 without prejudice.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? And that's approved 5-0 for withdrawal.
Thank you. There are a number of cases on today's printed agenda which have been continued and will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z71 of 2018, Pope and Land Enterprises Incorporated. This case has been continued by the staff until the August 6, 2019 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z71 of 2018 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z82 of 2018, IBO Union Atlanta. This case was held by the Planning Commission until the July 2nd, 2019 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z82 of 2018 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z43 of 2019, Embry Development Company, LLC. This case has been continued by the staff until the July 2nd, 2019 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z43 of 2019 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z44 of 2019, Curley Family Homes, LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the July 2nd, 2019 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z44 of 2019 will not be heard today. And finally, SLEP 4 of 2019, A1 Auto Cores LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the July 2nd, 2019 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So SLEP P4 of 2019 will not be heard today. Madam Chair, Board, there are a few cases that have come to me recently. They want to be continued. First case is rezoning case Z33 of 2019, the DeVille Group of Companies Incorporated. The applicant is asking this case be continued until your next zoning hearing, Madam Chair and Board.
I see 33.
That's mine.
Is that yours? Do you have any problem with that being continued?
Yeah, and the community really asked for this continuance, so I'll support it, make a motion that we continue Z33 till our July hearing.
We have a motion, we have a second.
Second.
Call the question. That's approved 5-0 to continue that, Z33.
Okay. Also got a request to continue rezoning case Z40 of 2019, Larry Herman. There is some additional work that needs to be done on this, Madam Chair and Board, so the staff would ask the board to continue this case until your July zoning hearing date.
Yeah, that's my, okay, that's my case, and I would make a motion that we hold this for 30 days.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Call the question. And that's approved 5-0.
Okay. And lastly, rezoning case Z45 of 2019, WS Hotels LLC. Madam Chair and Board, the applicant has asked that this case be continued for 3 months until your September zoning hearing date.
Yes, that's also my case, and just because we had so many problems in the emails on this one, I would like to say that we are working toward this being a residential type use instead of any kind of retail or a hotel, so we are making some progress on this. So it'd be my motion to hold this for 3 months. We have a second. Call the question. Or continue, sorry.
To continue to your
Yeah.
September hearing date. Did they vote on it?
Do we get it? We voted, yeah. I made the motion, he seconded.
Okay, so it's 5-0 to approve.
Yeah,
Okay,
5-0.
gotcha.
Continue.
Thank you. And that's all I have on my agenda for as far as the continued and held cases. I would like to ask people in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn the volume off on your cell phones. The ringing does interfere with the broadcast and presentation, so please turn the volume off on your cell phones. Any person wishing to speak before the Board of Commissioners must file a campaign contribution disclosure statement. If within 2 years immediately preceding the filing of a rezoning application, a campaign contribution totaling $250 more is made to a current member of the Board of Commissioners. Additional information about this is located on the table in the back of the room. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by this board at their discretion. We'll do either, so 37. Okay. Madam Chair and
Yes.
Board, before we start the consent agenda, there's been an issue with one of the cases, so we're gonna have to find out if the Planning Commission would like to hear or continue rezoning case Z37 of 2019.
Z37,
Yes,
okay. And that would be in Commissioner
that's,
Andy's district. Okay, I'm gonna turn it over to Commissioner Smith.
The question regarding this revolves around the way that the property was posted, and I guess ends up with my belief that the way it's posted did not give the community ample opportunity to input on the case. Cornelius, if you could, we've got a little PowerPoint that shows how it's posted, so those that hadn't had a chance to see it. First, just so everybody's clear about the ordinance, the red is what I thought was the pertinent sections. It's the applicant's responsibility, and failure to post and maintain the signs may prohibit the application from being heard.
Okay.
On to the next one. This shows how that sign was posted on 5/22. The sign's actually on the post that's in the middle of the larger picture, and then I've got an arrow drawn to it. That is the area where it would be most visible from Johnson Ferry, which is the only public right-of-way bordering this property. And then one more. This picture I took last night, the sign's still in the same place. So really, it hasn't given the community much opportunity at all to be aware of this zoning by way of the sign. And then the final one, on the 22nd, the supplemental ordinance sign was on the ground. That was moved to the right-of-way, but the zoning notification was never posted in the right-of-way. So my question to you, John, is this posted in compliance with the regulation?
It would be my opinion, Commissioner Smith, that the sign was not posted properly.
Bill, would there be a?
Ultimately, it's left up to the board to be able to make that decision, but obviously due process to the public would be the utmost importance. If you feel like there's any belief that the public hasn't received notice of the hearing, then it'd be within your discretion to be able to continue it.
It was always my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, just for information to everybody out there, you have to post your signs nearest public right-of-way.
Correct.
So it's visible from the right-of-way. In this particular case, you couldn't see it from the right-of-way, and that's what we're contending. When I went out there, I didn't see it. I don't think anybody else did either, so. All right. So it's back to you.
Can we make a motion?
Sure.
Okay. Well, I'd like to move that we hold this, continue this
Continuous.
case to the July 2nd hearing. Now, the applicant has expressed, or the applicant's representative has expressed a problem with that date. Would it be possible to move that to August, or?
Yes, it
Yeah.
would be possible to move it to any date in the future,
Any date that you
Commissioner
want.
Smith.
I will adjust my family vacation, because the July date is
So,
Well, let's make a motion that it be continued to the July 2nd public hearing.
okay, we have a motion to continue it to July the 2nd. Second for
And
discussion.
the only discussion is, do we want to add direction that the sign be posted on the right of way, facing
Yes.
the
Yes.
roads?
Yes.
Within, well, actually, it
Just like
would
they did
really
the
need to
second
happen
sign.
today, because there really isn't a 30-day window already.
Yeah, the sign needs to be
Sign.
corrected today.
Yeah, sign should be corrected today.
And Mr. Campbell needs to give her a sticker too with the new hearing dates on it.
And if they posted it right next to the sign, the supplemental sign, that would be the right location.
We're going to continue it, so we're not going to have a public hearing. This is just between us up here to see if we want to continue it. And we do. We want to continue it. So you're hearing when we
We
vote.
haven't voted
We'll
yet.
vote.
When we vote, it would be like 30 days. Oh, okay. Okay, let us go ahead and vote, and then Commissioner, because if he wants to ask you a question, he can ask you a question. No, Skip had a question too, that's why I was looking at him. All right, so call the question.
Just skip
Oh, wait, skip once.
Oh, Skip.
No, I just want to make sure that I understand that it needs to be posted, and that was apparently done incorrectly. Also, notifications need to be sent out, and just for the record, it's my understanding that they were sent out in compliance with the ordinance, just for the record.
But they would have to be sent again for this. No?
No,
Okay.
no. All right, so we have a motion and a second to continue it till the July meeting. Call the question. And that's approved 5-0. Now, Skip, if you had a question you wanted to ask the lady from the audience.
No.
No, that was it, that was it, okay, okay.
They do not.
Right. You've already done your written notice. It's all about the posting.
Correct.
All right, John.
And with that, Madam Chair and Board, I'm ready to start the consent agenda.
Okay.
Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda for June 4, 2019. Zoning case Z34, Aileen F. Paisley and Sherry Lynn Wade request rezoning from CF and R20 to LI for the purpose of an office warehouse in land lot 223 of the 17th District. The property is located on the southeast corner of Clay Drive, north of Walthall Avenue. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Final site plan to be approved by the District Commissioner. Building elevations to be approved by the District Commissioner. Variances as identified in the zoning comments. Privacy fence 6 foot in height minimum to be installed along the eastern property line. Fire Department comments and recommendations. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Revised Department of Transportation comments and recommendations dated April 29th, 2019. And a letter from Mr. Adam Rosen dated May 29th, 2019. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed? Rezoning case Z34. Let the record show there's 2 people opposed, Madam Chair, so we'll pull that off.
We'll
consent.
pull that off the consent agenda.
And Mr. Rosen?
If you would like to get, Adam, if you would like to get with the 2 people in the back and see what their opposition is, and see if you can address it before we come up for the public hearing.
Okay.
All right. So that has been pulled off.
Okay, rezoning case Z42, Chance Powers Ferry LLC. Request rezoning from O&I to RRC for the purpose of a mixed-use development in land lots 108 and 1008 and 1009 of the 17th District. The property is located on the west side of Shadowwood Parkway, south of Powers Ferry Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Letter from Mr. Kevin Moore dated May 29, 2019, which includes Exhibit A and Exhibit B. Variances in the zoning comment section. Fire Department comments and recommendations. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. And Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed? Rezoning case Z42.
Let the record show there's
One person.
one, and that will come off the consent agenda.
It's the school board member, Madam Chair. Just want to hear from him real quick, or
Ye-
do we have a hearing?
Yeah, just come on up.
It's Mr. Sprayberry.
And then we'll leave it on the consent.
Depending on what we hear.
Well, he comes every month. There is. It's different.
Thank you for the time,
Yes.
Madam Chair, Board of Commissioners. Approval of this petition will cause concern as it will result in an impact on the enrollment of a school already over capacity, which is East Cobb Middle School, over capacity by 33 with this change.
Okay.
Thank you
And
for
would
your
you give
time.
us your name for the record?
I'm sorry, Charles Sprayberry with the Cobb County Board of Education.
Thank you. And with that, we'll leave it on the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you. Rezoning case Z46, MD William Inc. request a rezoning from NS to O9 for the purpose of a child daycare center in land lot 160 of the 20th District. The property is located on the north side of Mars Hill Church Road, west of Ackworth Due West Road. The Planning Commission recommends deletion to the NRC zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Child daycare center use only, no external expansion of the building past the existing building footprint unless approved by the Board of Commissioners as an other business item. Conformance with county landscaping and external property maintenance requirements. Fire Department's comments and recommendations. Site plan review comments. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. And the site plan received by the Zoning Division on March 11, 2019, with the District Commissioner approving minor modifications. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed? Rezone case Z46. One person opposed?
Let the record show there's one person opposed, and we will pull that off the consent agenda.
Not having good luck with the consent agenda today.
No, I didn't. We tried. We're trying.
Maybe this next one will be okay.
All right.
Moving into land use permits on the consent agenda, LUP 13, Sandy Clow requests a land use permit renewal for the purpose of an art studio storing art prints in land lot 336 of the 20th District. The property is located on the west side of Trail Road, west of Midway Road. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to no signs, no on-street parking, no outdoor storage, and 2 seasonal employees. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 13? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And that completes the consent agenda, Madam Chair and Board.
All right, thank you, John. It's back to the board for any comments or motion. We have a motion, we need a motion and a second in discussion.
I'll make a motion that we accept the consent agenda as presented with LUP 13 as the single case. Is that correct?
And Z.
And Z42, yes, I crossed that off. And Z42, 2019, as the two cases.
And Andy's going to second it for discussion.
Second for discussion
Okay.
with the microphone.
You can make your discussion now.
Kevin's here, I'm sure.
Kevin's back there somewhere. I
Okay.
saw him.
I didn't get an opportunity to pass these by you, but I think they're substantially what we had last year. So I just want to read them in. If there's any question, just let me know and we can take it off and discuss it.
Okay.
So I'd like to add the following stipulations. And I've just written it out here. Those included in the letter from Kevin Moore dated 5/29/2019 with the following revisions. That we add to stipulation number 3 of the overall development stipulations at the end of the paragraph, lighting to be shielded and hooded with particular attention paid to any light escaping vertically from the project. Second item is to delete stipulation number 8 from the overall development and replace it with compliance with all Cobb County staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. That stipulation just addressed the stormwater only. Third item, add to stipulation 16 of the overall development at the end of the paragraph. This stipulation supersedes the depiction of the sidewalks on the reference site plan. That, I've got, I think it's, 37, I'm sorry. 42. That stipulate, the site plan,
Okay, wait till you get here.
the site, I'm in a hurry. The
I
site
know you're
plan, the site plan shows just a sidewalk backing up to the curb, and the stipulation addresses a meandering sidewalk, so I thought it was a conflict. And then I wanted to add the stipulation that the applicant register security cameras with the Cobb County Police Camera Registration Program, that the office component be limited to office use only, office size limited to 20,000 net square foot. That's because the parking is based on 20,000 square foot. Adding also the architectural treatment consistent with the exterior treatment of the residential component to be applied to the parking deck in a manner determined by the developer and approved by the district commissioner. And that's all I wanted to.
Okay. And those are.
And those are,
stipulations. Go ahead.
okay, thank you. Sorry I didn't get that to you ahead of time.
I said we have a motion, we have a second with added stipulation. Call the question. And that's approved 5-0 with the amendments
Rough start
added.
here, huh?
John, what's next?
Okay, moving into your continued cases to be heard. First case is rezoning case Z24 of 2019, Cheryl Upshaw Family Trust. Request rezoning from R20 and O&I to R15 for the purpose of a single-family house in land lot 816 of the 17th district. The property is located on the easterly side of Ridgewood Drive and on the west side of I-285. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z24? Please raise your hands. 3, 4, 5. Let the record show there's 5 people here opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Okay, Parks, we're ready when you are.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Parks Huff with the law firm of Sam's Larkin Huff and Valley, and I represent the Upshaw Family Trust and Ms. Upshaw in relation to this rezoning application before you this morning. We heard a little bit about it last time, so I wanted to try to not go through the whole case, but just bring you up to speed of where we're at now. Want to make sure you understand the subject property. This is there's a detailed letter from me dated May 28th that goes through all this. The property was subdivided pursuant to Plat 1959. A lot of the properties along this section were acquired for the expansion of I-285. And then the seller to my client purchased the property, the husband and wife, or in the husband's name initially, then the wife's name, purchased it in 1967. Since that time and from the beginning, it has always been two tax parcels. And I think that's very, very important to understand. It's always been two tax parcels because one of the questions is, are we setting a precedent by subdividing a lot now? The precedent here is it's always been two tax parcels. Now, this is showing the current GIS, which shows the current configuration of these two lots. My client's parcel is on the north side of that, and it is a little over 10,000 square feet. And the other parcel, which was also the same and currently in the wife's name, and she is in a nursing home and memory issues. And combined, I think it's very important to understand, combined, those two parcels is over 40,000 square feet. So you've got, between these two parcels, 40,000 square feet. The question that was asked last time is, how did we get here? That's not mine.
Porky.
It was a fly last time, and
It's Corky over there playing with the radio.
this shows the property we're talking about. Obviously, it's starred, and I'll walk you through and point out what I want you to notice, and that is the frontage between these two lots is 100 and 100. Our lot's 100 feet of frontage, and the lot below is 115. When you look at it scaling wise, they look about the same width. And then go back to what you saw on the aerial, and the width is very different. So here, this is a historic, and let me back up and say that I went to the deed room. The plats have never been changed. There's not been any other subdivision plat for this parcel. The deed records is nothing more than showing the transfer of these two lots to our predecessor in title in 1967. So this is I-285 coming in, taking the back of these lots. This shows that historically, these have always been two lots. This is our lot, separate tax parcel, paying a separate tax bill. And then this is 1998 plat. And again, look at it, and you see the width of those frontages is about the same. 100, 115 feet. They look about the same. And then this is us in 2004. And you can see, although it says 100, when you scale it, that number is just left on from the previous plat. This lot line has slid up, and so our frontage is less. So 2004. 2015, again, my client purchased this in 2018, so 3 years prior to this. Again, you can see that lot line has moved up by the tax plat, shifting up there. Now, I asked the tax assessors who are in charge of keeping these maps, do you have any records of why that change was made? And they have no records of why that change was made. And I telegraphed that last time when I said, I have a feeling that I'm going to come back and say, there's not great records. So we don't know why, and unfortunately, our predecessor in title is not here and able to tell us whether they went down to the tax office and says, you know what, that line needs to be kicked off adjacent to the house a little bit, and that they asked that line to be moved. We don't know. But when my client came to this in 2018 to purchase this property, she was being sold a tax parcel, and the legal description and the plat it was created using this tax plat that was showing this lot as it is today. So and that's how, that's the historically how we've gotten to where we are today. My client has developed a site plan, and I do want to point out your staff has reviewed the site plan, reviewed the application, and recommends approval of this application. The site is a residential site, is zoned O&I. It's clearly not O&I property. I think the best position is to zone it to R12. And this is house that my client has designed specifically for this lot. If you look to the north of the property, there's a property just to the north. We match the setbacks to the property to the north that recently was granted variances. So in terms of setbacks and consistency with sideline front setbacks and all things like that, we're consistent with that. If you look further north from that, as I mentioned in a previous letter, there are two 11,000 square foot lots that were re-subdivided after being combined and was approved by this board several years ago for two 11,000 square foot lots. So this is not inconsistent with this area. And this is, again, the site plan that we're showing here, that we ask that you approve this subject to the site plan. And as I said, just backing up a little bit, this is a situation where the tax assessors have created a separate tax ID number. It's had a separate address forever. It had, for our purposes forever. It's been paying a separate tax bill. It's always been considered as a separate parcel. It is not overbuilding, and I do think it's important to look at these two parcels together. They're 40,000 square foot together. It's not overbuilding this land in this area. And in fact, it's actually, if you look at the two parcels together, because this one will be 10, the other one will be 30. So combined, it's very consistent with the lot sizes in the area. So we ask that you follow your staff recommendation, approve the R12 zoning subject to the site plan that we presented to you in the application. And I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. And my client is here, and she would like to become a new resident of this neighborhood and build this beautiful home. And I do think it's important to again point out that the house that she's designed is specifically designed to fit this lot and is architecturally pleasing and will be a great addition to the community. So I appreciate your time and appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Park. This time we'll hear from the opposition.
Good morning. My name is John Patton. I've been a property owner and resident of Vinings Heights for almost 40 years. I am also the executor of my mom's estate, which owns the home across the street from the requested rezoning. This is predominantly an R20 subdivision. The covenants originally required an absolute minimum of 16,000 square foot to build a house here. The requested 10,228 square foot does not even meet the standard of R15 without exceptions, and the driveway easement that's part of this property makes the lot even smaller, and it's out of character for the neighborhood. The home at 3899 Ridgewood Drive was built on two lots due to the I-25 having cut off the back of those two lots. A new smaller lot has recently been cut out of that property. I believe that Mrs. Upshaw knew or should have known that the lot was incompatible with the purpose and inconsistent with the covenants and zoning and potentially unbuildable. Other lots would meet the requirements, including many subdivisions in Cobb County that allow large houses on very small lots. There's even a lot 3 houses down on that same street that's been for sale that meets all the requirements of R20. The timeline was an issue. I'd like to again go over that timeline. Well, can we make that fit? Okay, as the attorney said, the original plat was in 1959. I-285 came along shortly thereafter and cut off the back of some of these lots. Lots 3 and 4 was purchased 5 years later by Mr. Holmes. It's important to note in that transaction was a combined transaction. When you read the deed, which is part of the record, it's a combined transaction The legal description outlines the outside of the two lots together and makes no differentiation for the line in between. Effectively, when that house was built 2 years later, it straddled that previous lot line between the two lots, effectively making it one lot. Now, granted, the tax people never got a new plot showing it as one lot and never divided it, but in fact, effectively, it became one lot. The lawyer talked about the tax maps. They explicitly show a 100-foot frontage of the old Lot 3 in both 1998 and 2004. There's a Cobb County easement was done in 2013, which I'd like to show you. You have to look really closely, but it shows the original lot line. It shows the house being bisected in part there at the carport by that lot line. And it shows an error here indicating to me that the two are combined. There was a tax map in 2015, and in fact, the little sketch looks a little bit differently, but it shows no dimension. In fact, the first time we see the lot as it's requested here today was a survey done in September the 4th, 2018, immediately before the closing on September the 12th, where Ms. Upshaw purchased the property. Here's a map of that survey. Again, it shows the house being divided by the old lot. Now, I don't think we would be here today if that house had been built over on a separate lot, but it wasn't. It was built across the two lots. If they had chosen to modify that house to where it fit on the original lot and go back to the two lots, albeit already small, we probably wouldn't be here today. But no, they decided in September of 2018 to further subdivide an already reduced size lot into a lot that we find inconsistent with the neighborhood. The lawyer's points that he made in the letter to you on the 28th and some up here, the current configuration prior to the purchase, only 8 days prior to the final purchase was the lot reconfigured from what I can tell with the Cobb County records and the deeds. Said it's not overbuilding. You know, theoretically, I could take a residential lot and design a skyscraper to go on it, but that certainly wouldn't be compatible. In my mind, there has to be zoning that matters, and I've heard that from this board. At what point do we say no? Do we say no at 10,000 square feet, or 8,000 square feet, or 5,000 square feet of land? And my contention is that this is too small. A few adjacent properties have in fact been rezoned to R15. All are larger than this requested lot. All have frontages of between 100 and 200 foot to maintain the character of the neighborhood, and all have considerably more green space. So I would ask the board to designate this property as R20. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have anyone else wishing to speak?
Hi, my name is Lori Fowler. My family owned the properties adjacent to this property to the north, which are marked as R15 there, for more than 40 years. We were part of the whole problem with the 285 coming and taking the back of the property. Of all the properties that had land taken by 285, ours was the most severe. There were 2 lots there. I came before this board 3 years ago because, you know, we hadn't been able really to use our properties either. And it was decided, you know, that we could use that property, but we had to take both lots and use those 2 lots together for one residence. So the lot is more shallow, but it still has the width. The only thing that ever was changed on that lot was the back property line, not the front. Each one of those lines have 100 feet on Ridgewood Road, just like this property next door. I know all of those 5 properties that had 285 cut out of the back of them, the property has to be condemned for roadways, and that's kind of a hardship case. And I understand this property had a similar situation, but only across the back line. For the front of the property to now be decreased so that it's no longer the 100 feet is not consistent with using the other properties along there, all those that have been rezoned. It's only been taken into consideration what happened by the DOT, not an individual changing something else. And it's very easy to see why that was 2 parcels, because we kept ours as 2 parcels, because it costs money to go back and have have surveyors redraw those and change it into 1 parcel. And yes, you save a little bit in property taxes, but not enough to offset your legal cost, your filing cost, your resurveying cost. So it's easy to see why it was still 2 parcels, even though it's by the same owner. I think the real problem that comes into play here is that it's not about the 2 pieces of property if taken together. If taken together and there wasn't a home there clearly would be room enough for 2 houses there. The problem comes when the original owners built more to the side than they should have to maintain 2 properties. Because we can't say what their real intention was, but chances are good their real intention was to use that property, the entire part of that property, for their residents. And then it's only when you come down to time to sell that people try to carve off different parts. But the problem is not just what got taken with the variance for the interstate, it's what got taken, what's happened to the front of the lot. It's because now the side backs don't work because the house that was built on the other lot is taking part of that lot, and that is what has decreased the size. I'm all about helping people with hardship, but it doesn't seem like to me that that's what the situation is here. The situation is somebody built a house, and then later now it's more valuable to try to carve another lot out of it, and that would be okay, except it doesn't really fit what's already in the neighborhood.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We have about 32 seconds if anybody else wishes to speak.
Hi, my name is Melody Johnson. Thank you for the 32 seconds. However, I am the owner of the property that's right adjacent to the subject property. And I'll just reiterate what Mrs. Fowler just mentioned in terms of the intentions. We don't know what the intentions were for the homes who were previous owners. However, it appears to be that their intentions were to utilize that lot as 1 lot. They built their home over the line, over the 2 lots, and then now they have moved the lines over to create a lot. And I'm not an attorney, so I don't know the legalities to that. But however, it doesn't appear that they should be allowed to move lines over just to obtain a different zoning over a different lot for buildable purposes or financial needs.
Thank you. The time is up, and that concludes our public hearing portion. It's back to this board, and it'll be back to Andy Smith.
Well, first, let me thank all the neighbors for the research they did. John, for the research you provided me. It was invaluable in looking at this. And that said, I don't think it told me clearly, one way or the other, what should be done here. I think this, similar to what we decided last month, it comes down to that side property line. And is it appropriate for the line to have been placed where it is now, and how did it end up placed there as opposed to any of the more acceptable locations, which might be closer to that house on the adjacent property? Unfortunately, we have no information really about why that got placed there, how it got placed, when it got placed. Although there's some indication from the tax parcel maps that it was that it predated the sale of this lot, and that might lend one to believe that the the lot line was placed where it is now in an attempt to conform with the tax parcel. I don't know how that happened, but I do see this as a lot that can be built on. I think it has been a lot since the subdivision was originally platted. The most significant impact to this and the adjacent lots was the right-of-way for 285. And had that been the only issue here, there would be no question about the adequacy of the side of this lot. So I'd like to open it up to discussion by the others, because I know there are a lot of opinions about this, but that's,
Any other discussion?
I'll start.
Go ahead, Cobb. Why not?
Okay,
Get warmed up for your other cases.
that's right. First of all, this lot was just recently, from a legal standpoint, subdivided, because the first deed you can find is 2018, where Lot 3 was subdivided into 2 lots now. 75 feet of frontage into what they're referring to as Lot 3, and another 25 feet of frontage, which is the balance of Lot 3, which is taking about 25% of the lot out of what was already a substandard lot. So that's first point, that we took a lot down to about 10,000 square feet that was really already 13,000, so it was already substandard, but that would be, in my mind, acceptable because of the taking of the right-of-way. But going and creating a further hardship just isn't acceptable in my mind. And if what Mr. Patton just said about there being originally deed restrictions that required a 16,000 square foot minimum lot size for building in this subdivision when it was platted and sold, that would explain why the developer appears to have sold lots 3 and 4 together, and it was developed as one parcel, because lot 3 would not have been big enough at that time. So I can only assume that he was compensated for losing a building lot at the time the right-of-way was taken. So that to me doesn't make sense. I think going down to this 10,000 square feet and 75 frontage. The other point is the tax assessor map has the property line different than this plat map has that we're seeing, because the tax assessor has shown less than 75 feet of frontage, and they moved the line on this plat map right to 75 feet. So somebody knew what they were doing, because 75 feet's the minimum lot width. So this was created very intentionally. And, you know, the fact, and I understand the buyer may not have been aware of these zoning issues, but it's one of those things that you have to do due diligence when you're buying something, especially to build a lot. And we can't, just because somebody goes out and subdivides a lot, we can't all of a sudden just change the zoning, or we're going to have this popping up all over the county. So that's my points.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Fred?
These are more questions, but rather than go with the assumption, does anybody on staff or anybody up here have the actual deed by which the county took that would show maybe show on it the amount of the tax that was paid, or do they not pay tax when they record a deed? I don't even know the answer to that question, but
I assume the state would.
Commissioner Bloin, the staff does not have that deed. I would ask if Mr. Huff has that deed when the state took the back of the lot.
yeah, what I'm just really trying to get to is how much compensation was paid along the way when these various takings occurred. If anybody knows, it's not in the record.
Yeah, the deed record that I had showing the right-of-way take included a ton of properties at one time, so you couldn't differentiate what was paid. And I didn't even, because it was that way, I didn't even see whether they were paying tax stamp anyway, because there was no way to separate out what they were paying.
Thank you. Okay, that answers my question.
Freda, this may further explain that a little bit. In the 2013 easement that Cobb County bought on the back of these properties, the easement showed them as, that purchase, divided that purchase into two different lots. The purchase of the easement in Lot 4 and the purchase of the easement in Lot 3. It did show the dividing line between the two lots as the original 100-foot property line, but it did compensate the owner at that time in two distinct different parcels that they got as easement. So I had kind of taken that as in some way a recognition of the lots being separate.
Well, I would imagine the compensation back in the 60s was nothing like the compensation today, so I
Right,
really don't even
right.
think that should
Well,
be-
just as far as
yes,
the
for-
county
It would have
recognizing
been very
that
minute.
two
at that
different
time.
properties.
But I would just add that I would expect, excuse me, that the county, when it compensated for that property that it was taking, had no choice but to recognize the fact that it was two lots, because that's the way it was recorded.
Uh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah, you're
But
exactly right.
earlier we were questioning whether because the only deed that we could find, the 1967 warranty deed, the only predated deed, showed that purchase as one outline. It recognized the location of that dividing line, but it didn't follow the dividing line in the description as you would if you were describing two separate lots.
Yeah, to me, the biggest problem is when did that property line become a property line? Because you have to, when the original house was built, the way the driveway is, you would assume that property line wasn't there, even though the tax plat might show it as being there. You would
What the res-
assumed.
Yeah, what the research showed is it was just graded in 2018. There's never a legal description for that until that point. So
Right.
that's when it was
And I think we went over this, but basically what I
think
found
so.
was that the first presence of that specific property line in the deed book described it as a point, not an iron pin, not as anything that was physically on the ground at the time. The survey, which was more done after that legal description, set those pins on that line. So there wasn't a physical line, there wasn't a physical property line.
Well, I guess the
between the two
question
lots.
too comes down to, and I'm sure you did your researching, is there any other lots in this area? And I recall we had some variances on a couple lots that are smaller than the 15,000 square feet.
Boy, that's a softball for me.
Yes.
But we have not, there was a case V54 of 2017, but both of the resulting lots of that subdivision were very close to 20,000 square foot, 18,500 square foot. V10 of 2015 resulted in two lots around 19,000 square foot. So the only subdivisions of lots that I saw, and of course, to go before the variance board, it couldn't have been a very great reduction from 20,000 square foot, but I could not find anything that showed how those two 11,000 square foot lots that Parks had mentioned were, whether there was a variance that allowed the build there, whether that was administrative. I think my esteemed colleague Galt had pointed out that some things can be done administratively when the reason for the loss of the square footage is something like being condemned by the 285. Is that?
John?
There is an administrative variance, but the staff can only give a variance of up to 25% of the requirement. So we could not go down to 11,000 on 20,000 square foot lot.
So I don't know how those got.
I
well,
think what
they
Parks
got
has, is either a variance or a rezoning that caused those two lots to be that small.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of the lots in here, John, correct me if I'm wrong, but the way I remember it, a lot of these lots don't even meet, it's zoned R20, but don't meet the R20 requirement.
And the staff did not check that, Commissioner.
And there's another place in Vining's area that's R30, but doesn't meet, they're really,
Well, and there's plenty of examples out there of
You're
that.
right.
We have Bishop Lake where the lots are zoned
Yes.
R30, but they're as small as 5,000 square feet.
Yeah.
And what Mr. Parks put up here, it was a zoning case, Z61 from 1998 or 1999 that zoned that.
So it just was before our GIS.
Yes.
So
all right. Yes,
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just one more question. I just note, based on what was just put up, if you could leave it there for a second. As often happens, minimum, things kind of start at a certain house size and morph many times over. So here we have minimum house size, 1,800 square feet. What's the proposed house size?
1957 for the base, and then there's, it goes up.
Yeah, it's 3,000 or something.
Second floor is, it's up there.
It's a total square feet. What's the total square
Floor
feet?
is 3,300.
Okay.
3,342.
3 floors.
All right, 3,342 square feet is the total square footage,
Thank you.
give or take.
Something I just noticed on this plat is it appears like these lots are 100 wide still.
Yes.
109 and 99.77. So we haven't varied much in the width of them at least.
All right,
And I don't think that there have been any lots created, that I saw, any lots subdivided that went below 100 foot. I looked for that. But again, due to the greater depth of this one than those, the square footage ends up being
so
somewhat.
it sounds like it's back to this board, and we've discussed it, and I think the bottom question, the bottom line comes down to, did this lady maybe create the hardship, or did she buy the hardship? That's the problem. I don't really believe in hearing all the testimony that she created it. I think they purchased it, and so it's back to this board. Andy?
And I
make
think
a
that that's
decision.
an important criteria. So if we're ready, I'd like to make a motion.
All right.
But before I do one thing, Parks, you had mentioned the R12, and last month I had supported really an idea of deleting it to R12, but at this point, I'm going to recommend that we proceed at R15, just so you don't think I made a mistake. So I'd like to move that we recommend to the Board of Commissioners that they approve this zoning request Z24 to the R15 category with the following stipulations. Variances, front setback reduced from 30 foot to 20 foot. Rear setback from 30 foot to 16.3 foot. Reduce the lot size to 10,228 square feet. And reduce the increase the maximum impervious surface to be 38.6%. The driveway easement is to be included in the impervious area calculation, and permeable paving is to be used at the driveway and walks. I'm sorry, I made a bunch of different notes here. And the driveway and walks as required to stay below the maximum impervious granted in this variance. Stipulation number 4 would be that the minimum distance between buildings be 15 foot. 5, compliance with all Cobb County staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. One other thing, that the maximum height of the home be 35 foot, and this be verified by the building department. And if I can digress a bit, I think this is a real concern for me. The architectural drawings that you've done have the first floor elevation to the midpoint of the high point of the roof as 34 foot. I've noted that there's 6 foot of fall across the front of this lot, and I think that it would be very difficult, the way that we calculate building height, to stay within the 35 foot at that 34 foot height from the finished floor. So we need to watch that very closely on this. One of the issues here is the size of this home, and I think it's very likely to be too high. And we can go over more about how that's calculated, just to make sure. You want to catch that stuff ahead of time, otherwise it gets expensive. So back to the stipulations. Construction land development work to be limited to the following hours: Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., Saturday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., no work on Sunday or holidays. that the district commissioner may make minor modifications to the approved zoning, except those that increase the density of a project, reduce the size or composition of an approved buffer, relocate a structure closer to a property line, increase the height of a building, change an access location to a different roadway, doesn't apply here, sorry, shouldn't have read that one, would be in direct conflict with or a direct contradiction to the Cobb County Code of Ordinances or zoning ordinances. And finally, would require a variance waiving applicable regulations of the Cobb County zoning ordinance. And finally, that the final site plans and elevations be subject to review, and elevations be reviewed and approved by the district commissioner. That's it.
And that's your motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Call the question. And that's approved 3-2 with the stipulations as amended.
Okay, moving on to rezoning case Z26 of 2019, Southern Land Partners LLC. Request a rezoning from GC to RM12 for the purpose of a townhome community in land lot 1067 of the 19th district. The property is located at the southeast corner of Austell Road and the Silver Comet Trail, north of Sayes Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z26? Please raise your hands.
Adam's trying to get us for that consent case.
Let the record show there's 5 people here opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in. Madam Chair and Board, it looks like Mr. Rosen may have an update on his consent
Thank you,
case.
Mr. Peterson.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to make the announcement on Z 34 to let the neighbors not have to wait for us any longer. We're discussing, we weren't aware of their concerns. They are our adjoining neighbor, or one of them. We'd like the opportunity to talk to them further and have this heard next month. If the board will allow us to do that, please.
Yes, that's case number
Z34.
C-34, and that was my case.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll make a motion that we continue that case.
And I'll second that.
Thank you. Sorry
Call the
for
question.
interrupting.
And that's approved for continuance of Z-34. Thank you, Adam.
Five. Hey, Jason, can you swear them in?
Hey, Kevin,
Good morning.
how are you?
I'm well. Hope everybody's well. Thank you.
You ready?
Thank you and good morning. Kevin Moore here on behalf of Southern Land Partners in this application for rezoning. This case was continued or held by the Planning Commission with some direction from last month. And during that interim period of time, I was retained to assist and consult with the applicant and with Ashton Atlanta in this application. This application, just to remind you, and for those who may not have heard it the last time, is about an 8.7 acre tract located on Austell Road. As you can see on the screen above you, it's located on Austell Road. It's highlighted in yellow, and it's also adjacent to the Silver Comet Trail. So that one boundary is the Silver Comet Trail, and then the rest of the 8.7 acres is shown and fronts out onto Austell Road. The property is currently zoned general commercial. However, the property is also in a neighborhood activity center, a NAC, on the Cobb County Future Land Use Plan, and so certainly we recognize that it is not a viable general commercial category that can be used today. It would have to be rezoned under the Cobb County zoning ordinance to a category consistent with the neighborhood activity center. What that does, though, mean is that the property would be a likely candidate for some type of future commercial use consistent with the neighborhood activity center, consistent with neighborhood retail uses. However, what we're proposing is a rezoning to RM12 for a townhome community. The direction that was provided by the board was to reduce, primarily was simply this, to reduce the proposed density. The proposed density from the application initially was a total of 76 homes. If we can turn to the site plan. Thank you. That was initially 76 homes. We have provided and filed a revised site plan, which does reduce the density, but not to the extent that was directed by you as a planning commission. We've reduced the density to 73 homes, as you can see on the site plan, and I'll turn to it just to show you how that was accomplished in what we believe is a meaningful way. Again, this is the Silver Comet Trail along this edge of the property, Austell Road. What we were able to do with this revised site plan and removing and deleting the 3 units, so we have a total of 73 homes, is create a much larger open space park in the middle of the property, which adds a certain increased level of design element for the enjoyment of the residents, as that provides a great location for community gathering spaces and an actual meaningful park area here in the middle of the project. Also, what that was able to do is removed one of the crossing alleys that was here, so it adds additional pervious area and reduces your overall impervious area as well for this project. As part of this, we understand that the Planning Commission gave certain direction and was looking for a further reduction in density than what we have proposed here. But I hope the Planning Commission would consider that Ashton has done and Southern Land Partners has done everything they can to reduce it as much as they can in order to still have an economically viable and feasible project for them. They sharpened their pencils, used their erasers, and got to this point, but that's the only point they could get to. So I didn't want this Planning Commission to think it was that direction was ignored or not heeded, but it was simply they did all we can do with this from our standpoint for this project. Though we still believe this project is justified. The density is 8.3 units per acre. We're not taking advantage of the 12 units per acre that may be provided under the RM12. This project on Austell Road does provide for a meaningful for-sale townhome community that would be a real shot in the arm for the surrounding area and this area along Austell Road, which has not seen the level of quality development and new residential development that is being proposed here by Ashton, Atlanta. These are townhomes that would, as a base price, be starting in the mid-200s. That's base pricing for this community. And so certainly with Ashton, Atlanta's experience and quality, they certainly build base pricing as a starting point, but that pricing would be very much expected to increase throughout the life of this community. Further, as far as this proposed project goes, we know there's always concerns with traffic, and it kind of dovetails or goes hand in glove with what this property is slated for on the future land use map. The zone general commercial, if you zone this property, if it was developed consistent with that commercial designation on the land use plan, the traffic would be far more trips for this property than the 73 townhomes would produce. We've provided that documentation and data through our traffic study and through our expert traffic engineers as well. In addition, just a thought for the Planning Commission to consider, because we know that you are struggling. You do want to support new development in this area, but you are struggling with the density question that's apparent here. This area along Austell Road was developed really in the 40s, 50s, and 60s is when it was developed, and the 70s probably saw the high point of that development. Since then, especially from a residential standpoint, there has just not been new development along this corridor in this particular area. In the other areas in Cobb County, you have seen that. Here you have not. You can tell that this is how that's happened because when you look up and down this corridor, and even when you look just in a picture of this surrounding area, what you see is a hodgepodge of commercial categories for properties that front on Austell Road, LRO, O&I, GC, a number of different commercial categories, a real hodgepodge of categories from a commercial standpoint as well as from a land use plan standpoint that are just simply the result of development that occurred prior even to Cobb County adopting its zoning ordinance in 1972. And that's why you see this. What you haven't seen is new redevelopment to take place, to take some of those properties and including something like this 8.7 acres, and provide for that new residential development. New residential development such as this is exactly what spurs on new retail and valuable retail and desirable retail and other convenient types of retail shopping and uses in the area. It's not the reverse that happens. And we very much believe that that comes with a little bit of density in order to accomplish that. And that is you're converting what is traditionally commercial property into residential property. In order to accomplish those things, we do need the density to do that. That may be higher than you prefer here, but that's why we believe it's justified. It's justified because if you want to really transform this corridor and continue to make that corridor continue to improve and not go backwards but go forwards, sometimes it will take a little bit of density in exchange for that, but especially when you have the quality that's being proposed here, we believe it's very much justified as opposed to keeping the same old same, which is a hodgepodge of less desirable types of commercial and retail service uses along this corridor. With that, we're here to answer any questions, and we would urge and respectfully request your recommendation of approval. Thank you. Thanks.
We'll hear from the opposition at this time.
Good morning. My name is Charlotte Sweetland. I live in the residential community. I guess that would be considered just south. Abutting this proposed development. We appreciate Mr. Moore's comments about no new development in this area, but I will rebut that first. Approximately a mile and a half at Brookwood and Austell, probably about 5 years ago, they developed the same type of condos in this area, so there has been some development. Part of the reason we're vehemently opposed to this is because it's just so dissimilar to our neighborhood. He's right in the fact that a lot of this community was developed in the 50s and 60s, but most of the homes are 1 acre lots or more. And so that's primary objection on that. We also feel that it's just too dissimilar, not only to our homes, but all the other homes around there. There's condos across the street. The density is much less than they're proposing. Access and ingress and egress is exceedingly challenging, which we discussed last month, so I won't get into all of that. The increase in traffic count, there won't be a signal for these folks to try to get in and out of this location. It is next to the Silver Comet Trail, and we personally feel it'd be a public safety matter. There's a ton of traffic on Austell Road, and the speed is 45 is just a suggestion. These folks do 55 and plus. And so I'm not going to take a lot of time. I know I have other neighbors who want to speak, but we would ask that, I believe the comprehensive plan for this, as Mr. Moore said, was NRC or NAC. We actually feel that would be a less intensive impact than the neighborhood that they're proposing at the density they're proposing. And if you feel inclined to consider that further, we would ask that you would heed to your own comments from the last month's meeting, which was 4 or 5 density, because the revised plan, it doesn't heed your request from last month. So we would ask that you deny it. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker.
My name is Helen Goss, and my property is over 6 acres, and it dovetails, backs up to this property. And my concern is, I have big barns, and I have outbuildings. My husband had tractors and equipment, and when you get into high density like this, you do not know who is going to be there, the kind of people that will be there. And I have no way to put all this stuff under lock and key. I heard on the radio this week about a church in our area somewhere where they came over the railroad tracks and they stripped the 2 new buses and stole stuff there. And so that is a concern to me. Also, I talked with Scott Lee, who is in the, I believe, the state DOT, and he said I was right to be concerned about the traffic because it is a terrible thing that we have in our area. And I appreciate all the comments and everything that's been said, but we in the neighborhood have been here for years paying taxes, improving the county, and we would really appreciate the consideration that you could give to us in this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Next speaker. You have about 6 minutes.
Madam Chairman, if I could, for speakers, for all, the timer is right there on the podium for you. You're able
I'm
to
sorry.
watch the podium. So
Never-
all those to be speaking in the future.
I've never noticed it.
Okay.
Thank you for the information. My name's John Turner. I'm the son-in-law of Helen Goss. I think the density of this is too high. I think they need to get their eraser out and do some more erasing. The traffic today when we left to come here was backed up unbelievable up to Silver Comet Trail area. And we were discussing if you had to get out of that place, if they built what the density they're talking about, that they would absolutely, before they could get up any speed to come out into the highway, they would either have to wait till all the traffic dissipated, or they would just try to speed up and have a problem of running into a guardrail or the bridge, because it's right there on the side of the road. So I definitely want to express my opinion that it's just too much high density, and it's out of character for the neighborhood to have this amount of density packed in. They can say what they want to about luxury houses and how much it's going to cost. But I tell you, when you start talking about adding houses side by side with no walkways in between and all, I just think that it's a future apartment complex. It's not a housing complex or a luxury complex. And I know that the amount of water that will probably come off will not affect us that much because they're on the downside hill of where we're at. But it will somewhere down the line go down the Silver Comet Trail and get into somebody else's thing. And I do know those creeks over there on that side, they flood quite often. They flood Noses Creek and Sweetwater Creek, where that water will flow to, is much higher. So I just feel like it should be a smaller density complex, and they need to get their erasers out. And Madam Chairman, I think the 4 would be better than the 5. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you, John. Anyone else wishing to speak? Hearing and seeing none, the public hearing portion is closed, and it's back to Galt.
Okay, well, as Kevin noted, the density came down just slightly, but it's still in the RM12 zoning category, which is far more dense than we talked about last month and far more dense than what I think makes sense. The future land use plan is for neighborhood activity center, which would allow suburban condos a classification that goes up to 5 units an acre, which is an allowable classification in this. But, you know, to go, they're now at 8.39 units per acre, it's just too dense. And I understand sometimes the economics just don't work out. And I think that's this case where, you know, I just can't support this plan because it's just too dense. But I did realize that this property is GC and a NAC, which means I have no use right now. So since they're before zoning, we really need to give them a use. Within the land use plan, SC is the only residential category we have. That goes up to 5.0. So that's what I'm going to recommend. I'm going to make a motion that we recommend deletion to SC, subject to all the following. Site plan, elevations, and landscape plan to come back before the Board of Commissioners as other business. No variances. There to be a fence on the southern and eastern property lines. No more than 10% of units to be rental. And a mandatory homeowners association.
Do we have a second for discussion?
I'll say.
We have a second. Scott, would you be a minimum elevations to be approved by the district commissioner? Did you put
Well,
that
they
in
have
there?
to come for a site plan, so I put site plan elevations and landscape
Okay,
plan by the
all right.
DOC as other business.
Okay,
That way
sounds good.
everybody sees them.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Any other discussion? Call the question. And that's approved 5-0 for SC. Moving
Okay.
along, John.
Yes. Zoning case Z28, 2019, and Ellenwood MCRE LP request a rezoning from PSC to CRC for the purpose to allow an assembly hall for special events in land lot 156 of the 18th district. The property is located on the southwest side of Mapleton Parkway, south of Lynn Circle. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z28, 2019? Please raise your hand. Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I'm Lauren Hansford with the Galloway Law Group. I'm here this morning on behalf of the applicant and owner of this shopping center located at 6116 Mapleton Parkway. This is a rezoning request to rectify a zoning noncompliance issue. The owner of the shopping center was notified a few months ago that one of its tenants, the Mapleton Banquet Hall, was non-compliant with its zoning. The Mapleton Banquet Hall has been in existence and operating in the county for 18 years. The owner of the banquet hall, Jeanette Cipriano, is here today. But as a result of that notification, we came to the planning staff, and we also have other tenants at this shopping center. It's an older shopping center. It was built, I think, in 1973. So in addition to the Mapleton Banquet Hall, there are 10 tenant spaces, there are 4 retail spaces, and 4 office units and 6 retail designated units. So the only zoning classification that would accommodate both the banquet hall as an assembly hall and these other existing tenants was CRC. So that's why we filed this zoning application. As the staff report, they note in the staff report, we do need some variances because this is an older shopping center, 46 years old. The most notable of these variance requests is this parking variance request. We submitted a parking analysis to staff a few weeks ago. I don't believe it made it into the staff report. So if I may, I'd just like to go over the parking situation really quickly. So as you can see, there are 87 existing parking spaces on site. There are 3 different access points, which are really unnecessary. If we close that center access point, that gives us an additional 5 spaces. So that's where those 92 spaces are coming from. The parking required for this site, Actually, if we could. The parking required for this site, the banquet hall, 97 parking spaces are required. That is based on the maximum occupancy per the fire marshal of 291 people. That's not a really realistic number in terms of the events that she actually has. I think she indicated that the most she'll have is 150 to 200 people at events. So that's a pretty high number. And then you see the parking required for both the office units and the retail units, 15 spaces and 33 spaces respectively. So those combined are 48 spaces. As I'm sure you're aware, there's a provision in the zoning ordinance that states that 1/2 of the parking required for assembly halls, and in this case, that would be 48 spaces, can be assigned to a use that is closed at nights and on the weekends, which is a situation here. So Ms. Cipriano has indicated that in the 18 years that she's been operating, she has not had an issue with parking because she's used these other spaces at night and on the weekends. So really, that's all I wanted to go over. I know we've met with the Mableton Improvement Coalition. They're recommending approval, subject to some conditions, as is the staff, and all of those conditions are acceptable to the applicant. So with that, I respectfully request that you also recommend approval, and we're here to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
There was no opposition back to this board? Cobb?
Okay. Thank you, and first I want to say I acknowledge that they've been in the area for a long period of time, operated. We don't have complaints about parking and code enforcement, which tells me the owner does keep the size of the events so that it doesn't interfere with other people in the shopping center. Now, we also have to be consistent with what we've been doing. We've had one case that's been held and heard a number of times, working on parking issues right down the street from here, Z82, which we'll hear again next month. And then we just had a case last month in which, there was limited parking on site, but turns out they had parking easements with the neighboring shopping center that accommodated the parking, as long as they did some additional striping of parking. So I want to be consistent there. As I look through the numbers, all these businesses, the other businesses in there right now appear to all close by about 7 p.m. And most events tend to take place after 7 p.m., just as a general. So I think what we need to do is look at restricting the number of people before 7 p.m. for an event based on the available parking. And that worked out to, I have it here somewhere, 132 people before 7 p.m. because that's leaving the parking that's required for the other tenants and then the balance of it going to this space. So I think that would be a fair way to divide it up. We've also put restrictions on times that events end on the other events, so that, because this is very adjacent to residential, I mean, the property backs right up to it. There's no room to put a buffer. I am going to ask for a fence be placed back there for two reasons. One, for sound, and two, because people are pulling along the back of this property and dumping into the residential and creating a nuisance for those residential properties. Does anybody have any questions before I make a motion? Okay. Okay, with regard to Z28, let me fix that. I have a typo on my notes. Make a motion to recommend approval subject to all the following. All staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. The site plan received February 7th, 2019 with the following changes. The middle entrance from Mableton Parkway to be removed and 5 parking spaces to be added. The parking spaces adjacent to the right-of-way to be adjusted to provide right-of-way dedication, and building of the multi-use trail, which is something they've worked out with DOT already. And then, not shown on the site plan, are the 14 parallel spaces to be striped along the western property line. That's the rear of the building. That's how they picked up so much parking from what staff had. And the rear pavement to be marked for one-way traffic only, because once they put those there, it's not wide enough for two-way traffic. All stipulations in the letter dated 5/29/19 from Lauren Hansford, not otherwise in conflict. All stipulations in the letter from Mableton Improvement Coalition dated 5/29/19, not otherwise in conflict. And as a note, the Lauren Hansford letter says we accept everything in the Mableton Improvement letter. The capacity of the banquet hall to be limited to 132 people from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. daily due to limited parking. No shopping center tenant other than Mableton Parkway to have regular business hours between 7 p.m. and 6 a.m. All events at the Mableton Banquet Hall to end by 1 a.m. No events to start before 6 a.m. All tenants to adhere to the Cobb County noise ordinance, which has been an issue with other event halls. We've never had that here. Just want to make clear. If applicant provides a shared parking easement with the property to the south, which is a church, the zoning division manager may modify the capacity from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. based on the additional parking available. All dumpsters to be located inside a dumpster enclosure that meets Cobb County development standards and Mableton Parkway design guidelines. The enclosure shall not be constructed with standard concrete block unless it is faced with brick. All enclosures shall have steel gates. An 8-foot privacy fence to be constructed along the western property line. The fence shall be a heavy-duty solid construction to help reduce sound intrusion to the adjacent residential parcels. The fence shall meet Mableton Parkway design guidelines. Reduce the minimum number of parking spaces to 92 while Mableton Parkway, or Mableton Banquet Hall is a tenant. Variances only for the existing condition, no variances upon redevelopment. The district commissioner may approve minor modifications except for those that increase the overall building square footage, cause a reduction in the size of an approved buffer, increase the height of the building, change that is in conflict with an express stipulation or condition of zoning, or requires a variance or violates Cobb County ordinance. And, well, I put a lot of steps there. I guess we'll just leave it at that. Well, I was wondering, I guess maybe we'll ask the applicant's attorney if all those conditions I just put are acceptable. If you want to be on consent agenda with those conditions, or you want to be heard with the Board of Commissioners.
Those are acceptable. The privacy fence behind, what materials would that be constructed of?
It can be wood, but we just don't want the real cheap privacy fences you see that fall apart. It
Okay.
needs to be, and there are some, in the design guidelines, there are examples of privacy fences and the way they should be constructed.
Okay,
So-
that's acceptable.
Okay, then let's add it to the consent agenda for the Board of Commissioners.
We have a motion, we have a second.
Okay, that's Andy. Call the question. That's approved 5-0. We're going to take a brief 10-minute recess. We have to, because it's skipped.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. At this time, we're going to hear, I believe, C-29. Is that correct, John?
Yes, and it also has a companion SLP. Does the board want to hear that at the same time?
Yes,
All right,
please.
I'll call them both together then.
That'd be fine.
Rezoning case Z29 of 2019, Corner Point Partners LLC. Request rezoning from NRC and R20 to, I don't think that's correct the way that's worded there. Let me go look at this other agenda.
Did you have PI? Is that right?
Yeah, but that's the future land use. That's not the zoning.
It's NRC and R20 to NRC.
Okay, all right. From NRC and R20 to NRC for the purpose of retail and a climate-controlled self-service storage facility in land lots 31 and 32 of the 17th District. The property is located on the west side of Floyd Road and on the south side of White Boulevard. Additionally, it has a special land use permit, SLEP 6 of 2019, Corner Point Partners LLC requests a special land use permit for the purpose of a climate-controlled self-service storage facility in land lots 31 and 32 of the 17th District. The property is located on the west side of Floyd Road, south of White Boulevard. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to these two applications? Please raise your hands. We have 3. Let the record show there's 3 people opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission. For the record, my name is Garvis Sams. I'm with the law firm of Sams, Larkin, Huff, and Bally, and in this case today, I represent Corner Point Partners LLC. I have with me Mr. Gerard Gunthert, and also have with me Mr. Grant Peterson, both of Corner Point. Also, we have with us today from our developer of the climate control self-service storage facility component, Mr. Daniel Ginberg. So the 4 of us will be available to respond to any questions at the appropriate time that you may think it's time to ask those questions. This is a rezoning and a special land use permit application, of course, as John has mentioned, to facilitate things and in terms of legislative economy, so to speak. We've included those together. One point of information or order or whatever Robert's Rules calls for. My grandson is with me this weekend, and I told him I would give him a shout out, so hi, Sams. He's 7 years old and feeling every bit of it, as am I now. But in any event, the property at issue, as you can see on the aerial photo here, consists of an 11.56 acre tract of land. It's been known for years as the home place of Westside Baptist Church, which recently relocated to another area or another location within the sub-area of the county. Years ago, I zoned the frontage portion of this to NRC for purposes of electronic signage. The balance of it remained R20. The totality of it right now is in a public institutional classification. But as you can see with the other documentation you have as a part of your package, virtually every piece up and down the Floyd Road corridor on both sides, approximately 1,000 or more feet deep, are within the neighborhood activity center. So this is not a long shot by any stretch at all. You're being shown now the site plan. This is, I think, the 6th or 7th iteration of this site plan, and it's an iteration that fine-tunes it every time we go down the line. What we are requesting is a rezoning to NRC for purposes, as you can see, of a bank, a drive-through, either fast food or fast casual type of restaurant. In the center portion of the property, you'll see the shops. Those are retail shops, a variety of tenants with whom we are speaking. To further going straight up, you can see the climate control self-service storage facility building. And we've recently added to the right of that another set of retail shops What that does, though, is dependent upon whether the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers grants us a nationwide permit for the purposes of piping that stream. We have it built into the stipulations and conditions that if for some reason the nationwide permit is not approved by the Corps, then we come back before, well, Mick, we put them on notice when we come back to staff, but are able to be in a position to utilize the same type plan, assuming we don't move any closer to residentially zoned property. While this has been pending, we've garnered the recommendation for approval from your staff. The reason for the hold last month, no secret to it, we gotten to the point at our original staff meeting, applicants meeting, we were told to submit a traffic generational memo. But the complexities of the Floyd Road corridor in terms of this being located at a signalized intersection, along with the increased traffic counts, and then, of course, the changes that have taken place, literally, in less than a decade, particularly on this side of Floyd Road, put DOT in a position so they wanted to know levels of service, traffic generational circumstances, and how all that interplayed with the existing signalized intersections, so we've done that. So dialogue with staff, dialogue with Mapleton Improvement Coalition, dialogue with stakeholders, property owners, business owners. They're getting pretty used to going through the zoning process, so they've gotten more sophisticated. Not that they ever weren't sophisticated, but they're getting used to development, and in terms of negotiations and discussions, they understand what the overall purpose and intent and the vision is for this section of Cobb County. Hopefully you're in receipt of my latest stipulation letter. I think it's the third iteration, but it's a comprehensive consolidated letter that submitted the revised site plan you're seeing on your board now. It was submitted, of course, revised stipulations based upon our discussions with Mick and staff. Also, concurrently with that, we submitted a full-blown traffic impact study on the 23rd of May. We referenced it in the stipulation letter. We did it under separate cover to Ashley White with Cobb DOT, delivering her a hard copy, sending it to her electronically, and then our traffic engineer, Abby Reddig of A&R sent her the electronic synchro files that I could look at all day long and not have a clue what they say. But the engineers have talked, and of course, I'm sure DOT can comment on those. The property itself is, it lays very nicely. There is where the stream is located is a developmental obstacle. You can see what we've done of the 11+ acres is carve out, I'm just going to refer to left and right here, the top left-hand portion of this for ultimate residential utilization. I owe John Peterson a legal description that specifically changes the 11+ acre site to, I think it's 7.77 is actually at issue and is decided today. We haven't designated what kind of residential, it's R20 now. We'll have to just come back through the process. That'll be a market dictated type of decision, but the ultimate point of ingress and egress to that would be the subdivision that's further up from that site we're talking about. You have architectural renderings and elevations in the handout that I've given to you, which are very instructive in terms of the retail shops you see in the middle of the property. The climate-controlled self-service storage facility will be complementary of that. You know, we've gotten to the point where we can skin those buildings about any way that we need to or want to. I anticipate before the Board of Commissioners having one on that building, look very similar to the shops on the interior. As far as the two two frontage pieces, one of those will be Regions Bank. The elevation rendering you have has a little too much green in it for mixed taste. And in her usual fashion, Robin has scoured the country and found a Regions Bank in Lufkin, Texas that she likes and that Mick likes. We have to run up that rather large corporate chain to make sure that they're okay with that. But that's why we've got an architectural control committee. It's actually ALOC, Architecture Landscape Oversight Committee, that'll look at all those. And as opposed to making the district commissioner a part of that committee, it'll be a member of MIC, a member of the Community Development Agency, and a member of CornerPoint. and then we'll have a set of circumstances. So the commissioner will only have to weigh in if we reach an impasse. And based on our conversations and the good-natured dialogue we've had, I don't anticipate we will get to those set of circumstances. The landscaping we have is paragraph 6. It's A through I. It's very, very lengthy, long, and involved, but one of the main points that since the church moved, the grass has grown and the landscape has gone a little awry. So we actually have a stipulation that the grass will remain a height of 8 inches or less prior to the development of this property. And that's important to keep a good face on this property even before it becomes developed. Signage will be ground-based, monument-style signage. The dumpsters will have everything that Cobb ordinance requires, and I included, even though it's probably superfluous in doing so, the steel doors and the other things that Mr. Porter and others thought were important. We have got close to 20 prohibited uses. I won't go through the entirety of those. But suffice it to say, we have also denominated those as conditionally prohibited uses. In other words, if market changes, if the tenor of development changes, it gives an applicant or a property owner or a user in the future the ability to come back and petition the Board of Commissioners to change that. Although, for the most part, most of these uses wouldn't be acceptable in any event. We also have low-intensity environmental type lighting. We're following DOT's recommendations, including keeping 10 feet of right-of-way behind the curb. We've got the deceleration lane and taper as shown. Stormwater Management Division, we've agreed to all of those comments and recommendations and had lengthy discussions with Mr. Braden about the nationwide permit and its implications. The climate control self-service storage facility will be 35 feet max in height, actually lower than that. It'll present as 2 stories. Part of it is subterranean, underground, as you might suspect. Madam Chairman, may I have 30 more seconds? I just ran out of time. Thank you. Ultimately, as a part of the plan review process and otherwise, we anticipate these pads will be sold to different folks. Just to let you know, we've told you about Regions Bank, but we're talking to Wendy's, we're talking to Starbucks, we're talking to a lot of people on the one furthest to your right, the one that shows the drive-through component. So we'll also be submitting master reciprocal easement agreements so that once these are all divided, or even before they're divided, we'll make sure we have interior accessibility and maneuverability throughout the site, both for county vehicles and our customers as well. Mr. Gunthert and Mr. Peterson wanted me to, and of course I wouldn't want to do this anyway, thank Mapleton Improvement Coalition for their input and steady monitoring of this process. We still have a few little, not even kinks, but tweaks to work out between now and the BOC, and we just do respectfully request that you follow your staff's recommendation and mixed recommendation. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Bill, if you'll just add, 1 minute. We'll hear from the opposition at this time.
Hi, I'm Sonia Wheatley, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Mapleton Improvement Coalition. First of all, I do want to thank both the attorney and the applicant for meeting with us early. We're really excited to see this redeveloped. Mick is recommending approval, with a few conditions. I think we've really covered just about everything. This can be a definite, nice improvement to the corridor. Even, of course, there is traffic impact, but could it be more ideally placed at a light that exists? So super minor points. I think the only thing that remains are just if we can get minor modifications to the limited uses, just to make sure that wholesale uses aren't allowed, whether for retail or to businesses. Gold, precious metal, and then secondhand in flea markets. We just want to make sure that the money being invested by the applicant, by the businesses, that this continues to bring up the area. And I will say, just minor, regarding the elevations for the bank, every business has numerous models. We see them across the country. If you drive to Florida, they look very different. If you drive to Buckhead, if you drive to, Roswell, they can do different ones. We just want to make sure they do a nice one. So we're not trying to control their architecture, just get one of their nice prototypes. But I think we're pretty much agreeable, and we do appreciate the investment and hope that you will recommend approval.
Thank you. So, next speaker.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and the rest of the Planning Commission. My name is Ray Thomas, and I'm Vice President of the Mapleton Improvement Coalition. Pretty much, I'm here to echo a lot of the comments just made by Sonia Wheatley of Mapleton, my partner on Mapleton Improvement Coalition's zoning committee. But before I get to that, I need equal time with Garvis, and so I want to give a shout out to my grandson. Nathaniel Nate Luke the Fourth, and hey, have a great day, grandson. On a more serious note, just a couple of minor things, and like I said, we're certainly excited about the proposed development, and also impressed by the fact that early on the applicant and Mr. Sams notified us and open talks, and I think that has also eased the way to agreement on a lot of these points and issues regarding this proposed development. Just a couple of minor things I want to add to what Sonia said earlier. First, the Garvis mentioned the nationwide permit for piping of the creek. In the event that is not approved, and the site plan changes as a result, then we are proposing that we be notified and provide an opportunity to comment on any changes, particularly if the shops or the storage facility were to move any closer to the adjacent residential community. So want to make it that point for the record. Lastly, a portion of the property remaining residential must come back through the zoning process prior to any development of the property, so that the layout and design of the homes is subject to public comment. So those two fine points I'd like to make for the record. And again, we're excited about this proposed development and looking forward to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Hearing and seeing none, the public hearing portion is closed, and it's back to Cobb.
Thank you, Judy. This is, I think, shaped up nicely over the course of this. There's just a few comments. One is, I think, this will be a nice development. I do agree with Mapleton Improvement on the elevation for regions, which you all have in your packet, that there's just too much green and it doesn't look very, very appealing.
Faded
Here's a very similar building in Luffman that looks much better, that Mick provided in their letter. And I know they're working on that to get that addressed. One of the other things is we are leaving this rear portion R20. But something I realized looking at the site plan is we currently show the buffer, 20-foot buffer all the way back against the western property line up at the top of this, which is going to be buffering R20 to R20. What we need to do is move that buffer down to what's now going to be the new commercial property line, so that we're buffering commercial to residential. So that's one of the changes that we didn't get on the site plan. We don't have elevations for self-storage, but you heard him say it's going to look very similar to the retail buildings, which I think would look fine. We want to make sure that the existing building's maintained in good condition until it's demolished, so that we don't have an eyesore along a major corridor. Let's see. And, you know, when they come back for R20, my guess is they'll probably come back and rezone that R20 before it's ever developed. But that, you know, if they develop it at R20, they need to bring site plan and elevations to BOC other business. And we talked about at our work session, a stipulation that if the R20 portion gets developed before the self-storage building, that the purchasers of the home be given notice that that's approved for a big self-storage building right in their backyard, so that they're aware of that. So does anybody have any questions before? Okay.
No, we're ready for you.
Fred's got one. Okay.
Can you comment on the, I don't know whether it's an existing creek there or the various buffer lines shown relative to the paving that's intended? And how-
Yeah, there is a creek, and they intend to apply with the Army Corps of Engineers for a nationwide permit to pipe that creek, and I'm sure they'll have to go through all the normal approvals for that. If that doesn't occur, that building would probably not be built, but what I've said is if they're gonna move around any buildings, they have to come back to the Board of Commissioners. Initially, they wanted staff to do it, but I think it should come back to the Board of Commissioners to adjust the site plan.
Okay, thank you. And second question would concern, just have a small concern as to the fact that in previous hearings where I've watched you folks on TV or in archives, it seemed like it was a great concern about the elevations of any self-storage units. I heard the applicant's counsel state that the intention is to build a facility that includes some subterranean storage. So what clarity is going to be placed on the restrictions in that regard, since the intent seems to be to limit to 2 stories of height above ground?
Right. And I do have a stipulation, just to clarify, because staff said no more than 2, and Garvis has a stipulation that 2 from essentially what's the eastern side, the front of the building, and 3 from the rear. So I'd add that, you know, what Garvis is asking for, I think is reasonable. But also on the architecture, I do have a stipulation that says it will be substantially similar to the retail buildings. And there's also the Architectural Review and Landscape Committee, whatever we called it, that's going to comprised of MIC and community development, and the applicant to review everything, approve it with district commissioner, basically breaking any disagreements on what the architecture will look like. So I think we have that pretty well covered.
My preference would be that there'd be some form of restriction for the benefit of the people that we place on it now, for the benefit of the people on John's Club Drive. Just given that's really the only side of that I'm highly concerned with, based on the fact that that's so proximate to some residential housing.
Yeah, and I think that's a 20-foot buffer that's being, landscape buffer that's going in here, and it looks like there's probably another 20 feet before you get to parking. So I think, you know, we're considerably away from that with the buildings. And in fact, one of the changes the developers did make at the request of MIC is to move those buildings away from John's Creek, or is it John's Club Drive. They were closer before, so they did, you know, work with the community and move them over.
Any other questions?
Just my ignorance probably. So the actual dividing line between the R20 and then this NRC is moving from the line that defines the R20 now, is that right?
It is moving because they are using a little bit of the existing R20 right now to get in some parking and this turnaround and that. And then I'm also going to have them put the 20-foot buffer in the NRC.
Well, that's what so I was wondering, are we going to have a buffer?
Yes,
Okay.
that will be one of the stipulations, to move this buffer that's at the top of the screen down to here.
So they're not rezoning that part, basically, we're just changing the line a little bit.
We're going to delete that TAR 20 since the request was for NRC originally.
Okay.
But they are agreeable to that.
And the detention pond's on the
It
R20.
is on the R20, which I don't believe creates any issues, right, John? Okay.
And then just, I'm sure you've thought about all of this, but with, if the Corps of Engineers doesn't grant the permit, it just goes back to BOC and you're comfortable with?
Yeah, for a site plan amendment. They had a plan originally that did not include this retail building 3.
Right, I remember that.
And they could develop that, so, and if they just don't build building 3, they don't really need to come back, but if they want to move things around so that they can still build a building 3, they need to come back and get it approved.
Okay, thank you.
Back to you,
Okay.
Butler.
Okay. With that, I make a motion regarding Z29 to recommend approval for all except for approximately 3.34 acres on the western portion of the site, which shall be deleted to R20, subject to all the following. The approximate 3.34 acres to be deleted to R20 is determined by the approximate 3.49 acres shown on the site plan as future development, minus a 20-foot landscape buffer along the 322-foot proposed property line. All staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. Site plan dated 5/14/2019 with the following changes. The 20-foot landscape strip shown on the western property line to be removed, a 20-foot landscape buffer to be established along the 322-foot property line between the NRC and R20 zoning. The buffer shall be zoned NRC. And removed from the future development and added to the primary site. I had a typo in there that threw me off. All stipulations in the letter from Garver Sams dated May 23rd, 2019, not otherwise in conflict. In the event a nationwide permit is not obtained, changes to the site plan for building configuration shall be required to come before the Board of Commissioners as other business. The rendering provided for Region Bank is expressly not approved. At a minimum, the exterior green to be replaced with black or white. The rendering provided by Mapleton Improvement Coalition with their May 29th letter with a Regions Bank in Laughlin, Texas is acceptable. The elevations for the self-storage to be substantially similar to those of the retail buildings with at least the same percentage of brick or stacked stone. The self-storage building to be a maximum of 2 stories on the eastern side of the building, but may present as 3 stories on the western side of the building. The existing building to be maintained in good condition until demolished. The site plan, elevations, and other aspects of the R20 portion must be approved by the Board of Commissioners via other business. Should the R20 portion of the site be developed prior to the self-storage building being built, purchasers of individual homes shall be given written notice prior to signing a purchase agreement of the location and size of the self-storage building to be built. Additionally, notice shall be included in the deed for individual homes. And then added to prohibited uses are businesses whose primary function is wholesale, and then gold and precious metal dealers. And I think, and flea markets. Okay, and that's my motion regarding Z29.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
A second for discussion?
Sure.
We have a motion. We have a second by Andy for discussion.
2 real quick questions on, should the buffer go all the way to this property line, or?
They can't go through those stream buffers. That's why I didn't have it go all the way.
Okay, so this really could never be developed?
It can't be
Right.
developed
Could that be
anyway.
deleted to something that could never be developed then?
I don't think we have a
Park.
category for that.
It
Parks?
can't
Could be
anyway.
Parks? Park or?
It's not really a zoning, parks are usually R20 in this county.
Okay. And how about, any kind, do we want to put any kind of restriction or requirement for buffers or fences around the pond, or just what the code?
When they
Just
go-
what
requires
code
that
requires, I think.
Okay.
I
Okay.
think it's back there in there. Yeah.
Yes, Fred?
Yeah, just question, I think I heard you comment as to the east and the west on the self-storage, how it presents.
Right.
How about as to the south with Joseph Club Drive?
Since I said that it has to be similar to the retail, it's primarily brick on the end caps of the retail, so they'd have to do similar treatment on the end caps. It's not 100% brick, but it's a mixture of brick and that, so we
What
want to
ab-
keep a consistent look.
Sure. What about height? Would it present as 2 stories there, or could it present as more than 2 stories?
It would probably present as, depending on where you look at it, at the eastern corner, it would be 2, and at the western corner, it would be 3 probably, because it's a grade going down there. So average of 2.5 stories along that side.
But nobody from MIC raised any objection to that whatsoever?
No?
No.
Okay.
That wasn't a
That wasn't
Yeah,
my
I-
concerns.
issue.
I do have one
Okay.
further question about that self-storage. What did you say it's gonna look like on the west side that would face the future residential, where it could be 3 stories? Is it,
No,
because that's
actually-
the back of the building, right?
Right, I guess that one has very limited brick on these other ones. We could add that the
I just
rear
wonder,
have a
since it's
similar
gonna be 3
treatment to the
floors,
front. Okay, why don't
that
we,
maybe you make it
Why don't you
look
add
similar
that?
to the
why don't
front.
we modify and say that that
The
that the
rear,
rear elevation of the self-storage will have similar finishes to the front, or
Since
if you
it'll
want to
face
say,
To the sides.
right,
Mhm.
which the sides are very similar to the front. When you look at these, it's only the rear that's not
okay,
getting the brick treatment.
so you've added that.
So we added brick to the rear of that.
Okay. Second, okay with that?
Sure.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Call the question. And that's approved 5-0 with
Okay.
stipulations.
And then I have a second motion to make.
And we have the SLUP that we have
Right.
to consider.
I make a motion regarding SLUP 6 to recommend approval, subject to all the stipulations of Z29 of 2019.
Have a motion, we have
We
a
just
second.
read it.
Second?
Second, call the question. And the SLUP is approved, SLUP 6. This is approved.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioner Porter?
All right, just a little announcement here. We're going to take a break for lunch at 12, around 12, so put everybody on notice. John, what's our next case?
Yes, ma'am. Rezoning case Z31 of 2019, AIM Freight Trucking Logistics LLC, requested rezoning from R20 and HI to HI for the purpose of a logistics facility and related office use in land lot 911 of the 19th District. The property is located at the southwest corner of Flint Hill Road and Sanders Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z31? Please raise your hand. Let the record show there's one person opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Ready for me?
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Planning Commission, Adam Rosen with Sam's Larkin Huff and Valley here this morning. On behalf of your applicant, AIM Freight Trail Logistics and Z31. This is an application for rezoning on Flint Hill Road and Sanders Road. The two addresses you see there, 4002 and 3990 Sanders Road. The requested use for this facility is for logistics, office and repair use. Your property is located at the intersection of Sanders and Flint Hill Road. You can see the site before you now, a larger tract, but not uncommon for this area along Flint Hill Road for these what are largely industrial, large tract properties. This one a little bit subdivided for some R20 property, which will show you how we've separated that out of this site as well. This future land use map for this property, priority industrial, this area of the county looks similar to this as you expand out, and I'll show you that, which is important because the one on your left, showing you the most expanded, is starting somewhere around the Dobbins at the north side of that picture, all the way to the south of Cobb County. These are really your three, if not are your three industrially designated areas of this area of the county, the southern half of the county, which is important because we are in an industrial compatible and priority industrial area that your comprehensive plan says we are to prioritize these industrial uses and to protect these areas to remain or to become industrial in the future. That's your guideline and your comprehensive plan. And I think it helps to look at the expanded view here to see that these are the designated areas for that, and we are in one of those three areas. To the right of that is just a little bit further expanded, not as far out, but still to show you that the immediate area around us, we're not just a small snapshot of industrial that's similar to what the area is surrounding us. So the zoning reflects that future land use, at least in part. This is one of those older areas that has not caught up with the future land use map. Our property is currently split between heavy industrial and R20. As you follow west along Flint Hill Road back to Powder Spring Street, immediately adjacent to us is Willow Construction and a number of other industrial uses as you get all the way back to Powder Springs. That does at Powder Springs turn back into the activity center once you get to Powder Spring Street, but stays within the industrial range here. Of course, north of us still general commercial, and then to the right and some of the south of us is our residential property still zoned R20. Of course, those also are within the industrial expectations for the future. Your site plan that you have in your book has been revised, and I'm actually going to hand for filing now a revised site plan for the clerk to file in for purposes of any final decision today. The only change that is on this site plan is just to identify along Flint Hill Road the landscape enhancement strip. And it's identified here as an 8-foot landscape buffer. So we need to make sure we clarify that that's the landscape enhancement strip. But the purpose is I wanted you to be able to see that that is provided for on the site plan, in addition to the buffers that wrap around the property. So this case was postponed for the last month to make some of these revisions. One of the major things that we did is completely remove the residential properties on Sanders Road from the heavy industrial zoning classification. So originally, the part of that was to be a part of this HI site and to be used as part of this logistics facility. After talking with some of your residents, at least one resident on Sanders Road, and from just refiguring how we can work this site to best protect the residential that is to our east, although it is expected to be industrial in the future and really looks industrial, we wanted to do what we could to protect that R20 to our east. So we just completely shut that off from the site. We've proposed a 20-foot buffer along that R20 property. This property is owned by your applicant, but of course we want to protect the future in case the property is sold. We've also, if you follow that buffer around to the southern portion of the site along the property that's identified as ownership of the Georgia Department of Transportation, that's your Silver Comet Trail that runs along the southern portion of the property. There's no mandate to propose a buffer here, but we have done that. We've worked in an additional 10 feet to be able to provide that buffer in order to provide some separation between our site and the Silver Comet Trail. We thought that was important to do as well. And then the eastern side of us, again, is Willow Construction, which is a heavy industrial neighbor. At the northwest of the site, you see our stormwater management facility that's proposed, as well as a smaller building in scale to the property overall. which is our office and repair use. That use, of course, will be padded and will have the stormwater management facilities required for any repairs that are done. We've stipulated those types of conditions for all repairs to be indoors, and think we've addressed all of those normal issues that would come up for that type of use. We have limited office hours for the actual office building itself, but the property will remain accessible and gated at all times. We've also complied, I think, with all the Department of Transportation recommendations as far as the deceleration lane, sidewalk, curb, and gutter installation. A lot of those additional improvements that aren't necessarily seen along Flint Hill Road, but that are proposed as recommendations, and we're complying with those. I do just want to make sure that we kind of see what the property looks like now and what's around this project. The one that's identified as Silver Comet, that shows you looking from Flint Hill Road to the back of our property. Important to see the real mature landscaping buffer that's already there. You stand at that property and you can tell from the picture, there's no way to tell that the Silver Comet is behind you there. And then, of course, back to the west at Willow Construction, the mature landscaping that's there. So the goal is to be able to provide the buffer that we've proposed, but a lot of that's already there for us to potentially be able to keep and remain as the mature landscaping that's there. Another important part about this property and its location is across the street, future commercial development, but also going along Flint Hill Road, that is looking at the view of Powder Spring Street. You probably are familiar with the future intersection improvements there. We have stipulated that all of our truck access will be through that intersection and not along Sanders Road. And that was to address any concerns of the neighborhood along Sanders Road. There's significant truck traffic on Sanders because of other sites that are already there, which I'll show you. But this way we can at least eliminate any traffic from our facility. And with the benefit of the new intersection improvements, that will actually work probably best for, certainly best for our side and best for those on Sanders Road. This is showing you going along Sanders Road, which is the residential property that is across the street from what will be our residential property. But then when you get behind the Beltline, the Silver Comet Trail, excuse me, you see what the properties look like in their industrial character there as well. And then again, more on Sanders Road, our neighboring site of Willow Construction. Following down Flint Hill Road, you see the similar industrial uses, and really all the way from our site to Powder Springs, showing you the industrial uses that are there. This shows you kind of how our property will face that residential property, the buffering, and then the residential homes. So some adequate separation between our use and the residential neighbors. I won't go through all of our stipulations that are in the May 29th stipulation letter. I think we have addressed all of the potential concerns when it comes to a site used for parking, a minor additional use for office and repair. We've prohibited a number of uses in the heavy industrial category and to be compliant with the DOT requirements as well. So I think we've addressed everything there that we can. Your staff recommendation for approval is important on a number of the points that they address in agreeing that this is a use that is consistent with the comprehensive plan and recommending heavy industrial for this property. And then, of course, going through the points of how this will not negatively affect the area and the nearby users. Based on that, we ask for your recommendation of approval to follow your staff's recommendation. And I've got 8 seconds left, so proud of that.
Thank you, Adam.
Give it to Garvis.
Yeah, we'll let Garvis borrow it.
You should teach your boss how to do that.
We-
I laughed.
We have one person, I believe we have one person in opposition.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Iore Izevizua, and I'm here this morning to oppose this application. We live on the south side. Our subdivision is behind, close to Sanders Road, right there by the pointer. And this very property they're trying to rezone is pretty much the demarcation between it is the it's only the Silver Comet Trail that separate both. My wife and I, we work very hard to acquire our property. This is pretty much our American dream. And by approving this application today, our American dream will be minimized. And not only that, the foundation that I'm building for my children will be minimized. My legacy that I'm trying to pass to my children will be minimized. And as a result, I'm asking this morning to deny this application. On the Sanders Road, we have senior citizens living there for the past 40, 50 years. Their ways of life is going to be disrupted. On the Sanders Road also, you have a speed bump to discourage traffic. And I swear there is a sign that says trucks are not allowed. At the beginning of Sanders Road, we also have Cobb County Public Transportation. These are school buses. On the other side of Flynn Road, we also already have another trucking company. They've been there before our subdivision were built. And my wife and I raised 3 children in this subdivision. We've been living down there for the past 21 years. The reason I'm saying this, as of now, we already have a traffic nightmare. School buses try to pick up children, and 3 or 4 big trucks try to merge to Powder Spring Road. There's no traffic signal. And every day we pray there shouldn't be any collision between the school buses and the truck. And I don't want the board members and Madam Chairman to have that in your conscience. If it does happen that you have a big collision between the school buses and the trucks. And finally, Madam Chairman, I have with me here an envelope. This is a notification envelope written to the subdivision, everyone that lives there. This envelope has my address on it, but the name on it is fictitious. This letter was deliberately written and willfully written just to discourage people living in that subdivision to attend this meeting today. And the law firm that represents this company, for whatever reason, we are the original property owner. The deed has never changed for the past 21 years. And this name written here, this is not my name. My name is unique. And the same letter everyone having in the subdivision with different names. Initially, when I receive letter like this, what I do, I put unknown, send it back to the post office until my next door neighbor called me. He said, open the letter. When I open the letter, find the variances, and that's why I'm here this morning. Madam Chairwoman, please deny this application because the traffic is already a nightmare. Thank you.
Thank you.
And please use your wise wisdom. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We had one in opposition, so it's back to this board. Got
Thank you, Judy. In looking at this case, you have to keep in mind that most of what they want to rezone is already zoned heavy industrial with no restrictions on it. So they could do things far more intense than parking trucks, which is essentially what they're looking to do with this. With them removing the properties that face Sanders Road from the request for industrial, I think that helps preserve the Sanders Road and the people further down Flint Road, helps preserve the character, while still allowing them to utilize their industrial zoning and, match to the future land use of that part. Now, one of the variances that they're asking for is just a 25-foot buffer between their industrial and their residential. Because there's also another notch here that's not shown on this site plan, but the property owner also owns that house. So he owns everything in that kind of block there. And they did that because just the layout, they just didn't have enough room to get the required 50-foot buffer that would normally be to R20. What I think I'm going to do is ask them to put 10-foot of buffer on the R20 portion so that we end up with 35-foot of buffer, which with where the houses are, there's really not room to put 25-foot on the R20 to make it a full 50-foot buffer. But given that they own the properties, I think we can give a little leeway on the 50. If they didn't own them, I wouldn't be budging on the 50. Let's see, and then Andy just noticed an issue that slipped by me. When we removed the house, that was going to be the office and there was going to be employee parking at the house. When we removed that, we didn't put any employee parking on the site plan. So all we have is truck parking on the site plan. So I'll probably ask Adam to get a modification of that before it goes to the BOC so that there's some parking for employees. Good catch, Andy. And then I think also they've agreed not to, have truck traffic go on Sanders Road. They've also agreed not to have it go east on Flint Hill, only to go out and go west. And, one of the good things that's coming, and it was just kicked off about a week or two ago, a groundbreaking for a realigned intersection, moving Flint Hill and aligning it better with Powder Springs and adding a traffic light and doing all of those things. That's going to make this much safer for everybody. So that's already in the works. So hopefully that makes Mr. Unique happy. Now, the one other thing that did concern me, and I think maybe we'll ask staff and Adam to review, is the mailing, and in particular this gentleman's, check on whether we had some kind of error that occurred with the names, or that, just to make sure that people did get their notices.
Okay, we'll check that.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions on this one or that? And what I'm going to propose on this is, instead of the heavy industrial, bringing it down to industrial or light industrial, but giving them a variance to allow them to park on gravel with stormwater management, which is why they really wanted heavy industrial, so that they didn't have to pave this whole thing. And we discussed that at the work session. Oh, and the other thing is, I think Adam misspoke. He said a 20-foot buffer, it's really 25 is shown on the plan. And then we'll also clarify that the front strip on this is a landscape strip, not a buffer, along the Flint Hill Road.
Yeah, I've got a question.
And there's, before I forget one thing, I forgot one and then I'll get to you. Also, the gate is shown, the approximate gate location's 50 foot from the existing right-of-way, and I'm sure that has to be moved back 50 foot from the new right-of-way once the decel lane's put in. So we'll let DOT deal with that. Okay, Skip.
Just out of curiosity, the repair facility, that's, we don't have any elevations for that, but that's That's going to be big enough to drive a tractor into for repair? Because
Yes.
stated there's no outside repair. Okay.
Right.
And you're okay with the elevations on that?
I'll put district commissioner to approve. She won't to
And I-
approve elevations.
And I think it should be noted too, the little subdivision that's in there is surrounded by heavy industrial.
Right.
It's, this particular project does not actually back up to the gentleman that was up for speaking in opposition. It's another heavy industrial, so it's a little island just sort of in there.
Right.
And you wonder how it happened, but it's been a long time, so anyway. But I did have a question about why with it heavy industrial, why go to the light industrial?
Just because we're going adjacent to what's residential.
So you're gonna put this as your
Sort of a
transition?
transition. And while this is priority industrial area, I forget, I know I looked it up once, what the subcategory is under it. That would be helpful, John, if the staff would put the subcategory when it's a PIA, so that we know
Okay.
what it is when we,
But you're gonna allow
click over,
to use
but-
this particular use?
Yeah.
Under that light industrial?
yeah,
Okay.
because the light industrial will do everything they want, except for typically doesn't allow the parking on the gravel.
Okay,
So
all right. Well,
we'll make that
we're ready for a
combination.
motion then.
Okay. Make the following motion regarding Z31 to recommend deletion to LI for the western portion of the site from the eastern side of the 25-foot landscape buffer shown on the revised site plan, and R20 for the eastern portion of the site east of the 25-foot landscape buffer, subject to all the following. All staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. Site plan received today with the following changes. The gate to be at least 50 feet from the new right-of-way. The area marked as a landscape buffer adjacent to Flint Hill Road should be labeled as a landscape enhancement strip. And applicant to revise site plan to provide employee parking prior to the Board of Commissioners hearing. All stipulations in the letter from Adam J. Rosen received May 29th, 2019, not otherwise in conflict. Allowance for parking on gravel surfaces with stormwater management for the LI portion only. Waiver of the landscape buffer from 50 feet to 25 feet along the R20 portion to the east on the LI property. An additional 10-foot buffer to be placed on the R20 portion adjacent to the 25-foot buffer for a total of 35-foot buffer. And district commissioner to approve elevations of the building. And that's the motion.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
A motion is second by Andy. Call the question. That's approved 5-0. Yes,
I just want to make a point that for the 7-year-old viewership at home, and anybody else viewing, I think what happens here oftentimes, the gentleman who objected and complained today, I think those objections and complaints were based principally on the original plan as originally presented, and I think the plan that, as approved, addresses most of his concerns.
thank you.
Good point, thank you.
Well, that's good clarification. I think we have, it's 15 till. Yeah, we got time for another one. What's our next one?
Depends on who it is. Yeah.
Do what? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
do the, all right.
Moving into the continued land use permit number 12 of 2019. Margarita Zazuda requests a land use permit for the purpose of a beauty salon in the house in land lot 231 of the 17th district. The property is located on the south side of Windy Hill Road, west of Charles Rogers Road. Is the applicant present? Yes, the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to land use permit number 12? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in? Please come forward. Yeah.
John, you forgot to number the pages.
We had the best time at the work session.
Skip numbered them as we went, they were all wrong.
That's all my fault, and I apologize.
Hi, my name is Margarita Zazueta, and I'm here to apply for my permission for put my beauty salon in around my house.
Okay, tell us a little bit, how many clients you see, how many people be working there? Just give us a little bit of history, please.
About 300.
I'm sorry?
About 300.
You got 3 in a week?
No, an amount, an amount.
Tell us about a daily. How many clients would you see a day?
I can explain because my English is terrible.
So is mine, apparently.
So I have a beauty salon for 12 years.
Okay.
In Padmore Road in South Cobb. I renting a place, and I moved because my rent up to the Old Concord Road to Street, and I stayed over there for 1 year. And I buy a house, 2 houses in Windy Hill and Charlotte Royer. And I live in Charlotte Royer, and the other house. I try to rezoning for my beauty salon, but they say I need a lot of parking. So at this moment, I don't have money to build the parking. It's about 35,000. So they recommend me to apply for permission for 2 years, and then in the future build the parking lot,
Right.
and then rezoning again.
Okay, you did good. Do you have any employees?
No, just me.
Just you?
Just me, and my sister come 2 days to help me. Yes.
Okay, so just you and your sister who comes 2 days a week?
Yes.
And how many clients might you see in a day?
In a day, about 5, 6.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then you're open how many days a week?
6 days a week.
6 days a week?
Monday to Saturday.
Through Saturday, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. You know about this. Okay, thank you. You did good. You did really good. If you have a seat, I
Okay.
don't believe there was any opposition to this, so if you'll just have a seat, if we have any questions, we'll call you back. Cobb, it's
Okay.
back to you.
Thank you. You may recall this originally came as, I think it was Z1 or Z3, one of those two. Yeah, back in January, and at that time, the issue was, you see the 2 houses on the aerial, and it's very hard to separate them and make one house on a commercial lot and one on a residential lot, and have proper setbacks and buffers and all of that. So that was one issue. The other was, they had paved an area for parking, but they paved it on what they were proposing to still be residential instead of on the commercial lot. Also, the driveway off of Windy Hill didn't meet commercial standards, and it's the house that faces Windy Hill that they use for the beauty salon, and then the house that faces Charles Rogers is what they live in. So it just seemed to make more sense as a land use permit than trying to somehow divide up this site into a commercial site and a residential. You notice next door to it is a commercial site that is used by an insurance office, I believe it was. So it is commercial. And on the other side, across the street, you know, this area of Windy Hill is obviously very heavily trafficked and that. So I don't think having a commercial use here is going to bother anybody. And about the only residential user it would bother would be themselves. So I think the land use permit makes sense. They want to have a sign, and normally in a land use permit, we don't. But I think given this location on Windy Hill and the other commercial along here, a sign's probably fine. So with that, I will make a motion to recommend approval of LUP 12 for 12 months, subject to all the following: all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. The site plan received February 5th, 2019. Hours of operation from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Business only conducted in the house to the west that faces Windy Hill Road. Allowance for one sign on the Windy Hill side that meets county sign ordinance for commercial property based on the size of the western house. Applicant to live in the house to the east, which faces Charles Rogers Road. Maximum of 2 employees, and I think I'll recommend it for the consent agenda for the BOC.
What was the size of the sign that,
I just said whatever normally allowed.
well, it's residential, so it wouldn't be
It's
normally.
residential, so we probably don't want them to put a commercial sign that has a foundation and brick and things. So maybe say maximum sign size to be 20 square feet with the district commissioner to approve the final sign.
Okay, we'll modify it
Yeah.
to do that. I don't know if Lisa wants to approve that. Oh, I will leave it.
Because right now, it's a big piece
Yeah,
of.
they have a
property, I
big
think.
sign out there right now, which,
Maybe too big for a land use permit.
Yes.
right,
It's too big.
okay.
All right, so we've
Okay.
amended that. then.
We'll amend that
Okay.
to what John just said.
All right, so we have a motion.
And who seconded it? Okay with the amendment? Did anybody second?
Nobody second.
Second.
Second with the amendment. Call the question.
Oh.
And that's approved 5-0 for 12 months. Thank you very much, ma'am.
And that is on consent, right?
And
That
that's
is
been
on-
put on the consent agenda.
And I want to make sure the applicant knows she has to come back on June 18th, 9 a.m. for the Board of Commissioners hearing. They make the final decision. So June 18th, be sure you're here.
All right, with that, we are going
Thank you.
to take an hour break for lunch. We'll be back here a little before 1.
Why did it say one?
Welcome, everybody. Hope everyone had a good lunch. We are ready to proceed with the agenda again. And John, which case will we be on?
Madam Chair, it's been brought to my attention that one of the cases we pulled off consent was able to work things out over the break. Rezoning case Z46 of 2019, MD William Inc. It sounds like the applicant and the opposition have worked out an agreement concerning a stormwater issue or something. Would the applicant and the opposition please come forward?
And Madam Chairman, at this time, I want to recuse myself as I did from the work session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This one we had on the consent.
Yes.
They had some opposition and they've worked it out. Hi.
How are you? Attorney Kelly Morton, here for opposition.
Okay. And,
Florence Oconta, the applicant.
and you're the applicant. Okay, all right. I think, Skip, you want to take it over?
Okay. Yeah, I think all we need to do is just hear that the two of you publicly have agreed to a resolution, so there's no longer an issue. And we can put this, we're free to put this back on the consent agenda from your point of view, is that correct? But could both of you just say yes?
Yes, so I want to make sure that they're approving as the ENS. We're not going forward with the OI zoning, correct?
We're going forward with the NRC. Zoning,
Because
yes.
I think the original application was.
That's
OI.
right.
That's
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
Okay.
and John will read that into the record in just a minute.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay?
All right.
Good, and I think that's all we need from the two of you. And for the record, there was a mistake in our book on the site plan. There was an old site plan that was in our book, but the correct site plan I have in my hand, and I want to give to the clerk for the record.
Okay. And
John,
let
you
me-
need to read that in the
Let me go ahead
record.
and read this in with all the conditions on consent, and Commissioner Gunther could add the things that have to be added
Okay,
to satisfy the opposition.
Okay.
all right.
Rezoning case Z46, MD William Inc., request rezoning from NS to NI for the purpose of a child daycare center in land lot 160 of the 20th District. The property is located on the north side of Mars Hill Church Road, west of Ackworth Due West Road. The planning commission recommends deletion to the NRC zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Child daycare center use only, no external expansion of the building past the existing building footprint unless approved by the Board of Commissioners as another business item. Conformance with county landscaping and external property maintenance requirements. Fire department comments and recommendations. Site plan review comments and recommendations. Stormwater management division comments and recommendations. Transportation, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. And site plan received by the zoning division March 11, 2019, with the district commissioner approved by modifications. And that, condition number 8 has been superseded by the site plan Commissioner Gunther just handed the clerk.
Right. So I'd like to make a motion that we add that case to the consent agenda for the BOC, and that's my motion.
Do we need to add anything from the applicant or opposition?
I thought we were going to add a comment that we need to reach the resolution before the BOC.
All right, so stipulation that that Kelly Morton as in opposition will reach a resolution before the BOC meeting in 2 weeks.
That's correct.
Okay,
And state that that's to be provided to the zoning division manager prior to the hearing.
all right.
To be provided.
Before
to
the hearing. That's
Before the
correct.
hearing, right, to the zoning division manager. All right. So we have that back on
So
the
do we have
consent
everything we need?
That's what I did. Yes.
Yeah.
Good, okay.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll
I
second.
have a second by Andy. Call the question. And that's approved 4-0 with Fred.
Recusing.
He recused himself. Recused. Recuse. You did it.
You like that word?
That's my word of the day. I'm like Garvis. That's my word of the day.
Okay, moving on, rezoning case Z35, James Richardson, request rezoning from R20 and GC to R20 for the purpose of a single-family house in land lot 110 of the 20th District.
The property is located on the north side of Ivy Lane, west of Cobb Parkway. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed? Rezoning case Z35. Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Eight 35.
372.
Well, I haven't found it yet.
There it is.
It's on 372.
All right, don't y'all start.
That's why.
Good afternoon.
I wrote it down so I could use that.
Yeah, I told you.
Welcome back from lunch.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Jim Richardson, the owner of the property in question at 5030 Ivy Lane. The issue came up a few months ago, or actually late last year, that part of the property was zoned GC and part was zoned R20. So I was told to come before the board and get the total property zoned and/or rezoned R20 as it should have been, I guess, since the inception. It is in a residential area bounded by GC on two sides, but the property itself is in an R20 area, as dictated on the map.
Excuse me just a minute. Cornelius, can you get our screen working?
Did you unplug it again?
Who unplugged it? We have nothing up here. Nothing. We don't have anything. I didn't do anything, just for the record.
But we'll blame
you. I hate to be picky, but I don't know what we're talking about.
Is it still nothing?
Nothing.
Everything's blank.
Now you've made that one go blank.
All of them are blank.
Ours is fine over here. We're good.
I did.
You guys want to move? That one's back up.
Yeah, all right, we can see one. We can see one. These are not up, though.
Okay, those are not up.
No, but we can go ahead and work. Continue. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. So to get the property properly rezoned to R20 is what I'm requesting.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And this would go back to Fred. Oh, no, there was no opposition.
So we discussed this at the work session. I don't think there's any problem, at least I don't have any problem with the R20 classification for the property. The problem goes with the contemporaneous variances. So if we could get the applicant back up to just comment on some of these.
Okay. You have some questions for the applicant?
Yes.
All right.
And then I'll have some questions for Ashley. Okay, so when did the second electrical meter go in?
So the existing two structures have been on the property since I purchased the property 10 years ago. So the first house was built approximately 1985, so 35 plus years. Second house, I believe, was shortly thereafter, so about 25 years. Both structures have remained unchanged other than maintenance and updating for the duration, certainly since I've owned it. So separate meters, separate septic, and a common area for the people that live there.
So you're saying when you bought it, there were already separate meters?
Correct.
You described the second structure to the rear and to the right as a second house. Can you give us some of the details about?
Not sure if it was built originally as a separate garage. It was certainly at some point in time converted to what I'll describe as a carriage house. It does have a standalone bath, standalone kitchen, so it certainly is inhabitable by a family member, an extended family member, i.e. An in-law type of suite. And that's how it's been utilized since I've owned the property.
Is there any garage component to it whatsoever?
No.
Okay, and then just to identify it,
That'd be my love.
so that's the structure to the rear and to the right of the property,
That's correct.
1 foot, roughly 1 foot off the property line. And then there's an auto workshop basically to your
That's
right,
correct.
correct?
That's correct.
And tell me a little bit about the family or families that live there now. You say that the folks in both houses are related?
It's a father-in-law that's in this back house that we're looking at on the photo. The primary house is occupied by the main family, so it's a family with 2 children that's in the primary house, and then a father-in-law that's in the secondary house.
Are those 2 separate leases or 1 lease?
1 lease.
And when do they run?
It's a 12-month lease
So is it,
through the end of 2019.
all right, and I just have a couple questions for Ashley. No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ashley White with the Department of Transportation.
Thank you. I just noticed there was a comment in here about the width of the road, that there was a discussion about a recommendation as to whether it would be beneficial for traffic concerns.
In regards to right-of-way dedication?
Yes.
Right, that's a comment we typically put in for the minimum right-of-way donations. For local roads, it's usually 25 feet from the center line. And that can be in case the road is widened or in case we want to install sidewalks at some time in the future, we have the right-of-way to be able to do so.
Do you happen to know what the existing width of the road there is from the center line?
Well, they're showing 40 feet now, so right now they have 20 feet from the center line. We'll need an additional 5 feet.
Okay. And are there any traffic concerns on Ivy Road?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. That's all. Thank you. That's all I have. Anyone else have any questions?
No, I think.
I guess I
Go ahead.
So,
You want to borrow your screen? Would you like to borrow that screen? Look at you guys.
so the leases run concurrent. Is that what I heard?
End of this year, he said.
And it's the father-in-law of the main family. It's not just another. Okay, yeah, okay. That's what I mean, you know, just want to make sure.
Okay.
And what occasioned this? Was it a building permit attempt to pull a building permit, or
How did we catch this, John?
how did it get caught?
John probably knows.
What I think happened is he was trying to come back in to re-permit the second meter, and that's when he got stopped.
You want to come up?
You can come on up, yeah.
Let's get the guy who knows.
Yeah,
We'll get the guy
we
who
have
knows.
such technical questions up here. Who put that meter in?
My understanding that Cobb County came through this Ivy Lane, whatever the neighborhood or subdivision is, and was doing a general zoning verification, if you will. I guess zoning violations, in attempt to uncover zoning violations. And this was uncovered as a result when I went to check at the zoning office that I wasn't fully zoned R20. I thought there might have been some grandfathering type of clause since it's been in existence for a number of years, but unfortunately there was not, so hence I'm before you today.
Oh, okay.
So it's because so it didn't have to do with the 2 residences separately metered, 2 different
I didn't
rental
even know it
properties
was
on the
illegal.
same
That
lot?
don't even sound right. They wouldn't go checking.
Well, from time
All
to
the
time,
junk cars out
they
there,
do
they're
do
checking
sweeps
for
of
mirrors.
neighborhoods from time to time.
It's like a DUI stop.
No, it's a DUI, drive-by. It's a,
I have one quick question. It's just one lease for this whole space. It's not two separate leases.
Single lease, correct.
Okay.
all right. Any other questions? We've exhausted our questions. Fred, it's back to you.
All right.
Thank you.
You can have a
Thank
seat,
you.
thank you. So the motion will be that we recommend approval, subject to all the comments at page 372 of final zoning staff recommendations, not otherwise in conflict with the statements provided here. The modifications would include that we only allow the second electrical meter to remain through the end of the year 2020, that we move to a single meter for that by that time, so as to foster the purpose of emphasizing that this is to be treated as a single purpose property consistent with the R20 zoning designation. And that would be my recommendation.
And we have a motion to zone it R20, subject to the other meter to be removed at the end of the year. Did I get that right?
Yes, and the second, I apologize, the second requirement that we'd place on this, an additional condition of the granting of the variances would be that and stipulation would be that there be just one lease for the two houses at all times moving forward, and that single lease be to related persons. We want to get into the, we want this moving forward to stay in a circumstance where there's just one family out there on the property.
All right. Do we have a second?
I'll second that. I'll second
Any discussion?
And I'll just correct, he said to the end of 2020 for that second meter.
By the end of 2020.
Yeah,
I did.
Judy had said the end of this year. I just want to make sure you
I'm sorry.
understood.
The lease is up the end of this
The
year.
lease, I think I was talking
Right.
about the lease was
Yeah.
2019. Okay. All right, so we have a motion and second. Call the question. That's approved 5-0. Thank you very much.
So, Fred, when you look at all these stipulations, the thing about the 24-month special land use permit, 2 years, right? Is it-
Hey, everything was included.
Okay.
Okay, John.
Rezoning case Z38, Joseph M. Thomas and Cynthia Aaron Thomas request rezoning from GC to NRC for the purpose of an auto repair facility in land lot 43, the 18th district. The property is located on the southeast corner of Dodge Road and Veterans Memorial Highway. Is the applicant present? The director of the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z38? The director shows there's 3 people opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
What page is that?
Oh, that's on 404. It's been a bad day.
Good afternoon,
We have no
Madam Chair.
screens up here still.
Are they working yet?
No.
Okay.
We're looking for.
I do have hard copies of mine as well.
Well,
if
we can
that's-
see that one barely.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Planning Commission members. I'm Ellen Smith with Parker Poe. I have the pleasure today, along with Joe Thomas, who is the owner and applicant of this property, of requesting respectfully that you recommend approval of this application. This is, as you can see, hopefully, a little bit over 7/10 of an acre piece of property. It's zoned GC. It's located at the southeast corner of Veterans Memorial and Dodgen Road. And as you can see, hopefully, it's a long and narrow property with the sort of short end of the rectangle fronting on Veterans Memorial, the long side running along Dodgen Road. It's improved with parking. and an approximately 4,000 square foot building. And I'll just put up, this is an aerial that actually was from staff's report, just showing the site and giving you a little bit of idea. The southern portion of the property is really the part that's improved. It's about a 4,000 square foot building and parking. The northern part is really just grassed. There's some trees and landscaping. Just to give you an idea of what's around us, properties zoned L and I with warehouse uses to the west and the north across Veterans Memorial, GC commercial to the east that fronts on Veterans Memorial, and R20 to the south. But I'll tell you that the R20 is a little bit deceptive because it's an elementary school. So it's an institutional use. It is not actually a single family use. And I'll also note it's the Harmony Leland Elementary School, which has been approved by the Board of Education to combine with Clay Elementary School, both of which are moving to a new school by May of next year. So that property will still be held by the Board of Education, but will not be used as an elementary school after the next school year. The property historically has been used as a light automotive repair facility, although as a result of a fire a couple of years ago, it has sat vacant and unused for several years. Mr. Thomas bought the property with his daughter last summer with the intent to invest in this area of Cobb County, reopen for light automotive repair, primarily for small foreign car repairs, potentially emissions inspections, and because of the policies county with respect to GC, he has to rezone since the building was closed for more than 6 months, lost its grandfathering status, has to rezone, and is requesting rezoning to the NRC to reopen. They own a similar business in Smyrna off of South Cobb Drive. So this is not a new business venture for Mr. Thomas and his daughter. They have operated similar facilities, and he's lived and worked in Cobb County. He is now a retired federal professional engineer. He worked at Lockheed for more than 27 years, and this is his second occupation, if you will. His goal is to make this now vacant, vandalized building open and a contributing small business for the area. He anticipates, if he is allowed to move forward, employing 2 folks to start with hours of operation Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., and with the hopes of growing that business. He's presented a survey, which I could go back to you, showing the as-built condition, and as the staff's report indicates, there are 3 variances that are associated with this rezoning request. They are with respect to the rear setback, the side setback, and the landscape buffer. The only reason for those variances is to allow the existing improvements, paving to stay exactly where they are. There is no increase in square footage, no modification of any impervious surface, no expansion of the footprint. Staff has recommended approval and gone through the various items that you have to consider. We did speak early on after we were engaged. Mr. Thomas filed the application himself and called us to make sure that he was doing the notices and all of the things that he needs to do in accordance with the county's ordinances. We spoke early on with the Mapleton Improvement Coalition. They had some questions, made it very clear that they do not want light automotive repair on this property, that they consider his purchase and reopening of a business in this building to be redevelopment of the property. And with respect to them, that's not how we see it. He's a small business owner. And if he were required and forced to comply with the guidelines and the design guidelines and standards, he has over 400 linear feet of right-of-way fronting his property from the corner of Memorial Drive or Veterans Memorial to Dodgen, and forcing him to comply with the streetscape requirements would mean he could not open that business. With respect to them, we do agree to a number of the items that they listed and requested, and I want to just give you this picture as well. This is a picture of the current building as it stands. He is amenable to resurfacing the parking lot. He has had the roof inspected. That was a question they asked about. It is in good shape. It needs to be recoated, and he is willing to do both of those things before he occupies the building. Just to give you the picture as you drive south down Dodgen so that you can see there is sidewalk on the opposite side of the street. And there is sidewalk that goes all the way to the corner at Veterans Memorial. You can see in this picture the warehouse that's across the street from him. It's a consistent use. He agrees to enclose any dumpster in accordance with county standards. He agrees to limit signage to monument signage only, no signage on his building. And with respect to the uses, the Mableton Coalition required or requested be prohibited on the property. He agrees to all of them. There was a litany of them, with the exception of item 9J, which would prohibit light automotive repair. That is, in essence, his business, what has been there historically for decades, and what he's looking to reopen. Otherwise, we would like to respectfully request that all of those guidelines, including sidewalk, streetscape, fencing, and landscaping, be held until the property is redeveloped. So if there is a time in the future when this property is redeveloped, particularly if the school board sells the elementary school, what you saw on Powers Ferry Road with respect to Brumby Elementary a couple of years ago, or last year, time flies. If that happens, then at that point, prime opportunity for those design guidelines to kick in. But until then, we would respectfully request you recommend that those be held until there's redevelopment. I have printed a copy of proposed stipulations, should you like to see them. We're happy to answer any questions, Mr. Thomas or I, and we respectfully request your approval. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll hear from the opposition at this time.
Hi, Sonia Wheatley speaking for the Mableton Improvement Coalition. We understand this property has to be rezoned. It is GC. In my opinion, I think this is exactly why it was requested that properties that are GC in the zoning have to come back before. The building was built in '69 prior to zoning. We do see a lot of unusual zoning, from random light industrial to these, kind of isolated GC properties. I think it was the intent of the Board of Commissioners to bring these into compliance to get standardization. The board also approved the design guidelines. This is absolutely the most applicable time to do it. The building has been abandoned for 3 years. It is, while we pointed out the one issue with the school moving, we don't know if that school is going to be reused. We know that they don't often sell schools, but what's missed is that if you look, and I don't know if you guys can see it, the section on the top right that's R20, that's the middle school. That school's not going anywhere. There's no plan for it to go anywhere. There's a church to the right. There is a Masonic lodge. So there's a lot of what really is institutional use close by. We don't dislike auto repair. That's not what it's about. But let's be honest, most of them are not only unattractive, you drive by them and you question if it's a chop shop or it's a repair place. There are some that are very well managed and nice. I can't see how this property could be used that way. There are 10, maybe 11 parking spaces. If you have 2 employees, have you ever seen, heard of, or contemplated an auto repair that has 8 spots? That's it. That's all they have. It's very scary to see that wide open space, and it is not 400 feet. If you pull up the survey that was submitted, it's 217 feet, and part of that is paved. So we're only talking about the section from the corner down, and the survey shows that it's just over 200. I don't know where that 400 came from. A lot of times, we know that there are delays in requesting curb gutter and sidewalk, but the proximity to the schools, whether one is gone or not, there are still going to be children walking to the other school. It's not reasonable and the children on that side of the road don't even have a safe place to cross the road. They have to walk across what's roughly 75, 80 feet that we're going to have auto repair, cars coming and going, and tow trucks coming and going. We had a crossing guard killed in front of the middle school. It's not safe. We need to protect. Quite honestly, it seems kind of, disingenuous, careless to not require, of all the places in the county, that curb gutter and sidewalk go in close to a school. We do have the conditions. A lot of them were addressed. The main point for us is that this is not an appropriate parcel for auto. It's just not. It doesn't fit. There aren't even enough spaces to do it. I'll let someone else speak. We hope you deny. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and Planning Commission members. My name is Ray Thomas with the Mapleton Improvement Coalition. You know, earlier today, on another case, I stepped up here and talked about how important it was for, in that case, how important it was to have a dialogue in terms of what's being placed in our community. In this particular case, we reached out to the applicant and to the applicant's representative in our quest to have a dialogue. That dialogue never occurred. We did not meet with the applicant nor the applicant's representative. Ms. Wheatley did speak with the representative on one occasion in an effort to hopefully get us together so we can discuss this case, but it never happened. The impression that we got at the Mapleton Coalition was that this applicant and his representative were not really interested in speaking with us about the rezoning of this property. So in essence, there's really been no communication. Now, the applicant's representative indicated that Mapleton Improvement Coalition had a litany of stipulations, okay? Let me share with you. There were only 10 items in our stipulation letter, a copy of which each of you received, all right? Many of them are basic stipulations, and to the applicant's credit, they have agreed to adhere to some of those stipulations that we recommended. However, we did not get notification or received a copy of their conditions until about 24 hours ago. Really didn't leave us a lot of time to go through it. And so I am urging you, the commissioners, the planning commissioners, to deny this case for the reasons outlined by Sonia Wheatley, and hopefully, if this case were to be resurrected, that we can have a discussion and a dialogue with the applicants and his or her representative, if that were to happen in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Hearing and seeing none, it's back to this board and be back to Cobb.
Thank you, Judy. Okay, well, this is somewhat of a common situation that we get in District 4, since so much was developed before the county had a zoning ordinance. And now we come back through and there's uses that were allowed to continue for a long time that may or may not be appropriate now. And also buildings that were built that may be closer to property lines and things than was previously allowed. One thing, and responding to Ray, is this, much like our case Z26 earlier, is GC in a neighborhood activity center, so they have no use of the property right now. So we need to give them some type of use. So denial is not really a good option for this. I do think the request for NRC is reasonable on this. Some of the other requests, you know, aren't quite as reasonable. I can see delaying the design guidelines on the building itself so that they don't have to go brick and do all of those things right now. But as far as installing sidewalks and landscaping, that I certainly think that's reasonable to do. And also desperately needed there, because from talking to the president of the cluster of PTAs for South Cobb, he says the school board's already identified a repurpose of this building, and it will remain a school. And then, as well as pointed out, you just have half a block away Lindsay Middle School. So, you know, it's a path where kids are going to be walking and doing that. So I think it's reasonable to assume that. There are some other issues on the property. On the eastern side, which is the back of the building, somebody built a little wood frame. I don't even know what it is. It's about falling down. That really needs to be removed. There's also a loading dock that, you know, isn't applicable to the type of businesses that NRC allows, so that really needs to be removed. Also, we want to see that paving removed so we can establish at least a 10-foot buffer. Normally, you'd have a 20-foot buffer, but I think we can get at least a 10-foot buffer. There's also paving that is actually on the school property, that they've encroached onto the school property, and we want to see that removed as well. The staff comments had for a 6-foot privacy fence, but that was without any buffer. So I think the recommendation that Mableton Improvement had was for a wrought iron style fence there. And I think that's appropriate with the buffer. We don't want kids cutting through the parking lot, so I think that's good both for the business owner and for the kids to have that. You know, right now it has what I call a continuous curb entrance, and DOT's recommended a single point of ingress and egress. That may work, or they may need to establish an entrance and an exit, because once you take the right-of-way and put in the sidewalk, you don't really have enough room to do 90-degree parking and turn it around. So they'll probably have to have a one-way traffic flow with angled parking. So we'll need that. Definitely, I think the sidewalks need to be added, as I said before, and remove excess paving from the right-of-way so that we don't have that continuous entrance, which is very dangerous, mixing with kids where multiple cars can be coming out at one time. Let's see if there's anything else I forgot in there. One thing is with Ellen's, I guess you'd call it maybe a memo or a list of stipulations. It wasn't on letterhead or sign, so I'm going to ask her to get that in the proper form of a stipulation letter before the BOC hearing. Talked about the buffer. The existing building was painted by somebody, but it wasn't a very quality job. You can see through the paint in a lot of areas, so the building needs to be repainted, and probably to a color that would at least conform to the intent of the design guidelines. So we'll just say, yeah, color to be approved. They need a dumpster enclosure, and that needs to conform to the development standards and design guidelines while they're building it. And not, the exterior shouldn't be concrete block unless it's brick faced. Let's see. Oh, one other thing, this property, I've been told, had a fire in it, and it's basically gutted inside. So we want to make sure that building inspections goes out and inspects the building before we have a CO to make sure that it's, I think they might have started this all by getting building permits, so they're probably intending to do that anyway, but I want to make sure we don't get a CO without it being inspected. And then, does anybody have any questions before I make a motion?
Any questions, Fred?
Yes. First from Ms. Wheatley, is she still here? Can you come on back up? You indicated there was a school crossing guard killed in this area at some point?
In front of Lindley.
In front of
Yes,
where?
sir. In front of Lindley, which is the school on Veterans.
Okay, so that would have occurred on Veterans, not on...
It did occur on Veterans. It was not in front of this property, but it is very close by. Traffic is heavy.
Yeah.
And
Well,
People are concerned.
Comment for me on the traffic on Dodgen.
It's very heavy, and it's also the road to my, from what I've seen, other than Lee Road, where the majority of the schools are going, the school buses are cutting back and forth. I don't remember the name of the high school, if it's Clay, but it's the one further south. And so the same buses are used, from what I've heard talking to them, to transport the children from the middle school, the elementary currently, and the high school. Because they
is
all
that
go at different
Pebblebrook?
times.
What's that?
Is that which high school is down there, Pebblebrook?
Pebblebrook, okay.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all thank you for those responses.
And I'll just add to your question. Dodgem Road is, if you're in this area right there, it's the major way to either get down to Mapleton Parkway or to South Gordon, which there's a lot of schools on South Gordon as well. So this is a fairly heavily traveled road.
Okay. And then is the applicant here or counsel, either?
Yes.
Am I? That'd be fine. That'd be fine. Either, I could hear from him, that'd be fine. It's really more of a question about the type of repairs conducted at the facility. Oh, I'm sorry, apparently you need to be sworn.
He was.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Joe Thomas.
Yes, can you tell me what type of auto repairs you conducted when you had a shop open in the past and what you intend to do now?
Yeah, small car auto repair, mostly foreign cars probably, mostly foreign cars.
All right, so engine work,
Just-
muffler work,
Just, minimum, kind of basic repair works really.
All right,
Not a lot of engine work or anything, but it'll be all done inside really.
but is it intended to be a body and paint shop as
No,
well?
it's not body or paint, just basic repair of machine thing.
Okay, and the reason I asked is I heard a reference made to wreckers coming in, and I assume when a car ceases to run, sometimes it does need to be towed, but typically speaking, you're not receiving wrecks, you're receiving just cars that need maintenance.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I heard somewhere along the way that it was going to be emission inspections, is that right?
Well,
Yeah,
auto
so
shop.
that's people coming in, a few minutes there and then they're gone.
Yeah, it's auto shop or emission, and or emission really.
So do you have an idea, based on the size of this shop, how many vehicles you might have there on the property at any given time?
Yeah, I would say maybe inside about 4 or 5 and outside maybe about 8 or 9, because you don't have too many foreign cars coming around there, you know. So the numbers will be minimum, and parking requirements should be minimum also, because it's not going to be, it's about 6,600 square feet of concrete out in the front, and about 4,000 square feet inside. So there's plenty of space to put the cars inside or
So,
and work will be done all inside, yes, yeah.
When a vehicle comes, how long typically would you expect it to be there? For the better part of a day, several days?
It should be turnaround time of maybe 1 day,
Yeah,
one-
that's what I
yes.
was thinking. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay.
It's back to go.
Okay, and one point I forgot to mention that we put on a lot of these is because we've had such a problem at automotive repairs not meeting really what is county code anyway of not keeping junk vehicles and that. We've been putting a stipulation that no more than 2 vehicles don't have current registration and that they can't be there more than 30 days. Because sometimes they come there because they failed admissions and, so they might have to get it fixed before they can have current, but they shouldn't be sitting there for a long extended period of time. Okay. With that, I make motion regarding Z38 to recommend approval, subject to all the following. All staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. The site plan received March 7th, 2019 with the following changes. The loading dock and paving on the south end of the building to be removed. The small wood frame structure attached to the eastern side of the building to be removed. A single point of ingress and egress that meets DOT standards to be established, or if one-way flow is used, one entrance and one exit. Parking spaces may be changed to angle spaces, because that may be necessary. Sidewalks to be added, excess paving to be removed from the right-of-way. Additional paving for parking may be added as approved by the board, or by the district commissioner. Variances for the existing building only. The building to be inspected by development and inspections to ensure conformity with building codes prior to a certificate of occupancy being issued. Paving that encroaches onto the neighboring property to the south to be removed and replaced with sod. No more than 2 cars that lack current vehicle registration may be parked on the property at one time. No vehicle without current registration may be parked on the property for more than 10 days. All stipulations in the proposed stipulations received June 3rd, 2019 from Ellen Smith, not otherwise in conflict. Ellen Smith to provide a signed letter of agreeable stipulations by June 12th, 2019 to the zoning division. 10-foot landscape buffer to be established along the southern property line. The buffer to be approved by the county arborist, and that changes the variance in the staff comments from a reduction of 20 feet to 0 to a reduction of 20 feet to 10 feet for a landscape buffer. Replace staff recommendations for a 6-foot privacy fence on the southern property line with a 5 or 6-foot wrought iron style fencing on the southern property line. Waive the Veterans Memorial Design Guidelines for the existing building. If substantial renovations to the exterior of the building are made, changes must conform to design guidelines. Design guidelines to apply for all other aspects. Exterior of the existing building to be painted with a color that conforms to the intent of the design standards, color to be approved by district commissioner. Dumpster enclosure to meet development standards and Veterans Memorial Design Guidelines. The exterior shall not be standard concrete block unless faced with brick. All gates shall be steel gates. All damaged metal on the exterior of the building to be repaired in a professional workmanship-like manner. All signs to conform to current ordinance requirements. No signs are grandfathered. All work to be completed prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. The district commissioner may approve minor modifications except for those that increase the overall square footage of the building, cause a reduction in the size of an approved buffer, increase the height of the building, change an access location to a different roadway, change that is in conflict with an express stipulation or condition of zoning, or requires a variance or violates Cobb County ordinance. That's the motion.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second by Skip for discussion.
Yeah, you just said substantial renovations would require conformance to the guidelines.
Right.
I'm not sure I know what substantial means. And so I would think maybe what you really mean is if it's more than repainting.
Yeah, and I
Or
think
just
the
normal repairs.
guidelines have something about what triggers that, doesn't it, John?
I would have to ask Mr. Gaines to answer that
Okay.
question.
Jason
Might
probably can
remember.
answer.
I'm trying to.
Jason knew we were gonna call him up here.
Good afternoon, Jason Gaines, Cobb Community Development. I don't know that a specific figure off the top of my head, but I can get that information for you. What I wanted to come up here and say was that in the previous round of code amendments, which was passed in January or February, there was a new section to Chapter 134 added to create an overlay district for Veterans Memorial and Mableton Parkway, which thereby codifies the Mableton Parkway and Veterans Memorial Design Guidelines. So I know that in your motion, you you pulled out pieces that you wanted to exempt from the guidelines or make responsible for implementing the guidelines. But with that now being codified, it's basically automatic. So if you wanted to exempt it, you'd have to expressly state that.
Give a variance. Okay.
You'd have to expressly state that. But I can get you the specifics for what triggers the substantial renovation that triggers compliance. I'll do that offline.
Okay. Okay, so let me amend the motion to provide a variance for the existing building to not conform with the, I don't know if they're still called design guidelines at that point, or if it's.
It's design guidelines that are codified in the zone
Okay.
code.
Okay, the design guidelines that are codified in the zoning code. And why don't we define substantial as anything more than painting and repairing the metal that's on the building?
Okay.
Perhaps, you said there was a fire, so certainly wiping away smoke, things of that nature after.
I think they've painted it
Things one
since
would
the
do after a
fire.
fire would be acceptable and not considered a substantial change.
Yeah.
Didn't Jason indicate that there was something in the code that would define substantial?
I think there might be, but we'll just trigger it at that.
Okay. Ellen, come on up.
Okay.
She wants to
And
say
forgive
something.
me, I just want to ask a question on the substantial. That's with respect to exterior,
Right.
not with respect to interior.
Yes, with
right?
respect to
Okay,
exterior.
I just
only.
wanted to,
Yeah, because exteriors, somebody's already repaired most of it. A little bit
Right.
needs done in a more professional manner.
So you're talking about the interior.
Well, the exterior,
Exterior.
if they
So if
start
they try to
making
add to it or
changes, add to it,
So you're making an exemption for the,
Right, okay, Jason's
Oh,
quick
he's
with the
gonna weigh in.
phone.
all right, Jason, come in.
Why don't you just email it to us?
Yeah, we don't have anything else
I can
to
do
look
that
at.
too. Well, you don't have a screen right now to see it, right?
We have our
Yeah, that's
telephones.
Okay, this is directly from the design guidelines document. Design guidelines are applicable in the following instances, of which there are 3. The first in that list is exterior rehabilitation or modifications to existing buildings or structures that require building or land disturbing permits. So it doesn't give a
Okay.
square footage or dollar amount or anything like that, but it,
Okay.
Okay,
that's how it reads in the design guidelines document.
okay. Okay.
No, wait, wait.
So what is the change that I can second?
Let's say,
It was to change.
It might have been
Well,
okay the way it was.
You
wait.
gave a variance.
we'll vary the ordinance for the Veterans Memorial Design Guidelines for the existing building as is. If changes occur that trigger the design guidelines, then they must conform. So if they make changes to the exterior
The
as
trigger.
defined by,
Okay, that's good
Guidelines.
enough for the moment.
Okay, so-
I'll revise my second to include that.
So I have one question. If you're making a variance, then
I guess it's not.
then you're going ahead and saying they've got to put in sidewalks like they are.
Well, they do have to
having to
do, that's a
redevelop
DOT requirement anyway. That's a DOT
to-
recommendation.
I mean, we can't waive that anyway because it's the
Right,
Board of
right.
Commissioners thing, but I'm just saying,
Yeah.
if in fact you're given a variance, that might be
Yeah.
something.
Yeah. Just on the building
Just on the
itself.
building.
We want everything else put in.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. Any other questions? All right, let's call the question. That's approved 5-0.
That was 38. Now we're going
Okay,
to 37.
zoning case Z39, Duncan Land Investments LLC.
38.
Request for zoning from
What happened
R20
to
to
37?
R15 for the purpose of a single-family subdivision in land lot 377 of the 16th district. The property is located on the northeastern side of Ebenezer Road at Shaw Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z39? Direct show we have one person opposed.
I think we skipped 37.
What happened to 37?
That's wrong. That's when we continued.
We continued that.
Didn't get posted. Oh, we did.
Yeah, we continued that. That was the one that wasn't posted.
Oh, yeah. You remember my PowerPoint?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We forgot so quickly.
That was last week.
How quickly we forget something that important. Hi,
We're having
Richard.
fun up here.
I know it, Richard. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Planning Commissioners and Madam Chairman. For the record, my name is Richard Duncan. I am the applicant representing Z39 for the purpose of requesting a rezoning change from R20 to R15 in order to build a 7-lot residential neighborhood. In my stip letter 3 and 4, I've stipulated that there would be a minimal house size. The new proposed subdivision will be 2,800 square feet. Elevations of the homes shall contain brick, stacked stones, stacked stones, cedar shakes, cementous shakes siding and cementous siding, board, batten board, hardy siding, and a combination thereof. Lot 1 homes will be the builder in this subdivision, and we have already provided elevations to the planning commissioners and the board of commissioners, and so y'all should have all those elevations already been sent to you. On this proposed piece of property to the south of the property, which is across Ebenezer Road, is an R20. To the west and north of the property is R20. And to the east is an R20 open space community. The density I am requesting is a 2.23 units per acre. In the R20 open space community to the east, there are 7 lots adjacent to my property. 3 of the 7 lots are between 15 and 17,000 square feet. The remaining 4 lots are between 11 to 14,000 square feet. With the mail out I sent out, I set up a scheduled meeting to meet with the surrounding neighbors so we could discuss any concerns that they might have with this new proposed project. There were 12 people in attendance. 7 of them were from the Northampton, I think it's Northampton subdivision that is adjacent to it. The other 5 were just people that actually I got a sewer easement from, and their real estate agent and different things. And one of the adjacent neighbors that I had previously tried to purchase also, because this came into a zoning back, I was going to do another business on it a few months back, but we withdrew it because we was trying to add an additional piece of property that did not pan out, and was trying to get 6 lots. We was going to do a all private road, but being that some of the comments through the planning stages in that, I figured it was better just to go ahead and submit it for an R15 with the 7 lots. So during that time, I listened to their concerns. First of all, the one concern, which is everybody, is why you requesting a rezoning, and we know, which nobody likes to hear, is mainly, a lot of times it's for economical reasons because of land purchases. And then next, about the fencing, what type of fencing would it be around the detention pond? And I told them a chain link fence because that's what's required by stormwater, and they didn't like that. They wanted some kind of better fencing around that and screening. And then the drainage, like also on all the things, everybody wants to know where's the water going to drain from, which we have recently, I just talked to Dave Braden again earlier today, we have recently even found out that there is actually already piping from across their properties already that we would be able to tie into existing. So, I addressed the drainage from the pond. I told them that would all be handled through during the planning stage. I could not, they hold us to standards that we've got to do to make sure we do not increase or cause any water issues. And one of the other ones was also traffic, and because that Shaw Road does dead into Ebenezer right there, and it's kind of an odd, the way it comes into Ebenezer is kind of a funny angle. It's not a straight in road, and everybody they want a 3-way stop there and different stuff, but I told them that's out of my hand. I cannot agree. She has something that has to go through DOT and stuff like that. But after listening to the concerns of the residents, I did change do some of my stipulations. First of all, I did tell them I would request today to do the setbacks to be 25 foot instead of 35 foot in the fronts, and 40 feet instead of 35 feet in the rears, which allows the houses to be further away from the rear property lines. I agree, and I agreed in step 10 applicant agrees to install. I actually tried to get them a stip letter, but I had to have an email to them, but I have talked with them and let them know that what I have put in my step. Applicant agreed to put a 6-foot agrees to a 6-foot privacy fence along the property line of Hampton Oaks subdivision. Also, in step 11, if concrete pond wall is required and is above ground, it will be face-based with brick or stone. Also, in stipulation 12, applicant agrees to a landscape screening in front of any part of the pond facing Hampton Oaks property. So I would help them to get any kind of screening, because like I said, their lots are kind of small. Some of those lots are kind of small, so I can understand with the new concerns. That's why I moved everything up closer. I know the staff has recommended approval with a maximum of 6 lots. Well, like I said, we had already tried to do that with the other way. But the 7 lots I'm requesting is 2.23 units per acre, which is under the 2.5 units allowed under low density. Subject to the stipulations I added to help with screening of 7 lots requested, I'm seeing this property meets all R15 requirements. I am seeking your approval today for Z39. That's all I have right now.
All right, thank you, Richard. We'll hear from the opposition at this time.
Madam Chairperson, members of the commission, I thank you for giving me this opportunity today to speak on the Z39. My name is James Kutzman. I live in the Hampton Oaks subdivision, which is adjacent to this property. My individual property does back up to this. The name of the proposed subdivision is called Ebenezer Place. It was originally proposed by the applicant in December of 2018 with variances that would include it being developed as with a private road, 6 homes under the R20. At that time, we expressed our concerns regarding the traffic pattern with Ebenezer and Shaw Road, the detention pond where it would be, and the setbacks. The applicant did withdraw it at that time. Recently in May, we noticed the zoning sign, and that's why we're here today. The applicant has proposed to change the zoning from R20 to R15, 7 homes with a street. We expressed again our concerns on the 3 previous concerns and plus now the zoning concern. We also got letters to the county commissioners and to the community development office regarding the change in zoning from the entire Hampton Oaks subdivision. Regarding the zoning, currently the zoning is R20. The surrounding contiguous areas are all zoned R20. R15 is not consistent with that zoning, obviously. 15 years ago, Hickory Woods which is a huge subdivision contiguous to us. On the other side, they did make a proposal for R15 that was turned down. That was about 15 years ago. Shaw Estates, which is a subdivision across the street from Hampton Oaks, was developed recently in the last several years as R20. So the original proposal of 6 homes, which was included in the variance request, we feel should be kept that way as 6 homes. Of big concern is the traffic pattern. And this is something that anybody familiar with that area, the Shaw Road Ebenezer intersection is at best a bad situation. The people have to turn, the way you have to turn, and it's become basically an artery to avoid the Sandy Plains shopping center area. People come down Shaw Road, go down Ebenezer, and it bypasses a lot of construction, a lot of traffic. There is also a uphill curve that comes up from Blackwell Road up to the intersection of Ebenezer and Shaw Road. The people who make the turn from Blackwell onto Ebenezer usually go pretty fast because they're in a rush. That uphill blind curve, if somebody's trying to make a turn in there into this new subdivision, that's just I think an accident waiting to happen. I can say it no more clearly. Sight lines are a question. I know the applicant did try to buy the property, that would have made it a whole lot easier. Obviously, the applicant, he could not obtain that. However, we do have a public safety concern with the location, and we would really ask the DOT whenever, whether it's in the plan review or whatever, to take a very hard look at this traffic flow. Because we feel that we're gonna be stuck with whatever's left afterwards. The setbacks, all we're asking is to ensure that the requirements are met or exceeded on the setbacks. And regarding the detention pond, we have met with members of the Stormwater Management Group. Dave is here today. We expressed our concerns with stormwater flow, connection to and also connection to our Hampton Oaks detention pond, where this water would end up going. We expressed those concerns. He said those concerns would be addressed in the planning review process. And I think the applicant has made an effort regarding that. So we feel that that's not a situation that can't be worked out, okay? However, summary, we think it should remain R20. We really want the traffic DOT to take a hard look. The setbacks are self-explanatory, and the detention pond, we feel that can be resolved. We're not against development. We just feel that considering the fact that it's R20 now, it is politely a weird-shaped property, if I can use that term. Unfortunately, it's right across the street from Ebenezer, and the traffic pattern there is already bad. It will only make it worse. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Any other opposition? Hearing seeing none, it's back to this board, and this is my case. So if y'all would allow me. This, people who are familiar with Ebenezer Road, you have a mixed bag of different kind of zonings on Ebenezer. If you go to one end at the Sandy Plains, and you have some commercial, and then you go to the Canton Road end, and you have commercial. And in between, you do have a lot of different kind of zones, and you do have R15 and places on Ebenezer. This particular site here, if you look at it, it looks like it's surrounded by R20, and it is, but the lots, it's a conservation subdivision that's adjacent to it, the one he's talking about. And the lots in there are 11,000 square feet, so. Hampton Oaks, yeah.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
When the zoning for that.
Come up here so I can hear you. I can't hear.
When the zoning for Hampton Oaks was approved back in 2002, there is also a nature area that was part of that zoning. That was 3.5 acres. So the zoning for R20 on the original plat was R20 with the stipulation that the I think it's about 3.8 acres is a set aside that we, quote, own, but can never be developed. So that came out of our.
Yes.
That came out of the developer.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So they have the open space in there, but the lots, in exchange for having the open space, the lots are smaller that are adjacent to this particular tract of land. And so that's a little overlay of what Ebenezer looks like. And looking at this site, it is in a weird place across from Shaw Road. But the problem that I ran into, immediately you think this needs to be R20, no R15, but then you go to looking and you think, okay, it's next to some 11,000 square foot lots. But it also, if you didn't have any zoning stipulations, if they came in, they developed it as it's currently zoned R20, they wouldn't need anything but building permits. Then you wouldn't have, you wouldn't have any special setbacks, any kind of special fencing. You wouldn't have anything other than they could build a 1,250 square foot house. So you always have to look at that, and you can't ever say that somebody wouldn't do that because we've seen it done all the time, that somebody will go in and build it. This way, I think staff probably had it right. The staff put it down to a maximum of 6 lots, which would be at a density below 2 units per acre, which more than meets the land use plan and meets what an R20 would be. So,
Do we know that R20 would be on 6 lots?
So it's 5 of the book.
5 in the book, so we give them 1 extra lot, yeah, but with a density less than 2 units to an acre. So then becomes of what do I do? And I think in order to accommodate, and what I heard from James as he was up here speaking, some aspects of it you like, some you don't. The traffic probably is your number one thing. The traffic's gonna be there where somebody comes in today and builds it as an R20, or if we go ahead and approve it for that 1 additional lot, and you get all the stipulations that we're talking about. Now, having said that, I'm gonna have Ashley from DOT come up here, and Ashley's gonna talk to us just briefly about the problem that we have right here at,
Ashley White with the Department of Transportation. We actually have a sidewalk project along Ebenezer that I'm managing, and I have received concerns about traffic along Ebenezer. We're going to study it when school is back in session for the dynamic speed display signs. We have to wait until school is back in session so we get an accurate depiction of what's going on. But we are aware of the speeding, and that's one of the steps that we're going to take. And as far as I guess it would be a 4-way stop at Shaw Road, that's something I would have to pass by our traffic ops just to see the balance of traffic, because we don't want to put stop signs on Ebenezer and it creates further backup. So it has to be an somewhat even distribution of traffic between the 2 roads. So I'll ask traffic ops to go out and take a look at that and see if that's feasible.
okay, and you would do that during the plan review process, you would take a look at that?
We can do
before-
that then. It'd probably be, we probably study it when school is in session as well.
Oh, okay.
Along with the speed display signs.
And what about the sight distance? Do they meet their sight distance? It looks
Sight distance looks tricky.
tricky to me, too.
If you're pulling out of the subdivision looking right, and I've spoken with the developer about that, more than likely he will need an easement from the neighboring parcel to the north. There may be some trees that need to be removed to help improve sight distance, but it's hard to say until we get those sight distance profiles and plan review.
Bottom line is, he can't put a road in unless he meets the sight distance.
It will have to meet sight distance. It will make some restrictions to the turning movements out of the subdivision.
Okay, all right. Anyone else have any questions, Ashley? Thank you. Dave, if I could have Dave come up here just briefly.
Dave Braden with the Stormwater Management Division. I will take a privilege from previous speakers. I had my 4th grandchild was just born yesterday.
Oh, congratulations.
so-
Yay.
My daughter's doing well. This is her first, so she's excited.
Boy or girl?
Girl, yes.
We can only announce
Ruby.
7-year-olds.
Dave, if you briefly just talk to me a little bit about the detention pond. I think he's agreed, he's talked to you, Richard has talked to you about some improvements.
Yes, and met with the homeowners out there as well. There is an existing drainage easement in Hampton Oaks subdivision, which is where all this drainage goes through already, and met with the homeowners on site, looked at that existing conveyance. And we'll have to wait till we get some more survey information to determine whether the existing pipe that's there will be adequate. But if it is, we can use it. If not, we can replace it with what meets the county standard. But I think the stipulations that were made to accommodate the neighbors regarding the privacy fencing will be an additional screening, plus the pond lot is offset. There will be a natural screening in that gap in there. And then if a pond wall is required, Richard has agreed to face it with some type of masonry. So I think all of their concerns have been addressed, and ours as well.
But let me get on record that if it didn't come in for zoning, somebody just went to pull permits, they wouldn't have to do anything special with the detention pond. But by coming in for zoning, we could add certain stipulations.
That's correct. And there's already a drainage easement in place to accept the runoff.
So all they would have to do is build their pond and put a fence.
Right.
If it was the regular. Okay. All right. Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Thank you, Dave. Okay. So it's back to me to make a recommendation. And weighing all the pros and cons of R20 versus R15, it's my recommendation, and I'm going to make a motion that we approve this for R15, subject to the staff's comments for 6 lots only, which would, if I'm correct in my calculations, then they could be off. That's 1 lot above what they could get if it was straight R20. So my motion would be staff comments and recommendations, a letter from Richard that stated May 27th, 2019, which addresses the landscaping, the curb and guttering, and the elevations, and also like to include the elevations that he submitted for the homes that would be in there. And also special attention to be paid to the Cobb DOT comments, because there are going to be some issues with the site distance. And if he can't, this issue would be there where it's rezoning or not rezoning. He would have to meet the site distance, and he can't get any permits unless he does meet the requirements of the site distance. So I actually will pay particular attention to that. Did I leave out anything? I don't think I left anything out. So that would be my motion. So we have a motion and a second. Any other comments? Call the question. That's approved 5-0. Thank you, Jane. Thanks.
Okay, rezoning case Z41, Kenneth Morty, request rezoning from R20 and GC to NRC, to CRC for the purpose of an automotive repair facility in land lot 34, the 18th district. The property is located on the east side of Powell Drive, south of Veterans Memorial Highway. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z41? Let the record show there's 3 people opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Do you have your screens back?
We have no screens.
Oh, you can see.
Thanks to Cornelius over
We don't
there.
have that. Hold on.
I'm so
No,
relying on
this is a
PowerPoint now that
Corky request, Corky. We have no screens. At least play us a movie or something.
we can switch to that if you want. Ready when you are, Madam Chair.
We're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Planning Commission, again, Adam Rosen with Sam's Larkin Huff and Valley here this afternoon for your applicant. And Z41, your applicant is Kenneth Morty. The property is 5777 Powell Drive. This property is 2 lots, both addressed at 5777 Powell Drive on the eastern side of Powell Drive, which I assume you know the location of, so I haven't given you much of an expanded aerial here, but this is off Veterans Memorial Parkway. Commissioner Porter gets the benefit of having the majority of the cases today, so we're again in his district. This property, like those all along Powell Drive, surprisingly maybe from the way that they look, are all within the neighborhood activity center. And you see that there on the future land use map. Further away from this property, you get back to high density residential. But just north of us is Veterans Memorial and continues this neighborhood activity center along Veterans. The zonings for Powell Drive are still, I guess we would say, transitional from the early 70s, R20 and general commercial. And then you have a number of these properties that have come before this board over the past 20 years or so with similar requests to actually come into compliance with the current plan, comprehensive plan, and rezone out of these non-conforming R20 and GC. That's the NRC and the other commercial properties that you see on Powell Drive. There's some mixture of light industrial in here as well. Majority on Powell Drive commercial. Your site plan is essentially an as-built site plan. That is, the proposal is for the existing building, we'll call the northern tract of the property, the existing building to remain with improvements to it, but the footprint to remain as it is now, currently operating as an automotive repair facility. That building will stay substantially the same. We have some stipulations for improvements to the front of this building, pressure wash and paint, some improvements that are needed. The proposal is also to improve the southern track to allow for parking on a hardened surface, which has not happened up to this point. And the proposal is, of course, for automotive repair with paint and body as part of that repair work. It's a limited number of employees. Business, 5 employees would probably be the maximum that you'll see here on the site. We've worked with Mableton Improvement Coalition on this project, who is very familiar with Powell Drive, possibly more than they'd like to be, but understands the nature of the business on this street and in this area. And I think we've worked with them, other than maybe a couple of minor details. What you've seen in my stipulation letter very much matches what Mableton Improvement Coalition has recommended. You only have a couple of requests in the Mableton Improvement Coalition letter asking for us to comply with certain conditions that I think we are, for the most part, matching with what you have in our stipulation letter. Generally, that means that we're taking a property with no sidewalk, curb, and gutter, no landscaping, just as Commissioner Porter said, as a continuous curb or a no curb, an open curb, actually defining a driveway, actually providing paving for parking, striping for parking, landscape enhancement strip along Powell Drive, all of those things that the current code will require. The only variances that we're asking for is for the as-built circumstances for the setbacks that have never been provided for with this property. So your applicant is, I think, putting forward a request to bring this property into compliance, is not asking for any special accommodations other than what's existing there at this time. This is a property that has been, I think, without an active business license for some time. There is pending code enforcement with this case. Your applicant did not acquire the property until later in 2018. So there's been limited time where he's actually applied for this and asking to make this property right. And I think doing it the right way by providing for the requirements that the code currently would require on Powell Drive. Some of those that you'll see there, locating the dumpster, no outside storage, all automotive repair work to be done inside. We've provided for temporary storage of materials for recycling. Some of those conditions that have been crafted, I think, for Powell Drive, understanding the automotive repair needs and recognizing that that is the character of this area, but doing what we can to help push Powell Drive forward for improving the area as well. As you saw from where we're located, there is residential outside of this area, but for Powell Drive purposes, is limited almost exclusively to these automotive type uses. Just really need this type of compliance, I think, and that's what we're proposing in this case. I've had contact with one nearby property owner on James Road, which is west of this property. I think her family was involved with some of the original development of this area many years ago, and so they are very much interested in what's happening. I don't believe that they have any opposition, but appreciate that there's actually going to be some compliance here with this property, which is something that they certainly appreciate. And I put her in contact with Robin Byer with Mableton Improvement Coalition so they could help work together for these types of cases for ours and into the future. So with that, I think we have provided for everything that's been requested. The only difference, I believe, in what has been provided from you for the Mableton Improvement Coalition is related to stormwater management. We would ask that that condition be left up to Dave Braden's discretion on whether they meet that 5,000 square foot threshold for detention and leave compliance with his recommendations. I think they've asked for a 250 square foot of paving to trigger stormwater. If their intention is just to let Dave Braden's interpretation be guiding, then we're okay with that. I don't want to set too low of a threshold that makes it a deterrent from them to pave part of this site, which I think is needed to provide for parking, and is certainly an improvement that we'd like to see. Your staff, of course, has recommended denial because of, at least in part because of the request for CRC. and that's because the automotive repair work for this facility includes paint and body. And we appreciate that a lot of the cases on Powell Drive have been zoned in the Neighborhood Activity Center to NRC. We would request that we at least be allowed that additional use if that's the board's desire. But the staff analysis isn't all negative. There's a lot of good points about how this is appropriate for the area and that it will not negatively impact the area. So I think we've provided for a use that's common for this area, recognizing the things we need to do to bring it into compliance. So with that, we respectfully ask for your recommendation for approval. My client and I are here if you have any questions for us. Thank you.
We'll hear from the opposition at this time.
Sonny Wheatley again with the Mableton Improvement Coalition, Powell Drive. Actually, Adam has done a great job in working with, and we are kind of close in on this. The main concern that has been discussed, and there were very few points even in the letter, Powell, I guess we're just setting it up for the future. It's incredibly frustrating, I will tell you quite honestly, to go through this process with a lot of cases, even the ones that have been zoned, where stipulations have been worked out. It looks the same. You drive through today, it looks the same. You know, it's just code enforcement, years of it. If they ever went to the courts, they take a judge a good month. So we do want it to get better. I do have some concern, and this is the weird, if you look in, it's 2 parcels. It's very similar to what you guys looked at on the Z24 case, but now it's in for zoning. So you've got 2 parcels, 2 tax IDs, 1 address, 1 applicant. We just want to make sure that the history of the top parcel being at 100%, that it's not treated separately, and then the bottom goes to 70% impervious. So I know that Dave can and will. The question is, how does that get triggered so that if it's sold tomorrow, then the other parcel is not left at 70%? That's all we're after on that. So we'll leave that up to Dave to figure out. That's pretty much it. NRC special exception, I think everything else has been touched on. I don't recall if it was in the letter regarding the landscaping and that the fence remained, that you'd be able to see through it so that code enforcement can address any issues that may come up and that it's not covered. That's it. We request that you approve with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Okay, good afternoon. My name's Charles Kinsley. I've been on Powell Drive for about the last 30 years. I've seen it grow, but some of this growth is not no good. It takes you sometimes to get from one end of Powell Drive, our shop's next to the last, up the road, 30 minutes to get through the roadblocks that these people occur. This is continuous. Call the police department, they say. You call them, 4 hours later, they send a car out there. They're done then. These are some of the pictures of Powell Drive. If you look at this picture right here, look right directly across the front of it,
We can't see anything.
you will see
I'm
another
sorry.
portion of the property right there that is nothing but scrap yards. That's all they're doing.
Okay, okay.
And according to Georgia,
I know you're excited, just.
no,
Just
but
calm
according
down.
to Georgia law, though, you can't run a scrapyard within 1,000 feet of a primary or secondary
Yeah,
highway.
they're passing the pictures around. We can't see, our screens are out up
Do
here.
I? Oh, you got to pass them up there?
Yeah,
Okay.
just pass them.
These are 2 properties in question that they keep saying the same thing. They are running junkyards. There is a junkyard law in Georgia that was signed by Nathan Deal. There's one that's signed by the federal government that does exactly the same thing. I have more pictures right in here too. They're going down to the state capitol. But this is wrong. If you vote this in right here, this won't never stop. They come in there and they call putting a privacy fence up, taking roofing material and nailed it or tying it to the fence this way right here. That is not an approved privacy fence, I do not believe.
Where is your business at?
Do what?
Where's your business at?
5830 Powell Drive, two buildings down. We're in the process of selling right now. We should be out of there hopefully in the next 3 weeks. People don't come down that road no more because you can't get down it. You can't get up it, you can't get down it. The rest of the body shops, they don't work in the middle of the street. They'll get out there and put two cars out there side by side, and they try to unload one, a transporter over here in the middle of the road. DOT is aware of this. We had DOT out there 3 or 4 times. They come out there, made them move all the vehicles off. They had Hence's Record Service out there with 6 wreckers going to take them in. They never did do it. And it's still the same problem on that street. This is not the only place. There's another one down there right directly in front of us that does exactly the same thing. They buy cars, they strip them down. This is a junkyard. According to Georgia state law, it's actually classified as a dismemberment yard. And to get a license for that, you have to go to the state of Georgia. You have to go to Macon, Georgia, and get a junkyard license is what it's called, for just taking cars apart, stripping them, and doing something with parts. If you look at the pictures, the pictures there show you all sorts of parts in racks back in there. I see Weaver come up there, which is a big junkyard in Atlanta. What they do, they pull the parts there, they put them online, and they get rid of them online.
And that's why there's so many junk.
They've been doing it. They have been
Been for
doing it
years.
and doing it. These people have been run, according to code enforcement, have been run all over Cobb County. Now they're with us. I've been living in Mapleton. This time I bought my house in '08 out there. I'm fixing to sell it too. I'm done. I'd like to get the pictures back, please, because they're going with me.
They're still
Yeah.
going right around.
They're
Okay.
right around there. We saved.
You want to see some more of them? I got plenty of them.
We took a couple.
Yeah. We
No,
wanted to, yeah.
I remember my kids went to, well, they used to have the theater up there. When Time Zone was out there. My family's been in Mapleton for years. And, I've seen that place grow up, and I've seen it convert back over, and now it's starting to build up again. My daughter said the best thing I done when I bought my home out there, because I got it real reasonable. But now it's time to move on to something else. 73, it's time to do something.
Okay. Thank you for your comments, and thank you for the pictures. Very enlightening. All right, that's, all the opposition is back to this board and back to Cobb.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, and I'll just concur with the gentleman, and I think Mapleton Improvement would too, that pile drive's very frustrating. We're making some progress on it, but I don't think it's as much as we'd like or as quick. Some of it has to do with court system backlogs and various issues like that. I know code enforcement has told me that every property but one on there is on notice or violations, and that they're working on it. I know we asked the police to go down that road on hopefully a somewhat regular basis and deal with the people parking on the right-of-ways where there's all the no parking signs. And we go out and look at these cases, so we've all experienced it, and I've been up and down that road many times as we've done a number of these cases just in the last year, or well, last few years. And it's getting a little bit better from what it was, say, 5-6 years ago, but we'd all like to see them actually be in compliance. And we're trying to get there with these zonings and that. But yeah, there's more that can be done for sure. Let's see here. To address a few things, one, Adam has addressed paving, and I'm going to make it clearer in my motion, but, they need to be parking on hardened surfaces. Certainly, if they add enough paving that the county determines they need stormwater management, then they'll have to add that. But if they stay under that threshold, then they don't need to. It does have the continuous curb or driveway or whatever you want to call it, and that will be taken out down to one normal DOT driveway. They are going to put in a landscape enhancement strip really on track 2, because track 1 is all paved for the most part. There's really not a whole lot of room to do something. Track 2 is the bottom half, track 1's the top half. You can't see it well. But that will look better. I do agree with opening up the fence so that it's not, so that we can actually see what's happening back there. One of the things we've done on this is we've had a number of applications on this street for CRC so that they can do body shops, and what we've been consistently doing is allowing NRC and giving an additional use of auto and body repair for the applicant only. So that if the applicant leaves, then that use ceases. So I think to be consistent, that's what we do. And we also always put a stipulation that if code enforcement issues a notice of violation related to that auto body use, and it's not corrected within the time allowed by the county ordinance, zoning can post the property and have it come back for other business to consider removing that condition. Adam addressed outdoor storage, and he had a fairly large area listed just as square footage, and what we've allowed in the other ones is the outdoor storage has to be under the awning, which this has a awning in back and the area fence to put, you know, the scrap metal to be picked up that comes off cars they're repairing and that for temporary thing. Since there isn't really a parking plan, gonna have a parking plan required within 30 days and paved within 60 days, paved and striped. And then also limit the number of vehicles that don't have a tag and how long they can be there for, just like we did a couple cases ago. And I think that covers, to answer Sonia's question, this will be site plan specific, so if they sold off that bottom track, they wouldn't be able to put a building on it until they came back through rezoning. Or at least through other business, however John would determine they have to come, but it would come through a process. Okay, anybody have any questions before I make a motion on this one? Okay. Yeah, but it actually looks better than, I remember the first time I went down there and went, oh God. You know. Okay, I make the following motion regarding Z21 to recommend deletion to NRC subject to all the following. All staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. The site plan received March 7th, 2019 with the following changes. Allowance for additional paving to the south of the building for additional parking. No paving or parking to be allowed in the first 30 feet from the right-of-way on track 2. So basically, they have a fence right there behind the fence. Allowance for stormwater management if needed. And make changes required for DOT recommendations. All stipulations in the letter from Adam J. Rosen received May 29th, 2019, not otherwise in conflict. Variances as identified in zoning division comments for existing condition only. No variances for redevelopment or changes to the existing building. The following uses only: light automotive repair establishment, emissions and inspection stations, non-automotive repair establishments, office service and supply establishments, special exception use of specialized contractors subject to district commissioner approval of users, and additional use of automotive paint and body repair shop for the applicant only. If code enforcement issues a notice of violation related to the automotive paint and body repair shop use and code violations are not corrected within the time allowed by county ordinance, The zoning division manager may post the property and schedule a show cause hearing before the Board of Commissioners to consider additional restrictions or elimination of the additional use. Outdoor storage allowed only under the canopy area attached to the rear of the building. The area to be fenced to contain storage under the roof. Outdoor storage is only for temporary storage of scrap metal awaiting pickup for recycling. Parking plan to be submitted for approval by the zoning division manager within 30 days of the Board of Commissioners' final decision. Existing paving to be patched as needed, new paving and stormwater management, if needed, to be added as necessary to provide a minimum of 16 parking spaces. All paving and striping in accordance with the parking plan to be completed within 60 days of the Board of Commissioners' final decision. All vehicles to be parked in striped spaces on hardened surfaces in accordance with county ordinance. All vehicles parked outside to have current registration with the exception of up to 3 vehicles which do not have current registration may be parked on the property for a maximum of 30 days. All vehicles currently located on the property that don't have current registration to be removed within 30 days of the Board of Commissioners' final decision. All excess paving on the right-of-way to be removed. And then removal of the metal panels on the chain link fencing. To be done within 30 days. Let's see, I think that's the motion.
Second for discussion.
Okay.
I just had a quick question. I think and I might have heard of them, but in your reading, you were saying that if the violation that triggered the show cause hearing had to be related to the auto body? What if
Right.
it's related to not curing an existing condition or something else that we?
That just goes under the normal county ordinance. We normally don't do a show cause hearing, but because we're giving them this special additional use of an automotive that's normally not allowed in this district, I want to have a trigger to take it away if they're a bad actor. You know, if they don't keep the property clean.
Okay,
and
but
they're-
only with regard to the auto body. the
Right.
special
The
use.
rest of
I
it would
gotcha.
just go through the normal
It's too bad we
code
can't have
enforcement.
anything trigger, but they'd be.
Well, technically, the Board of Commissioners could always call one in on their own, but they never do.
Any other comments? Okay, we have a motion, we have a second by Andy. Call the question. That's approved 5-0. Are we through?
Code amendments.
Oh, code amendments, okay. We're almost. No, we're not gonna take no break. We'd be waiting on Jason. Since we don't have a screen, we can't do anything anyway. Yeah, Jason, you'll have to give it, you have to give us sign languages.
Can't see this one down here either.
Yeah, we can see that. Well, barely.
Right.
All of us up here are getting old and we can't see. Yeah, I know it. You need to go get those binoculars.
All right, Madam Chair, Planning Commission, good afternoon. Again, I'm Jason Gaines, Planning Division Manager for Cobb Community Development, and I'm here this afternoon to present the current round of proposed code amendments as they pertain to Chapter 134, the zoning chapter of the Cobb County Code of Ordinances. To date, we've conducted the first public hearing, which is a public reading of all the proposed amendments that occurred last Tuesday evening at the Board of Commissioners meeting. The rest of the schedule includes where we are here today with this public hearing, where we'll hear the items pertaining to the zoning chapter. And then at the end of this month, June 25th, the board is scheduled to have a second reading of the proposed amendments and are scheduled to vote on adopting the proposed changes.
Okay.
Okay. So we've got two primary categories that we are covering in the zoning chapter for this round of code amendments. One is a series of changes related to purpose-built student housing, and the other is some changes to our registration and regulation process for donation drop boxes. I'll talk a little bit about those, but I'm not as familiar with the intricacies of it. The county attorney's office actually worked on those amendments, so any questions may have to be reserved for legal counsel.
Okay.
Okay. So with that, let's talk a little bit about purpose-built student housing, just to give a bit of a
Are we going to start with it, or are we going to do the bins first?
We'll do the student housing.
Student housing.
Okay, the presentation has student housing. We can do it however you want, Madam Chair.
No,
but-
that's fine,
Yeah.
that's fine.
We can't see the presentation.
I would miss skip up if I went to one or the other.
All right, so we'll start with student housing, just to give a little bit of a recap. In 2018, the Planning Division completed a study that we entitled Purpose-Built Student Housing Analysis, where we basically defined the issue and looked at peer communities throughout the Southeast where, typically college towns, where a lot of off-campus student residence is located. So we looked at how they've addressed those issues and offered, I guess, some guidelines or recommendations on how the county could pursue some sort of protections to some of the potential ills that could result from purpose-built student housing. And I think the biggest thing that was on the minds of the commissioners when they asked staff to do this was, with this proliferation of off-campus housing, what happens if one of these developments fails? Does it just become a regular apartment complex? No, probably not, because the way that these are built, they're built in a pod dormitory-like format, so they're really not conducive to, a standard apartment. So I guess some of the other potential uses or the non-use of a failed student housing development was something that, struck a little bit of fear in some of the commissioners. So that's kind of what brought us to, conducting that study and that analysis. So from there, we were asked to actually come up with some recommended approaches based on what we had in the report. And what we initially prepared was the creation of an overlay district focused on the areas that's kind of north of town center and around KSU, mostly north of town center and mostly east of the main KSU campus. That proposal did not make it as far as we anticipated, and it was actually pulled from the previous round of code amendments, and staff was asked to go back and take another look at what we could possibly do. And with that, I'll add that in light of the concerns about purpose-built student housing, there's actually been a moratorium in effect since the spring of 2018, I believe it was, that basically suspends accepting applications for new student housing developments, whether it's a rezoning application, building permit, land disturbance, anything related to purpose-built student housing development has been, those applications have been suspended. The current moratorium is in effect until July 31st. So just a point of reference there. All right, so with that laid, we've come back with a new proposal for this round of code amendments, and it basically involves using existing code sections and adding, first and foremost, a definition for purpose-built student housing, and then using some of the other tools that are already available in the code to regulate the use. So with that, purpose-built student housing definition was very critical. So in the definition section of the ordinance, we proposed the following definition. Purpose-built student housing is a multifamily residential development marketed to affiliates of an academic or professional college or university or other recognized institution of higher learning. These developments are typically located near college campuses and offer amenities such as individual leases for each occupant, fully furnished units, and residence life programs specific to college students. So in other words, they're like a dormitory off campus, except that they're not a dormitory. They're privately run and operated, and they cannot be marketed to students exclusively. Anyone who applies to live in one of these developments has the right to submit that application. There's only one protected class under the Fair Housing Act, and that's adult seniors. So since students aren't a protected class, these purpose-built student housing, privately run developments cannot be restricted based on age. Again, they're like dormitories with that little caveat, and we put that in the definition section as well as the definition sections for several individual zoning districts, which I'll get to here in a moment, that we are proposing to have purpose-built student housing as an allowable use. Okay, so we've added the use as an allowable use and the definition for purpose-built student housing to the following zoning districts: RM12, RM16, UVC, PVC, and RRC. In addition to the use being allowed, there's another caveat, and that is that it's allowed with the issuance of a special land use permit, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second, but that special land use permit essentially adds another layer of provisions that applicants must meet in addition to the underlying zoning, or if there's conflict, whichever one is greater or more as a greater requirement. So again, special land use permit, we've added this as a use under that particular code section with several provisions or stipulations for the special land use permit being issued. And again, just so we're clear, this is required in addition to being in an allowable zoning district. So I'll go through each of these as well since you're unable to view the presentation right now. So the provisions for the special land use permit for purpose-built student housing are that sites shall be located in areas under the Regional Activity Center Future Land Use designation. Sites are required to have principal access from an arterial or major collector roadway as identified on the Cobb County Roadway Functional Classification Plan. Sites shall be designed to accommodate on-site parking for at least one vehicle for each unit. A traffic impact study is required per section 134, 121A8. Sites shall be designed with lighting that does not spill over into abutting properties and is the minimum to provide security for residents of multifamily housing developments. Buildings and sites shall be designed to minimize the transfer of noise by the use of noise-absorbing or blocking material, such as rough surface building facades, site fencing, and vegetation. Minimum tract size is 3 acres. Maximum building height is 6 stories. When adjacent to single-family residential zoning districts, the maximum building height shall be 3 stories. Maximum impervious surface coverage on the site is 70%. No portion of floodplain, wetland area, or impervious community area, such as pools, clubhouses, tennis courts, and parking facilities, may be used in calculating the overall site density. If clearly defined parking lots or structures are provided, interior circulation driveways shall be 18 feet wide from back of curb to back of curb. Mass grading of the project tract is discouraged unless being done to facilitate the clustering of buildings and parking away from adjacent, less intense development. To enhance building and site security, applicants shall coordinate with local law enforcement to develop a security plan in accordance with the standards of crime prevention through environmental design. A 30-foot landscape buffer shall be provided on any exterior property line that abuts existing single-family residential uses. The buffer shall be natural, but may need to be enhanced with additional landscaping to provide sufficient screening between the new development and the existing neighborhood. Structures associated with the use shall be located a minimum of 50 feet from any property line. Floodplain and wetlands preservation requirements. Any development must meet all county, state, and federal requirements relating to floodplains and wetlands. The Board of Commissioners encourages preservation of wetland areas. Those are the provisions for the special land use permit purpose-built student housing, or as they have been proposed. And as is custom, we've had the initial reading with the Board of Commissioners. The Planning Commission has been asked to offer their take and offer any recommendations that they see fit as this moves forward for a second reading with the Board of Commissioners later this month. We do have another topic under Chapter 134, but I think this information is a bit deep, for lack of a better term, so it may be better just to go ahead and have questions and discussion about this particular topic at this time, if that's all right with you, Madam Chair.
It is. I'm going to open this up for a public hearing at this time. Under the purpose-built student housing. If we have any speakers that would wish to speak at this time, please come forward. And I believe the time is 3 minutes apiece. Am I correct? So, yeah, you don't have to be sworn. Yeah, you don't have to be sworn in. We know who you are.
We can find you.
Oh, I just had what he put up there, so you don't need to put it up there. Okay, good afternoon, Planning Commissioners. My name is Tulin Avard, and I am here representing the Bells Ferry Civic Association, as well as Chastain Lakes Homeowners Association. We are thankful that the county placed a moratorium on PBSH zoning requests in order to conduct its own investigation and to work on incorporating new provisions into the zoning code. We also appreciate the county establishing a stakeholders committee comprised of local civic and HOA associations, KSU staff, administrators from the city of Kennesaw, and various police entities. The county listened to the concerns of their panel and modified the draft code amendments to incorporate suggestions of the attendees. We do have some additional suggestions to the proposed code. So what Jason was just talking about, the different requirements, we agree with items A and B. To item C, where they were talking about accommodate on-site parking for at least one vehicle for each unit. We prefer the suggestion that one paved parking space shall be provided for every bed in the building plus one per employee. Parking may be reduced to 0.75 paved parking spaces per bed if the project is located within 1/10 of a mile from a public transit stop, has direct bus service to the college or university, or is located within a 1/4 mile of the college or university campus. Our research, we agree with this because our research has shown that more and more students are not bringing their cars to campus with them to the college, but instead they were relying more on Bob, the campus bus, and also on Uber and Lyft. To item D, about the traffic impact study required, we would further like it to add that a current traffic count, no older than 3 years, be used for the study. Then we are in agreement with E and F. Then item G, which says minimum tract size is 3 acres, we would prefer it to be changed to 5 acres, since PBSHs are large, high-density developments. For example, the one they're building now, the Bixby, is on 4 acres. For item H, about the building height, we prefer the proposal to change max building height from 6 stories to the structure shall be limited to 55 feet in height, to make it more specific in height instead of stories. And we also agree with a max of 3 stories adjacent to single-family residential zoning districts. Although we would like a line of sight to be considered as well, since the terrain around here is hilly. We don't want these buildings to be towering over subdivisions. For item I, we thank you for adding that the max impervious surface coverage is 70% instead of 80. And then we are in agreement with items J through L. The next item is M, is the security one. Thank you for including that. We feel that is extremely important because, as Jason mentioned, due to the Fair Housing Act, anyone can rent a room out in these developments, and they do. It's not limited to just college students, even though they like to market themselves as student only,
I'm sorry,
which is
ma'am.
misleading.
Sorry, ma'am, your 3 minutes are up.
If possible, we'd also like to add that PBSH management will need to meet with local law enforcement on a regular basis to ensure that security measures are kept up to date.
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
Oh, well, can I keep talking?
Yeah, she's going to give you her 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And also for under the security to add a minimum 8-foot fence be built at the rear of the development. And then next, we were wondering, the county has thought of adding additional amendments or stipulations, such as one, management being required to be located on the premises. Cobb County Police have informed us that this policy has helped keep crime down in those PBSHs that have management present. It's very important. 2, what is required when existing buildings in the area are converted to PBSHs? That's not accounted for in here. Also, how to hold new ownership of PBSHs to the stipulations agreed to by the original developer or management company, since there is a turnover rate. It's not the same management company that stays with these. And then there are also 3 types of PBSHs in our areas. There's the apartment style pods, then there's townhouses, and then there's cottages. So should caps be placed on how many of each type can be built in a certain amount of time? And should a limit be placed on the apartment-style pods, which is the one that Jason mentioned, that because if they fail, it'll be more problematic to turn them into other types of housing. Another item is, should we put on a cap on how many PBSHs can be built per year? Many of them, the existing ones, are not completely full, and they are worried about the increased competition that is in the process of being built. Perhaps base the cap on a certain vacancy percentage rate. And as we said, they're not full right now, and they're in the process of building 2 new ones, the Bixby and Sova, which will bring another approximately 1,500 beds. And then add a clause to all the PBSH lease agreements to include a sentence that states, due to the Fair Housing Act, leasing will not be limited to just college students. Because again, we feel like they're misleading college students and their parents. That it's just, and we have had incidents, and this is from Captain Bullock, from Precinct 1. We've had incidents with drug dealers and sex offenders moving in with the students. This has happened already, and we want to prevent this from continuing to happen. And then also, we took a tour of one, and we've talked to several of the management companies and to the kids, and they told us, these management companies, the main reason the students move out is because rent is too expensive. So they look into renting out houses in the subdivisions.
Yeah, you got to finish up.
So, okay. So that's it. We hope our comments and suggestions have been helpful, and thanks for your time.
Thank you. And you have a copy of that, don't you?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I can email you all a copy if you'd like.
Yes, that would be great. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thanks.
I would also email the Board of Commissioners as
Yeah,
well.
each of them would need a copy of it too.
Mhm.
Okay, so it's back to the board here for discussion.
Okay, you want me to start off? Oh, okay. As I normally do, I went through kind of item by item and looked at things. We have to keep one thing in mind as we look at this, that the KSU Kennesaw campus isn't the only institution this may serve. I mean, it's always possible that, well, I guess the Marietta campus is in the city of Marietta primarily.
Right.
But close enough by, it could be there, and then Chattahoochee Tech, and who knows what else may come along, so we can't really look at restricting it, especially in cases.
The Highlands. The Highlands. The Highlands has a. Go ahead.
Okay. Anyway, there's
other schools.
there's possibilities that this may not just be KSU related.
Yes.
And especially when you look at Chattahoochee Tech, there's some aged, high-density residential around it. that may be a good place to put this, but there's only 2 regional activity centers in the county. One of them happens to be near KSU's main campus, and the other one, we don't really have any large institutions there that I can think of. We might have a DeVry or something like that could even become a possibility in the future, I don't know. But I think limiting it to just regional activity centers would be a mistake. I think, community activity centers and high-density residential areas would make sense so that we're serving, the needs of all the schools in the county, not just one with it if it comes up. Let's see.
Can I interject for a second?
Sure.
Would it be fair to ask Jason what the thinking was that led to just restricting it to regional activity centers versus all 3? Because, I mean, you clearly named one, not all 3. And that was a question I had too, and I think we talked about it at the work session.
When you say we name one and not all
Well,
3, are you talking about the other
regional.
activity center types?
You said that it applies to a regional activity center, and you didn't mention community or neighborhood activity centers for some reason. My
Right.
question is, why? did
Or
you exclude those
high-density
2?
residential.
Right. I think the feeling was that, to Galt's point about, there being, other, institutions or, campuses of the main institution in other parts of the county, I think there was probably a little bit of oversight, as far as, including them when thinking about this. And I think that the primary focus was on the main KSU campus because that's where most of the issues that began to arise came from when this whole thing, was started, as far as the analysis and the exploration of the problem and understanding what it is and defining it. So I think with it being kind of limited to that, that's why the thinking was to have it in a regional activity center, specifically, well, it doesn't say specifically town center, but that was the thinking, that the town center or regional activity center was going to be the focus.
Let me ask a question a different way. Would you have any problem if it were expanded to community activity centers?
I would not.
Neighborhood?
No.
Okay.
I would not.
And I'll say I didn't include neighborhood activity centers when I was discussing it because that is a much smaller
Right.
density, but I did include high-density residential zones.
Yeah, I think that's
Because this
probably
is
more.
basically a high-density residential apartment complex, and it would
Which
seem
would
to make
more
sense.
Yeah, than a cat.
So I'm sorry.
I
to go
think
in
the
and-
regional, if I could just say one thing,
Yep.
since a lot of this probably is up in my district, I think one of the reasons they might have chosen the regional activity centers is trying to protect some of the established neighborhoods up there, i.e. the Pine Tree Country Club, the Weatherburn, some of the larger subdivisions up that way that are right adjacent to the college and have fear of them trying to build housing in their subdivisions. And this was, since they're not in that regional activity center, this was a way to protect them.
I think it's natural to look at these codes as a way to do that,
Yeah.
but we have the responsibility to
Yes.
make sure that's broad enough to serve.
But I think that might have been what got it started, was to protect
Yeah,
some of the
and also those
subdivisions.
subdivisions aren't going to be in a CAC or a high-density residential either.
Right.
So they should be automatically protected that way because they're going to be in MDR or LDR.
Right. But I think those two were the closest, and
Right.
there was fear. As we know, we've seen some housing, a couple of houses come in for different things that were part of the
Okay.
subdivision. Okay.
Did you have
Sorry,
something,
go ahead.
Andy?
I was gonna just kibitz on the stuff you come up with.
Okay. Okay.
I do have some other stuff.
Okay, I'll move on to the point B on it being on a arterial or major collector. I wonder if that's really necessary. I mean, it's not something that we require generally of that. I think we ought to look at what the general requirement is for the zoning district that it goes in for location and stick to that, because we may have high-density residential that's not on an arterial or major collector that would be a good site. I mean, directly across the street from Chattahoochee's, some aged high density that at some point somebody's gonna wanna replace. And it would be perfect for this type of use, but it wouldn't fit the definition, I don't believe, because I don't think they have access to South Cobb Drive. I think it's only in kind of behind more. So,
But again, you know, I wonder if Jason could help us understand why you put this in here, because there must have been some reason. Because I kind of agree with your thinking, Galt.
The proximity to the campus is the number one criteria, I think.
right.
I think what Madam Chair mentioned earlier about trying to protect some of the longstanding residential communities in the area was part of what went into that thinking. You know, I will admit that that was not something that we originally had in our draft. It was something that, you know, was added after some additional discussion. I'll say that about both this point and the previous point about the future land use category. You know, those were both additions after some discussion and feedback amongst people involved in the stakeholder process. So, you know, to again repeat what Madam Chair mentioned, I think that was the basis of the thinking behind doing that.
So if I understand that right, it wouldn't radically reduce the impact and the structure of this to eliminate that particular requirement. Is that right?
That's correct.
I mean, it wouldn't hurt it.
I don't believe that it would.
Wouldn't hurt
radically
it
impact it.
substantially, to use a word
Well,
that we
right.
used before.
I think it is important to try and control where they go, and this is a way to do that, but it's more important to locate them in close proximity to the campus they
Right.
serve, and
Yeah.
that
Right.
would be the way to make this work, I
Right.
think.
Yeah.
In
I
which
think it's
case,
naturally gonna come and
Yeah.
go on a road that's gonna support the occupancy.
And I think we have
Right.
to understand too, it doesn't matter if they're not in a, anybody can apply for zoning. It doesn't matter whether they're in a regional activity center or not. They still could apply for the category if they wanted to. It doesn't mean that it would be approved,
right.
but they still could apply for it.
They
So
can
we always
apply.
have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, I'd just like to have guidelines that we're
Yeah.
probably gonna follow, and I can see
And I
plenty of
think that's
cases
what
where
this
it may
was,
be a block off of the arterial or
Right.
major collector
Yeah.
and be a great site for it and be very close to campus, but it wouldn't fit the definition here.
Yeah.
So,
Let me just say this before we go too far. This, I think we probably all agree, and we said it the other day, that this is a really good first start. Even though we're gonna go through each and every point, it looks like, and sort of critique it and ask questions.
And
I don't want you to feel, I don't think any of us want you to feel like I think fundamentally it's got a good structure and it's pretty good. It just needs to be tweaked a little bit.
yeah, and I do like the SLUP approach to it
I
versus
like
what
that.
we had
Yeah.
earlier in the year, and I think it's something we need to have some regulation around. So I, you know, we're just now at the point that we get a draft and we get to nitpick it.
Is this our only public hearing? This is for us?
For us.
For the planning commission,
But
yes,
we don't-
unless we get some other direction from the board of commissioners, this will be the only public
So we
hearing
pass
before
it
the
on to
planning
the
commission.
board and this
Correct.
is actually what's gonna go to the board with some recommendations from us, is correct?
Yeah.
Well, this has already gone.
board
to
already has
The
it.
board already has it, so we're just.
So they're gonna get the benefit of
they're-
our discussion.
Right.
So based on this, you know, we would, you know, list the, you know, edits or recommendations that you all have, and then the board would have the option on accepting some, all, or none of those.
Okay.
And then we would draft the final ordinance based on the board's action.
All right.
The problem here is though the board pushed something around and has already had a public hearing regarding this, which is radically different from what's now being discussed, based upon the fact that this was proposed to only be in regional activity centers. Now we're talking about expanding it to other areas of the county.
Well, when you say radically different, what exactly you mean, sir?
Well, the application of this would have been very limited, such that if one did not live in or near a regional activity center, there would be no need to worry about this. And now we're purporting to publish something which would have broader application. And that gives me a lot of concern.
Well, you know,
I think
that's why we have multiple hearings, and that's just part of the process. They bring something forward, and they may decide, once they hear the changes, that they want to go back through one more round of them before they adopt something too, and that's what they did earlier this year, is they got all the input and said, nope, we need more work before we move forward, so.
But I presume they knew what they were doing, and they knew what they meant when they said, this is something that will only go
Well,
in a
keep in
round.
mind, this isn't necessarily the Board of Commissioners saying this. This is
Okay.
the staff proposing it and looking for input. The Board of Commissioners hasn't made a decision on this yet. We're not changing something that's already adopted. We're discussing a proposed change.
A final decision, but they've had a work session and a public hearing already.
Right.
Was that issue discussed at either one of those?
No, sir. The initial public hearing is primarily a reading, and there is an opportunity to take public comment. And the public comment that was received last week was pretty limited. Nobody who had been involved with the stakeholders was present, and only one commissioner addressed the matter when given the opportunity. The four others didn't say anything.
Okay, I think we need to probably move it along a little bit. I don't think we have to go
Okay.
item
Well, we
by
can
item.
leave
Well, I have,
But we have some things.
I have several.
Several things too. So go ahead. Yeah.
The next item, C, where the draft proposes one parking space per unit. I know the fire marshal has asked for one space per bed. And we've discussed before doing one space per bedroom, because there could be four bedrooms in a unit, there could be 6 bedrooms in the unit. You know, there's different configurations, and you kind of assume that each bedroom will probably have a car. And that's where they were running across problems with these, is applying the typical apartment standard per unit to these was not yielding enough parking, and the fire marshal was seeing parking problems. So I would suggest we change that to, one
Per
parking
student.
space per
student.
occupant.
say
But
so.
now you can't really decide how many occupants are gonna
No,
be in
you
that
per
building.
student, because it would be a student. wouldn't it?
Well, at that
Well-
point, based on the testimony that we heard earlier, we might want to reduce it from 1 to 0.75. And then I would like to see something inserted, probably most appropriately in this section, related to accommodations for rideshare programs and other things that will encourage this,
That's a good one.
I think that was,
reduction of the use of your car.
Yeah, I think that was addressed in that.
I thought it was my idea.
No,
No?
I'm sorry, it wasn't your idea. It was addressed earlier that they're using Bob
That
the
they-
Owl. and
Well, they're using it,
Uber,
but
Lyft.
accommodation on
But
site
I
for the
think-
pickup
for Uber,
zones and.
Lyft, and everything
If I
else.
don't, I think I remember hearing them say one space per student. Nod your head
These-
if I'm right. One
They
parking
said
space.
3/4, 0.75.
Well, they were saying,
There's got to be something in the traffic engineer
Yeah.
handbook on that
Yeah.
that would be a guide.
yeah,
Oh,
and
yeah, that
I
thing
just
is
know
so
that the
reliable.
fire marshals come forward and
Tilly, what
wanted
did you
one.
say on the student parking?
One per bed, plus one per employee.
I had one per student.
Well, it was with,
This is one vehicle for each, well, what your STIP says is one vehicle for each unit.
Okay.
But, yeah, but then you gotta be careful with students, because it's but other people, not just students, can rent too. So, yeah, then you get
Yeah.
occupants.
Yeah, there
Yeah,
lies our
and
problem.
usually we're tied to the physical space, not the number.
Yeah.
We're
In
trying to
these-
get it
Thank you, dear.
evened out to the number of bodies,
in
but
these things, since they're individual leases, really, it's
but-
one, it could
right.
be more per
Well, and also,
lease.
if you say one per bed, you are essentially saying one per occupant, because, as was mentioned, some of these setups include 4, 5, 6 bedrooms. So while all of the units and all of the beds in a particular unit may not be leased, I think when you're constructing it, you may want to assume that, worst case scenario or best case scenario, depending on your perspective, is that it's going to be fully leased out and fully occupied. So if you said, 1 per bed, that would equal 6 spaces for a 6-bedroom unit.
Yeah, my one problem with bed versus bedroom is when they're doing plan review and this thing's getting built, you really can't say how many beds are gonna be placed in a bedroom, you don't really know till the student shows up and, although they are furnished usually, but.
Right.
But, it's kind of, a bedroom's a physical thing you can check on a plan. Number of beds is awful hard to check because that's furniture.
Somebody may rent, have a bedroom with just one person with 3 beds in there too.
Probably
The
not.
way the bedrooms are
but-
in these types of developments,
What do you
there's typically just room for the bed. And
for
maybe a
one.
little desk or nightstand or something like that. It's not like a bedroom in your house or my house.
That's why I was saying per bedroom.
This is something that it seems like experience is going to help a
They
lot
need to
with.
look into this, and we need to
Actually
move
not by our
on from
code.
this, because it'd be hard for us to
So,
explain it.
anyway, that was one of the things, and I also didn't know whether there should be a visitor parking requirement.
And that's something
On
they could
top
look
of,
into.
I think so.
on top of that, an extra 10% of parking or something like that.
That's something Jason needs to look at.
Yeah, I think fire's going to stipulate that in their review, but I think there's just to summarize, I think there's a lot of questions about how we could approach the parking. And just I wrote a couple of notes on what Tulin said when she was up here, and I thought what I captured was a space per bed plus 1 per employee, and then other provisions for reductions based on the presence of bus service.
Yeah.
That's kind of was that generally what you said?
That was their thought process, and I think we could go with that too, 'cause I think that's what you're trying to say.
Trying to come up with,
for them to look
something,
at.
because you don't want to have each unit have an assigned space and there be no visitor parking or something. So we'll just say has to make accommodations for visitor parking.
Okay. And then we
as
move it
well.
along.
And obviously, the parking requirement needs to be added to 134-272, where we have all the parking requirements. And then, as far as a height limit, I really think maybe during the SLUP, the Board of Commissioners should just set the height limit, because if it's in a rack,
That's where you want
it may be in a location that 10 stories is perfectly fine. It's, racks, the zoning district sets the height, and I kind of almost think we could just let the zoning district dictate the height, because they do, for each, whatever
let the
zoning district
SLUP.
it goes in.
Let the SLUP determine the height.
Right. I think the height should just be set by the Board of Commissioners at the time of SLUP, not say it's
Because it's going to
limited.
depend on the conditions.
Yeah, you got
Yeah,
that.
because
I
it's
agree with
really condition dependent, and, to arbitrarily limit it to 6 in a
Right.
rack is really
I agree.
there. Okay, moving on.
Well, can we go
Uh,
back to G?
Okay, I
5
skipped
acres.
G. I guess I
don't-
was okay
don't
with
see
G.
any- I mean, I think the bigger it is, we gotta consider that this is for Chattahoochee Tech or some other school, and, it may be that that a smaller size project's appropriate. If I add that on in there, so I don't know if we wanna be so restrictive of the
Acreage.
lot.
Well, every zoning district has a minimum size.
Right.
If you're gonna come in with the PVC, you're gonna need 25 acres. So this 3 acres doesn't really matter. I'm not sure what it is on
Unless you
on a-
allow 3 acres.
on a RM16 or 2 acres. So this is really pushing it up a little bit above. And UVC is 2 acres, right? Or is it 3?
25.
Okay, so there's probably a reason, that you don't want these too small, probably.
Well, I didn't want, I
Yeah.
3 acres, I just,
Yeah, but the 3 acres may be too much, I don't know. I know there was an ask for 5 acres, but, really, that's another one of those site-dependent
I
things.
guess my feeling is I don't have any problem with keeping it to 3 acres, and experience will tell us whether that works or not.
and you can do.
But
variance.
We can
I
amend it.
know that I can cite university campuses where there's a 4 or 5 story student apartment complex on less than an acre. And there's a row of these complexes down the street.
Yeah.
And so I'm not sure that, G really ought to be there, but it's okay with me. to
Yeah,
leave it there.
I'm kind of with you. I could strike it or I could leave it. You know, it's, the zoning district really determines your
I
minimum
think
I don't want to
size.
increase it, though.
Yeah.
I don't want to, I don't
I
think
think the
it should be
slope is going to
increased.
determine it anyway,
Right,
so.
but let's leave that. We talked about the stories. Impervious coverage. I honestly don't see any reason why in Iraq we limit it to 70% and we allow everything else to go to 80. Now, if it's in a CAC or HDR, well, CAC's going to be at 70 and HDR's at what, John, for impervious?
70.
You say HDR?
Yeah, HDR. Do you know
It's all
offhand?
70, isn't it?
Well, when it comes to HDR, it goes by the zoning district. So if it's RM8 or RM12, it's 45%, I think.
Okay, 45. So it's going to be far lower depending on what district you're in. So, you know, to me, I just don't see limiting it in Iraq to 70% when we let them build everything else in Iraq at 80%.
Other than the idea that these are kids, you want green. You know, if you were of that mindset, you might want to do that.
Well, so what's everybody else think about that one?
For me, I think the impervious surface, probably in this, because we're talking, right now, we're talking, let's be honest, about Kennesaw College.
Right.
And that's where we've had the major flooding issues with the Noonday Creek and all the other things. They worked hard, they built a regional detention pond up there. So I think that was the reasoning, less impervious surface up that way because of all the land we've had to buy over the years. So, but I
you
still
wanna
think
leave
that
that-
impervious surface is gonna be covered by the land use permit, so I don't know that you actually have to.
By the underlying zone.
Right.
Yeah. So the slope and the underlying zoning is gonna take care of the impervious issue.
So do you want to leave it in or take it out?
I would take it out.
Okay.
Because I think you're in a regional activity, that's where you wanna see everything.
Okay.
So
agree
are
with
we
that?
recommending
Removal.
reduction or a removal?
Just remove that
just
out of the
remove it.
SLUP and let the zoning district and future
the
land use
conditions.
control it, like we do everything else.
Yeah.
Because some cases, it may only be 45% that's allowed.
So JK and L are okay, right?
Okay, J,
Okay,
So L is-
JKL.
Oh.
is okay.
L is redundant.
you know, some of these I look at and say, like J, don't we already have a density calculation
Yeah, we do.
defined in the zoning district that it's gonna be in, that defines how density is calculated? We don't really need this again, do we?
We do for RM12, but for our RC and PVC, it's kind of open.
Okay,
Well,
but
we don't
since this
count
doesn't really set a
floodplain.
limit, does it,
But aren't we making changes?
it's kind
to
of a
those specifics?
meaningless thing to have here if those districts don't have a limit on density, do they?
I believe they do for those
Yeah.
two.
Yeah, so,
But at least we know how to calculate it.
right.
We're
I
so
mean, we
good
can
at
leave it or take it out. It just seems redundant to me to what the zoning
Leave
district
it,
should
let them
already.
make a determination if they want to keep
Yeah,
it. So leave it.
Okay, K, which deals with the space for an aisle and that, we have development standards and zoning ordinances
We
to
do.
deal
That's
with that. I
covered.
think we should strike
No, you don't need that.
K.
Mass grading, you don't need that because that's covered by,
It is, I mean, I can strike it if you want or leave it. What
because
do you
it's already
prefer,
covered in your
strike or
plan
leave?
view.
Strike,
Yeah,
I prefer striking whatever can be struck.
Yeah, M is good.
yeah.
strike L. Yeah, M's good. That one makes a lot of sense.
Can I add something
Yeah.
there?
No. Andy, no.
And
You know what I'm gonna add?
I know what you're gonna add.
I'm gonna add that,
ahead.
cameras are registered with the Cobb County Police Camera Registration Program.
That's a good, but they
Okay.
have to do that anyway now. That's automatic.
that would be part of this, I'm sure that would be part of the security plan more
It
than
is
likely.
the part of it, yeah.
Yeah.
But Andy,
So-
that was so good of you suggested.
Okay, I'm good with N, the buffer to residential. That only makes sense. O, I'm not good with because, when you say 50 feet from a property line, something in Iraq may be built up very close to the street. Those are normally either set by the individual zoning district. When you get that more urban and you pull them up to the street, that's still a property line to the street, and a 50-foot setback, to me, doesn't necessarily make sense. Just let the zoning district control it.
Determine it.
You need
okay.
light.
So,
Just
I'm saying
take a
strike
O
O.
out, yeah.
Well, if we are talking about to a street, though, we could have it, we could leave it
Yeah.
in large, I mean, I'm
I
not.
don't even know that we need.
I don't know why I'm even saying.
It depends on what it's next to,
I
If
too.
it's next to
that-
commercial,
I
Yeah,
agree
if
with
it's
you,
next
it's
to
just-
commercial, we don't need
Right.
a 50-foot. I know
or if it's
a
next
lot
to
of
the
this
mall. you wouldn't
seems
need
to have
it.
been considered that we're going to be up against residential, which
Everywhere,
isn't
but-
always the
Well,
case.
I was thinking it might be, just to let light into this, so the kids don't have
Have
dark
light in
units.
there.
Let
They
light
don't want no
in.
light in.
Like in New York City, big, tall.
Hey, they
buildings, that's
party
what-
all night and they sleep all day. They don't want the light in.
New York
That's
City.
that's why you have to legislate it.
I'm just
All right,
kidding.
y'all got to move along.
Okay, I thought of a couple different things. One is the calculation of density, because when you add, some of these can have 4, 5, 6 bedrooms to them, it distorts the density calculation from a normal, most apartments, standard apartments have about 2 bedrooms. So all of a sudden, you're doubling or tripling the number of people who are going to be in quote-unquote a unit. So I was going to say we should have a density shall be calculated using equivalent apartment units rather than the actual number of units. And there shall be 1/2 equivalent apartment unit per bedroom. So essentially, if there's 2 bedrooms, that counts as 1 unit of density instead of 5 or 6 bedrooms counting as 1 unit of density.
I would agree with that.
That's the starting point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sounds like we're
And-
getting in weeds here.
But we need to be. That's a key point, because we ran across that listening to these cases before where the density was getting skewed out of,
But
all
wouldn't-
out of proportion.
Wouldn't that be addressed when they come for their public hearing and their zoning?
Yeah, but you want them to
amendments?
realize that up front before we go through a whole hearing process, that when they come with something that they
apartment.
designed with 8 bedrooms to the unit so that they can meet the RM12 zoning, and they're really putting what's far higher than RM12 on it.
So you're saying the standard was 2 bedrooms equals 1 unit.
Right.
So look at parking,
That's a good
Jason, is
starting
the bottom line is they need to look at parking.
Yeah, and then, do we want any limit on the number of bedrooms in a unit?
No.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, and do we want to have any minimum requirements for a unit, like it has to have a common living room and a kitchen? Or are we okay if everybody?
I don't think
just
we should
has-
get in the
okay.
interior of it.
Okay, I was
personally.
just throwing that out.
I think it's a good idea, though.
I don't
Yeah.
want them to come inside and redesign my house.
Okay, and then,
Well, we're not telling them what color kitchen.
Just
then
saying.
also, I think, we have this in UVC, which doesn't allow very dense, thing. To me, it would seem like RM8 might be a reasonable category for this as well. So I thought of adding that as another category that this could go in. And that keeps the density down a bit.
So would you add RMA and remove UVC?
No,
or just
you can
add
leave
RMA?
UVC. I'm just saying RM8's
The multifamily is what you're
yeah,
adding.
is not is more dense and intense than what we're putting on the end. So with that,
I think that's our
do you want me to
suggestion.
make a motion to that, or did we just?
Yeah,
Robin's saying
she-
make a motion so
Rob-
that she can get it all.
Robin's got to have a motion.
Okay.
Yeah. So you
Yep.
got to make a motion.
Okay, I make a motion regarding the purpose-built student housing code amendments under 134-37-34. For A, add CAC and HDR to the allowable future land uses. for, I want to make sure I put notes here, make sure we agreed. What did we agree on the major collector? We agreed to strike that, didn't we?
Yeah.
Okay, so strike item B. Number 3, revised to 1 vehicle per, do we want to say bed or bedroom?
We finally decided on a bed.
Okay, revised to 1 unit per bed. And then, and provide additional parking for guests.
Yes.
And these parking requirements should be added to 134-272.
You don't want too much, right?
They can be here too, but really, we put all the parking in the other ones, so. Okay, we decided to, we decided to strike H, which dealt with the story heights.
Right.
And we decided to strike I, which dealt with impervious coverage.
Because of rack. This is for the
Right.
rack only, though.
Well, but we're
Right.
now saying in other districts, so we'll let the zoning district / land use control it.
Okay.
Can I make two?
Sure.
We didn't talk about this, but I like the current traffic count that was proposed for D, that it had to be within 3 years.
I like that too.
Of course,
I
it's,
was a major
So maybe we
you want
we
to add that back on D, add that the traffic counts have to be within the last 3 years.
Right.
And then I would like to, I don't know if I have any support for requiring some sort of ride share accommodation.
Oh, we can do that. You
We
want to
can
go
do
back
that.
up on?
You guys okay with that?
Sure.
I
That
think
was-
maybe a C part B.
That was C, also add that there must be accommodation for ride share pickup and drop off.
Yeah, I think that's a good one.
That's a real good one.
I get wanted that.
That way they aren't dropping them out on the street
Y'all don't
and
have to hurry
blocking
up 'cause I have to
traffic.
use the bathroom.
Okay. Let's see, we decided to leave J in. Okay,
We took
strike
K.
item K.
Yeah,
We said strike item I,
because that's,
or L,
L.
I'm sorry, correct that to L.
We already struck I.
Yeah.
Look at your black eye.
And then we're going to strike O.
yeah, because that didn't make sense.
Okay, then we're going to add, density shall be calculated using equivalent apartment units rather than the actual number of units. There shall be 0.5 equivalent apartment units per bedroom. And then,
So 2 beds equal 1 unit.
right, and I did like the suggestion, and we didn't discuss it, to require on-site management.
I was just gonna-
Yeah.
Okay, so
I
let's
like that
also
one.
add
Say that.
that that on-site management be required.
As appropriate, or something. I don't think you want to specify a number.
Yeah, just on-site management's required.
It's required.
And we forgot to address your point of how it goes from when there's a change of management company. These special land use permits and the zoning go with the property. It doesn't matter if it's sold or they change management. All these still remain, applicable until it's changed by the Board of Commissioners.
Now, would there be a minimum size complex that would warrant on-site management, or would you,
No.
we feel like it should be an all complex? So that
We'll
would
just
be-
make it an
Since
all,
it's
and
students, you might
if
want
the
them
Board
to
of
have
Commissioners decides one's
Like
small
an
enough they
RA.
want to
We
waive
used
it,
to have
they
a
always
RA.
can.
By requiring on-site management, you're constraining the smaller
Right,
sizes. of
right.
it.
Right.
You know, which may be
All right, so does that do it?
Well, that's
I
just.
think
a
that
first.
does, I think that does it.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a
I'll
second?
second that.
And we have a motion and a second.
Can you make a separate, can you break out the items A and B, because I can't support that. I like them the way they're written.
Okay, so we'll,
You want to do, just present
What?
this and let them make up their own
No,
determination?
can you present
Yeah,
the
okay,
proposed changes
let's-
separately to A and B as
well,
from the balance?
okay, so let's do a motion just for the proposed changes to A and B as read in before. And
Second
Do we
that,
have-
and then we'll vote on that. I'll second
Okay.
that for purposes of getting the vote done.
Okay.
All
So
right,
we're
we
voting on A and B.
A and B, we're voting on A and B.
No changes.
Uh-huh. Call the vote.
No, A and B with changes.
With
his
changes.
With the
Uh-huh.
changes proposed.
So that would be 4-1, Fred's opposed.
Fred. Okay, and then a motion for the other changes as read, excluding the changes for A and B.
All the ones you just
All the
listed.
rest.
Yep, I'll second
Call the
that.
question,
Okay. Skip second.
and that's a 5-0 on that, for all the rest of them.
All other changes.
Yeah, so that's taken care of. Oh, Lordy.
Now, do we have to go through each one of these?
If we do, we have
No,
to take a
well,
bathroom
Do we want
break.
to just add that RMA code? then? Do
We,
have to
well, no,
add-
we added RM8, we didn't discuss
We've
it,
got-
we
we've
were
got-
fine
The
with
clerks are
those.
giving
We
me
don't
a
have to
look
add
over
the
there. We've got to take a
definition into
5-minute
RMA.
look.
They'll,
break.
they'll add all that.
Here,
5-minute break we've got to do, because the clerks are gonna kill me.
I'll blame it on the clerks.
They're giving me the look over there.
So Jason, stuff like adding added
We are back for our second public hearing. This would be on the code amendment. So Jason, if you would get us started on that one. This one should be fairly quick.
All right, so we've got one more item under the zoning chapter that's up for proposed code amendment, and that pertains to our regulation of donation drop boxes. Unattended donation drop boxes, to be specific. We've updated the definition, how we define what they are, registration requirements, the responsibility and liability, design information and labor requirements, placement, management and maintenance requirements, a waiver for an excess number per, in excess of what the code standard allows by standard, and updating violations and penalties. The reason this came about, I can say, just based off of my limited knowledge on this, is that we received some correspondence from a law firm in Kansas City, I believe it was, and they pointed out several portions of our current code on this matter that they believe are in violation of the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. So with that, we got with counsel and the county attorney's office, and some proposed revisions were drafted. Again, I'm not privy on the specifics of that, and I don't know if counsel who's here today, Mr. Rowling, wants to speak to it, but that's the extent of what I know.
That's the extent of what you know?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all. Okay.
All right, Jason.
You want me to lead the discussion?
Yeah, go ahead, get started.
Okay, and you guys can blame me for still sitting here because this whole Dropbox amendment was what I brought up a few years ago, and we created a amendment because we had such a problem with overflowing drop boxes that weren't being attended to, and it really got to, hey, we have to regulate these somehow. Yeah, general comments in the definition. I don't think the type of material for the box should be in the definition. It should be in the requirements for the design of the box, because otherwise, if you build the box out of wood, it's no longer an unattended drop box, donation drop box, because it's built out of wood rather than steel when you define the material in the definition. And there's a reference to February 23rd, 2016, which is.
But you could say that it's just not allowed.
Right, we will in the design, we'll say what they have to be designed out of. We have a section on design of the boxes, and that's where specifying the materials of the box and that kind of thing would be more appropriate, I believe, anyway. And then there's a reference to February 23rd, 2016, and this was one where that was the original start date of the Dropbox amendment. We gave people a grandfather period of 180 days to register all their boxes.
This is a sticker thing.
And when they rewrote it, they took out part of it, but this whole date just doesn't apply anymore because as of today, every box should already be registered. There is no grandfathering of them, so I think we can just, strike that part out. I had a question for John. Do these drop boxes, are they considered an accessory structure and have to meet the accessory structure requirements, or how do you interpret that?
I believe in the code section for the drop boxes, it says where they have to be.
Okay, so you aren't going to consider them an accessory structure. Okay, and what about the site plan specific zonings? If they don't show drop boxes on them, how would you treat that?
They should be shown because they're more or less permanent structures. They're there for good once they're there.
Okay, so if somebody comes in on a site plan specific zoning, they're going to have to come before the Board of Commissioners as other business to put them on?
Correct.
Okay, so we understand that piece. We don't need to say that here, but I was just curious. The draft says the boxes must be emptied regularly so that things don't overflow, but that's not very defined. I would think it would be reasonable to say that they have to be checked at least once a week. You know, so that we don't have health issues and all of that, that these boxes can get to if they're left for a long period of time. And I also thought, as a way of proving they're checking them, they can stick a sticker on it that says checked this date and time, so that we know, so that when code enforcement goes out, they can say, hey, nobody's been here in 2 months to check this drop box.
Does
Because,
this mean they get a smiley face if they?
but, you know, just a way to show, that way they don't say, and this has happened, they say, oh, we just emptied that out 2 days ago and all that stuff just came in the last 2 days and that's why it's overflowing. You know, and that kind of thing, you'll have something there saying, hey, it's.
gonna be impossible.
It's impossible. You can't regulate that.
But if they have to put a sticker, that makes it very easy for code enforcement to say, oh, you haven't been here in a month, and you're required to come every week, so we can revoke your license.
And if they don't have a smiley face, they have to get rid of their box.
Yeah, but you know, but with the junk on the ground, they'll say, oh, that just happened, we were just here to empty it, and we'll come out and clean it up, and you never deal with the people who aren't kind of taking care of it. I can drop that part.
I think that would be hard to regulate.
And then the draft also says failure to maintain, that the boxes may be removed, but it should also add that your permit may be revoked to have it, because if you have a permit, you could just stick another one there, I guess. Let's see, is there any other discussion on it, or do you want me to make a motion regarding it?
No,
No, Fred's got some.
Fred's got
I
some.
got more.
Okay.
Based on what I read about it, and I somehow missed out on the fact in law school that the First Amendment was so tied to drop boxes, but this was.
I agree with you.
Mr. DeLoyne, it's tied to, it's content-based, so it's a free speech issue. And
Yeah.
we can't judge content of
Right.
speech beforehand, so donation box, by particularly addressing this statute, just to donation box.
Sure.
So it's actually the American Veterans Associations are the ones that brought or intended to bring an action against us, their national council.
Right.
And it was 17 of their boxes that were actually cited as noncompliance after we initially issued the statute. So
Yeah,
that's what's gotten us in the situation that we are right now.
Oh, I understand completely, but based on what I've read about it, the big problems are really health and welfare type problems, more so than any. I understand your big problems are that we not regulate content. I saw nothing in here that regulated content. If it's there, I didn't see it. The question would be more whether these restrictions are reasonable or otherwise chill free speech. That's the question someone's going to have to challenge under, because I saw nothing in here that seemed content based at this time.
The content is this donation, charitable donations. And that goes, actually something that was kind of going on, the companion with this is actually, Reed versus Town of Gilbert, which is a sign ordinance case that the United States Supreme Court decided in 2015. It says government cannot get involved in content based regarding signs.
Are we saying it's appropriate if somebody has a donation box for books only, that you can put your sweaters in there?
But they do anyway.
We don't go into what can be placed in it, no.
We don't care.
Because that's free speech?
Well, and we also aren't regulating
I'm just
what
saying you should
they
be able
say
to
on the
regulate.
outside.
Okay,
We
you
aren't
know,
saying,
put in the box.
hey, you can't have this entity, but you can have this one, and we aren't saying you can't. We really aren't saying that part, which to me, that gets to the regulation of free speech, and I think that's what Fred was getting to. To me, we're regulating a physical item under a zoning thing where you can put a physical item.
Right.
So how does it have to do with speech?
Well, yeah. but it doesn't, I really don't want to try to explain that, but what we have every right to do, I think, is to make sure these things are kept clean and emptied.
Right.
So I think we can mandate at least a minimum number of pickups, because that's what we all have on our garbage at a commercial facility or at our house or anything else. We can mandate a minimum number of pickups. We can mandate that these things be cleaned periodically so they're not full of vermin. Those type of things I think we should do here to try to keep these things clean to the extent they're out there. And they will be out there. So I would have, within the, interestingly, I guess it would go in the placement language. Perhaps not, but somewhere I think there needs to be something quite specific. The word used was checked. I think they should have to be emptied at least once a month, and I think they should have to be cleaned at least once a quarter. So that would be pressure washed or otherwise cleaned.
It actually, parking
Who the
spaces.
devil checks
Well,
it?
It says it can't take required
should be
parking
emptied
spaces if they have
so
access.
that it doesn't overflow.
Yeah, that's just, but that's just too vague, because again, what's gonna happen is what was already discussed. Folks will say, yeah, we were out there, that just happened, somebody just hit us with a big load, we're doing our job. I think they should have to have a required pickup not less than monthly, and they should have to, and that should be worded in such a manner where that if that does not relieve them of responsibility of preventing overflow, they have to figure out how often they have to pick it up. Just like anybody with a trash bin at their commercial property has to figure out how many lifts they need a week or a month.
So how you regulate that, put a label on there that says that this is the schedule for this box?
I wouldn't even go that, I wouldn't go that far, just require a minimum, at least once per month, and such additional lifts or pickups as are necessary to keep the box from overflowing. And then in addition to that, I would require a quarterly cleaning of the box, so the thing is not just caked in mud, dirt, and insects. And
Talk about graffiti.
I was going with a weekly pickup of the box. And Fred mentioned
It's gonna be hard to
monthly.
check even.
well, weekly, I don't have a
Right.
problem with either. I don't,
That's a minor
because
change.
on a, on a,
287.6A.
Well, that
Right.
could be a free speech issue too, because, I mean, if you require too frequent a pickup, these things are gonna go to, Cherokee County or something.
To Cherokee County, what's that got to do with free speech?
Well, a county that doesn't require a weekly.
They don't have free speech in Cherokee County.
Probably not as free
I
as
hope they
this.
do.
yeah, well, somebody.
I'm not
Yeah.
trying to make light of
Somebody-
it, but,
somebody could
I mean,
frame-
anything you do to restrict
But
this is,
No, but
It's
somebody could,
funny.
but somebody could frame the rather attenuated argument that because they're required to have a weekly pickup, that they're being discriminated against because their speech isn't as powerful, strong as somebody else's because they can't attract quite as many donations. I mean, there's that, I mean,
Right.
that'd be the argument.
So do
Jason,
you want
how-
to say monthly, or do we want to just
I
leave
think-
it regularly so it doesn't overflow and
No.
not put a time frame?
I would say both. I would say at least once per month and as often as needed
To ensure it doesn't overflow.
We're
right.
putting more restriction on the dumpster than we did the student housing. What,
It's a donation box.
well, keep in
We're not on
mind-
dumpsters here, we're on
donation
bins.
boxes.
We're on boxes.
Did we check with other counties to see
Yeah.
what their code is on these donation boxes?
When we originally drafted the code, yes, we did.
And their code is like this?
No, the one that we originally drafted was the one they didn't like, right?
Right.
So our.
But it didn't really address how often they had to empty them, I don't think.
Well, I'm
I
just
I
saying-
forget, that's where the mark, the strike through would be helpful right now.
We made the code, and that's what was objectionable.
Well, they objected primarily, as I understand it, to our restrictions on where they could place them on the site.
Right, 100 foot.
Because initially, they were supposed to be placed at the side or rear.
Right.
And we said, oh, that doesn't work, you're unreasonably restricting it. So now we've put requirements distance-wise, but don't say it's gotta be at the front or the rear, I mean, at the side or the rear. You can have them in the front, but they have to be so many feet, in that, it's all in
I
there.
don't think what Commissioner, I'm sorry if I interrupt, I don't think what Commissioner Boulogne is recommending is out of line with what would be potentially acceptable. But we also remember that it's also a compliance issue regarding code enforcement. If they are unkept, then they can be cited and there is a procedure for them to be removed. But what Commissioner Boulogne has cited, I think would be something that we could definitely present back. So.
But I think that gives them fair notice that you're gonna have to have regular pickups, so you're not gonna be able to stay in this business.
So we simplify.
So you wanna go maybe semi-monthly?
That'd be fine, twice a month.
Twice a month.
Not
okay.
less than twice a month and as often as needed to
Right.
prevent
The
overflow.
requirement's still there that they have to keep it so it doesn't overflow.
Right.
So if they
Absolutely.
determine, but also you don't want stuff sitting in that box. If somebody puts food or something in the box, you don't want it sitting there too long, attracting rats.
They could be
becoming a
free
health
to do
hazard.
that.
And that's the problem.
I think simpler is better. But just think about it from the point of view of the person managing the box. You know, if I had a box at my church, say, I would not want to have that stuff, you know, the box get filled with stuff and I ignore it until it's filled with vermin and, you know, whatever. I'd rather get it out of there so that I can use it for whatever purpose I'm going to use it for. So
Right.
I would think that most people would be intending to do the right thing and keep it
Yeah.
clean, keep it attractive, keep it cleaned out, and so on and so forth. So I think the more we try to regulate this, the more complicated it gets, and I think that's not
Well,
so
I'll
good.
say our experience, especially in South Cobb, was we had a huge problem with these overflowing, not being maintained, in poor physical condition. Some of them built out of wood that were starting to collapse, and you couldn't figure out who to contact to even get them to deal with it. It was a kind of a nightmare, which is why we came up with the original ordinance. And part of it was so we know who to go talk to about it.
Okay, but right here in item 6F,
What page is that?
page 18.
18.
I'm the page czar. Near one, bottom third, it said failure to maintain the UDDB or the surrounding area may result in the removal of it at any time at the expense, if they can be figured out who they are, of the owner. But it's going to be removed. And so I know that costs the county something to do,
Right, it does.
you know, to do that, but I think the simpler the better.
I think so too, because this is like really involved.
Yes.
And for the average person who has the donation boxes, keep it very simple. And I think simple is what y'all two are saying. You empty it out twice a month or whatever
Right.
and clean it out at least once a month.
Yeah, and it does have a requirement that it can't have it overflowing as well already, so. Okay, you want me to make motions regarding, there's
Yeah.
one thing I forgot too, is these boxes are not allowed to be on a vacant site.
Right. That's
So
already-
when you
That's
get
fine.
to unattended, what does that mean? If the site's occupied, is it unattended? So I figured we need a definition of unattended, and I said
What a
unattended.
what a vacant lot would do it, I think.
Well, no, they're
unattended-
not allowed on a vacant lot, so there's always somebody at the lot, is my point. There's a business operating at the lot, so.
I thought unattended applied to the box.
Right, it
what he said, we
does,
need
but
to
I'm saying we
define
need
it.
to define that so somebody can't say, well, there's staff inside, it's not unattended. You know, so unattended in relation to the donation drop boxes shall mean no person who is employed by the operator of the drop box is present at the drop box to assist in the receipt of donations. So that they can't count some third-party store employee as, oh, it's attended because he's there, so this doesn't apply to me. You know, they have to have, if it's gonna be attended, they have to have their own employees there assisting with the donations.
So this whole ordinance is all about unattended.
Right. So if, yeah, because there are places that have attended where, you know, like when I moved my mom last time, we
Goodwill.
pulled up to Goodwill and they took stuff out of the truck, and so
Yeah.
we're not regulating that.
That's
This
an
is-
attended drop.
That's attended,
This is because somebody complained about our donation boxes.
right.
I just think this is ridiculous.
I do too. This is way
No,
too.
that's fine. I agree
Okay.
with you. You can define attended, though other statutes have not. I don't have a
I
problem
just
with
think a
defining
vacant
attended.
lot is unattended
Well,
myself.
because we added the word unattended this time to the definition of it. It used to say donation drop boxes, and we added unattended this time, but didn't identify what that means.
In various other courts, though, the codes in question already included that language, and I think that's been
I just wonder if
deemed
somebody would,
okay.
say we don't allow them on vacant lots or vacant properties either. So if there's not a active operating business, you're not allowed to have this. That's in this section.
I think that's already.
So there would be, to me, a question, well, is it attended then? Because there's an active business, so I wanted to.
highlights how stupid this is.
We need this ordinance. It was such a problem in South Cobb. It's cleaned up immensely during this time.
I don't disagree with that.
I don't know
just think
how we operated for,
we
what,
don't need-
55 years? I don't know how we, I'm serious, I know.
Well, but they proliferated. These donation drop boxes have really proliferated in the last 10 years or so to, beyond what you ever saw before. And they become a problem because it's become a real profit-making thing for people. Because keep in mind, some of them are run by nonprofits that do very good work. Some of them are for-profit thrift stores and that who have these boxes out there.
We're very neat over in East Cobb is all I can say.
So, okay, well, why don't I make a motion? With regard to 134-287, I make motion to recommend the following changes. Under definitions of the donation drop boxes, strike made of metal, steel, or similar durable materials, and so that the definition reads, donation drop boxes means any enclosed container or receptacle designed or intended for the donation and temporary storage of clothing or other materials. And then add a definition for unattended. Unattended in relationship to donation drop boxes shall mean no person who is employed by the operator of the drop box is present at the drop box to assist in receipt of donations.
Okay.
Okay, in section 134-287-1, revised to read, it shall be unlawful to erect, place, maintain, or operate an unattended drop box, or donation drop box, UDDB, without first registering with Cobb County Community Development Agency and obtaining a registration sticker. Relocation of any UDDB on the same site or any other parcel within unincorporated Cobb County shall require a new registration. That got rid of that February 23rd, 2016 date. And then under 134-287-3, add all UDDBs shall be made of metal, steel, or similar durable materials. No wood or cardboard UDDBs are allowed. So we
That makes
made it sense. And then, I guess that's a durable material.
Yeah, those little
Or
modular things are,
fiberglass.
where you,
Yeah.
little modular things are.
Yeah,
too.
but I think really what we didn't want were wood or cardboard, especially wood, because they were falling apart. And then under 134-278-6, which is management, maintenance requirements, to A, add to then, all UDDBs must be checked at least semi-monthly and cleaned at least quarterly. And we're going to drop that part. And then under F, add to the first line between may result in and removal. We're going to add between that, the permit may be revoked and or, so that the first line reads, failure to maintain the UDDB or the surrounding area may result in the permit being revoked and or removal of the UDDB. So,
Okay.
and that's the motion.
All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Did I hear the cleaning requirement in there?
Yeah, I put quarterly cleaning.
Quarterly.
Okay.
You guys didn't want.
That's
I
good.
think you nailed it. I'll second that.
All right, so we got a second by Skip.
Yeah, I'll
Call the
second.
question.
Yes.
That's a good day's work.
That's approved 5-0. Oh, and now we have to approve the minutes.
I make a motion to
second. Call question.
Happy 4th of July, everybody. It's almost there.
It is, really.
Yeah.